The first half of the Grand Line, Calm Belt, Impel Down, is the world's largest prison where countless vicious beings are held in the world. Here, there are countless pirates with bounties of hundreds of millions. Especially the sixth layer, Eternal Hell. Everyone who went in was some extraordinary person, all monsters who were too vicious and grinded from history, and anyone who went out could cause a disaster at the national level. It is such an area where the death penalty and even life imprisonment are imposed, but today, a big man who is enough to shake the world is about to be imprisoned again. Hey, did you hear that Sengoku Admiral and Vice Admiral Garp have defeated Golden Lion and are already escorting each other to Eternal Hell? Indeed, it seems that the director, the deputy director, and the wardens have all gone together. I have only seen this kind of treatment lineup not long ago. I didn't expect it to come again so soon. It was the One Piece King Roger before, and now it is Golden Lion. They are both the most heinous pirates in the world. Now there are two less legendary pirates. Golden Lion seems to have broken into naval headquarters alone. It should be said that it is a pirate. What a crazy move. In the lounge on the first floor, many jailers gathered, and they were talking about Golden Lion's imprisonment. There were more than a dozen people gathered together, and once the topic was opened, it seemed extraordinarily lively. And listening to the conversations of the people around him, one of the 16 or 17-year-old black-haired youths began to have a strange look in his bland eyes. It's finally here, Golden Lion. The young man was a little excited. His name was Moda, which was his name in this world today. A year and a half ago, an inexplicable time travel brought him here, and he quickly understood that this is the world of One Piece. At the beginning, he was very excited when he found that he had time traveled into a well-known animation. After all, he still had the advantage of being familiar with the plot. But he soon understood the situation he was in, and his excitement began to decline directly. Impel Down, one of the three major institutions of the world government in the anime, is also the world's largest prison known as Hell. Among them, he is an ordinary character who can no longer be ordinary, patrolling the jailer. Such an identity, in the past few decades, can be said to be equivalent to the identity of a prisoner imprisoned here. Basically, in addition to avoiding the pain of prison, one has to stay here until the limit is reached before leaving Imperdon. Given that he is only a teenager in this world, at least he will have to stay for 30 or 40 years to reach the standard, but after traveling to such a familiar world, he does not want to spend several years in such a daze, and still be so bad, environment. But his strength, at best, is just an ordinary soldier who can hold a gun, and it is difficult to get out of the special sea area. But the situation will not make Moda's situation desperate. In his body, he can feel a fruit stored in his body, he can take it out at will, and he knows the information about the usage of the fruit. But this fruit is not edible yet, and it is not devil fruit, because it has no ability. It's like there is no host demon, it's just an empty fruit, but Moda knows that it's the reason why the fruit hasn't worked yet. This is a fruit that can plunder abilities. As long as the capable person satisfies the state of death, he can fully endow the opponent with the ability to regenerate to this fruit ability. Just like how Blackbeard used dark fruit to snatch other people's fruits, but as an auxiliary of cheat, the upper limit of its looting is 2. In other words, this fruit can finally allow people to possess 2 fruit abilities peacefully and completely. The ability to be called heaven-defying is definitely the most important hole card for Moda to leave Imperdon and turn over his identity. You must know that there are many capable people here, and it is the most convenient place for you to kill under your current strength. Impleton's permanent imprisonment of the ability users is to prevent the fruit ability from reappearing in the sea, so as to control the growth of evil forces. If he breaks this rule, he will be punished for sure. As an ordinary prison guard, his fate will definitely not be good. So once you start the planned capture, you must be prepared to escape from this hell. Fortunately, the timing of the crossing was just right. Because not long ago, a major event happened in the world that was enough to cause a sensation in the entire sea. The Roger pirates conquered the entire Grand Line and were recognized as One Piece by the world government. This is very useful information. After knowing the specific time, Moda's plan hit Roger's old opponent, Golden Lion. On the basis of lack of strength, it can be said that Lion Fruit is the most necessary ability for him to leave this special area. Moreover, the strategic significance of this fruit has created a man who ruled the ocean from the air, one of the absolute top fruit abilities. It's impossible not to be hot-eyed, not to mention Impel down, it's a chance of God's help. For this reason, after making up his mind, Moda started a year-long plan. At the beginning, expand the knowledge of this world, deepen the understanding of various areas of Imperdon, slowly exercise your body, practice shooting, collect venom, etc. At the same time, in the face of this garbage like hell prison, Moda's character from modern times also began to be slowly polished under the harsh circumstances. For a year, if he saw something disgusting and terrifying at the beginning, he would scream or vomit. Now it seems that the experience has become a habit, and the state of mind has changed from the joy of time travel to the complete understanding that this is a cruel world where the weak cannot decide whether to live or die. Even if he witnesses the prisoners being devoured by the jailer beast, and personally shoots and executes the criminals who need to be reduced in batches, the current Moda will not show any expression of discomfort, and even seems to be able to control his emotions at will to achieve efficient calmness. Under such circumstances, Moda ushered in the news of Impel down today. Golden Lion, after being badly beaten by Marine, went to jail. This news, after staying in this hell like Impel down for nearly a year, finally let him see the opportunity to regain his freedom and become a strong man. Moreover, the right time and place not only restricts the Golden Lion's ability due to Impel down, but the eternal hell located on the 6th floor is not equipped with a phone camera because of its special enclosure, which is the best place to lay hands on it. At the same time, today's Golden Lion, but in the fierce battle, he was seriously injured and often died of weakness. That is, a few days after Golden Lion was imprisoned, One Piece, Roger, was executed in the town of Rog in East Blue. That sentence before dying completely changed the pattern of the sea. In just one day of the incident, the surge of pirates exceeded the usual number for a whole year. The great secret treasure One Piece, which has been sought after by countless people, the turbulent waves of the era of great pirates began to sweep the whole world. Such news, even the impenetrable Impel down, cannot stop the turmoil brought about by the information. Especially in the eternal hell on the 6th floor, the most vicious criminals here are also excited because of the advent of the violent era, and they can't wait to join the wave of searching for the big secret treasure immediately. Only the Golden Lion, who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, sneered at the drastic changes of the times that were taking place. For him, losing Roger's sea is not worth mentioning at all. I didn't expect the living legend to look like this now. Just when Golden Lion was secretly feeling sad, a regretful voice sounded from the cell door beside him. Moda saw the Golden Lion in the prison cell, whose feet were shackled by sea stones, and was muttering weakly. "This is the special cell in the key area." Someone spoke suddenly, which naturally attracted the attention of the Golden Lion. It's just that after seeing that the other party was a jailer dressed in ordinary soldier clothes, he glanced aside with disinterest. After all, in order to prevent him from dying, it is not uncommon for these jailers to deliver food every day. The other party ignored him, and Moda also took it for granted, but in order to achieve his goal, he decided to continue stimulating the extremely weak lion in front of him in all aspects. The legendary Roger and the Golden Lion are both folded in the hands of Marine, and the legends will indeed become history. Hearing this, Golden Lion snorted softly, and the effect was obvious. Moda's words made the proud lion feel unhappy, but he didn't refute anything. After all, he and Roger really fell into Marine's hands this time. After several days of high-intensity battles, although more than half of naval headquarters was destroyed, his current state, coupled with the shackles of the sea stone, is now so weak that even an ordinary man in his prime could easily kill him, the famous man in the sea. Legendary pirate. Knowing this situation, Moda took the initiative to attack. Seeing that the words were useful, of course he continued to stimulate. "But Golden Lion, do you know? I heard that the One Piece surrendered himself to Marine in order to bring about such an era." "What did you say?" It was said that Golden Lion erupted from nowhere, like a flash of light. He straightened up his extremely weak body, grabbed the iron bars with both hands, stared at Moda with a terrifying expression, and said, "Roger, surrendered himself of?" After being prepared in his heart, Moda was shocked by the Golden Lion's angry face for a while. However, after staying in Impel down for more than a year, he quickly calmed down and said, "If that One Piece didn't turn himself in, why did the former Roger pirates last until he was executed?" died without any action. Also, wouldn't you be puzzled by the fact that the One Piece, who had been hunting for years without success, was suddenly captured by Marines so easily? Hearing this, Golden Lion smiled happily. Lousy just said that he is such a man. How could he be caught by those trash like Marine? He didn't question Moda. Now he is emotionally wrong because of Roger's death. No matter it is true or not, as long as he speaks to his heart, it is right for Golden Lion. What's more, what Moda said sounds reasonable, and it's easier to touch the heart of Golden Lion, who doesn't believe that Roger will fail at this time. Roger, you have already conquered the sea. Why did you die in such a way to start such an extremely boring era? If only you had helped Lousy back then, the two of us would have taken the world long ago. Roger, why did you die? Pirates are the rulers of the sea, let alone you. Aroused by Moda's words, Golden Lion completely ignited the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart since Roger's arrest. In a state of incomparable paleness, at this moment he looks like a maniac. Sure enough, after the Battle of Edvor, Golden Lion became a Roger chef, and after Roger was captured, he became a distorted Roger chef. Seeing that he did not refute, but just accepted and believed, Moda suppressed other words that could be proved, and continued to speak, while groping behind with his right hand. Because Roger is already terminally ill. The answer sounded in front of Golden Lion, and when he looked up, it was a gun pointed straight at his head. The sudden situation caused Golden Lion's pupils to shrink, but Moda's words about Roger's terminal illness caught his attention even more than the muzzle in front of him. In this situation, he subconsciously asked, Roger, is he terminally ill? Before Golden Lion could think too much, Moda's words sounded again. He was terminally ill, and he didn't have much time left. However, he couldn't sit idly by after learning the secret of Raftel, so he could only use his few days left to start the era of great pirates, just for the secrets there, one day rediscover the light of day again. After finishing speaking, without giving the other party much time to react, the muzzle with the muffler hole shot out fireworks, bringing a moment of light to the dark cell. Boom. Golden Lion lost all his strength and fell heavily to the ground, and his breath stopped after his head was pierced, leaving only a restless face. Maybe it's because he can't believe that a pirate like him will die in the hands of Moda, or maybe the truth of Roger is hard for him to accept. When the dust finally settled, Moda couldn't help but take a few steps back and let out a long sigh of relief. Although the opponent is seriously injured and weak, has seastone restraints, and has the trauma of the rudder on his head, but after all, he is the Golden Lion, a legend that is famous all over the world, and he still has uncertainties. Even though he had made all the preparations he could, even Magellan's venom was collected by him as one of the means. If he fails, he has nothing to say. At worst, death is better than staying in this kind of garbage place for decades. Fortunately, the results are good. And I didn't expect that using Roger to influence Golden Lion would be so effective. He was actually being pointed at the head with a gun, and he didn't move away because of the shock of the news. No wonder after being defeated by Luffy in the theatrical version, Roger was still the last word on his mind. Take out the devil fruit from the body, even if it doesn't need to be placed on the Golden Lion, the fruit will slowly change. In just half a minute, strange patterns and colors appeared on the left half of the fruit, and Moda could subconsciously feel the lion fruit ability already possessed in it. Finally, the goal was achieved. Moda felt an unspeakable excitement, and even trembled uncontrollably. But thinking that time was running out, this mood was quickly suppressed, and he hurried to another special cell. Moda took advantage of the current special circumstances. The main personnel of Impel Down need to participate in the discussion meeting on the measures of the era of great pirates, and after the inspection team was poisoned with laxatives, they came to this uninhabited sixth place in a personal situation. Floor. Golden Lion is dead, and now he is found to be abnormal. It will be the next round of team inspection in about 20 minutes. His time is still somewhat tense. After all, the sixth floor is very huge. In the case of speeding up the pace, it took about 5 minutes for Moda to come to a separate and extremely cold cell. Unlike the other cells on the sixth floor, this one doesn't have any seastone chains, just giant instruments that look like refrigerators. Among them lay a vicissitudes old man with a green beard. It was the world destroyer, Byrnndi Valdo, imprisoned in this eternal hell in the form of frozen suspended animation. The momo fruit ability it possesses is Moda's second fruit ability target. Although momo fruit is not the best second ability he wants. But he had to eat this fruit to escape. According to the comprehensive ranking, among the powerful fruits of Impel Down, the best one besides lion fruit is momo fruit. Looking at the refrigerator in front of him, he didn't have a key, so he couldn't enter it to destroy it. However, in order to keep Byrnndi alive in the state of frozen suspended animation, there is an infusion tube connected to the instrument outside the cell. This is for the convenience of those jailers who cannot have the key, and can set up the replacement of nutrient solution outside, and now it has naturally become the best convenience for Moda to start. During this year, his preparations were not in vain. After taking out Magellan's venom, after saving a wave from Golden Lion, Moda simply didn't keep it, and Moda poured all the purple liquid into the stored nutrient solution. The liquid representing green vitality was assimilated into purple in the blink of an eye. Magellan's poisonous fruit is enough to show its horror. In this way, with a simpler operation method than Golden Lion, Moda once again used the convenience of Impel Down to kill another big pirate. Until the originally completely black fruit in his hand turned into a devil fruit with different patterns and colors on one side, Moda immediately took a bite. In an instant, the indescribable taste directly impacted the brain. Moda resisted the desire to vomit, held his breath and forcibly ate the whole fruit. Suppressing that disgusting feeling, he felt a distinctive change in his body. The cells in the whole body seemed to be beating, welcoming something. In an instant, Moda had the idea to feed back to him after gaining the ability. As long as he wants to, he can make himself float in the air, and make all objects touched by his hands lose gravity, and he is still controlling the flight. At the same time, he can also arbitrarily change the energy such as the volume and speed of the object. Moda couldn't help clenching his hands excitedly. This is ability, or is it the difference brought about by strength? Even if there is no hockey now, with these two powerful devil fruit abilities alone, he is far beyond the level of the dragon set, and he is in the same column of strong players with strength. He wanted to laugh out loud, and wanted to vent the powerful strength he had gained, but he also understood that everything had to wait until he was completely out of here, and that was the best moment for him to vent after getting out of mediocrity. Fruit ability. Lion fruit, which can free oneself or objects to float in the air without gravity, and can control touched objects, whether they are living or non-living, to make them float. Fruit ability. Momo fruit, which can multiply the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of the objects it touches. Just when Moda was returning the same way, a piece of fruit ability information suddenly appeared in his mind. Immediately afterwards. Lion fruit. Ability representative, Golden Lion Shiki. Momo fruit. Ability representative, Byrnndi. Please choose two pieces of character information were presented in front of him. At this level, Moda has somewhat figured out the situation. Originally, he thought that he had no other cheats except for a special devil fruit. Unexpectedly, after taking the fruit, there is a gift similar to system selection. Glancing at the time, it was only a few minutes before the next patrol. Moda decided to get out of this hell first, and talk about it later. When we arrived at the turn room where we took the elevator, there happened to be a team of patrolling guards walking out. "Why are you alone?" Seeing that Moda was alone in this area, the captain of the prison guard asked. Other teammates passed by the deputy director's office before, and they seemed to have inhaled gas, and they all went to the toilet one after another. "I feel okay, so I came here to complete the task first." After listening to Moda's explanation, that team of jailers seemed to recall something, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. Ignoring them, Moda nodded towards them and walked towards the elevator. Bang! The elevator carrying Moda slowly ascended. After watching the other party leave the 6th floor, one of the jailers sneered. "It's unfortunate, I have to stay alone to patrol this ghost place." "Who says it's not?" Another jailer said with a smile, "But according to people in their team, that guy is a bit weird, and he doesn't think it's a big deal to act alone." "Okay. Let's hurry up and finish the patrol, complete the task and leave early." The captain spoke, and the other jailers stopped joking. After all, the eternal hell on the 6th floor is the largest area in Impelton in terms of structure. It takes at least one team's resources to scan around in a certain period of time. Looking back now, since there is only one person on the other side, why not just apply for another team to go first? The captain couldn't help but shook his head, he could only secretly think that he was a weirdo. The inspection team started their daily tasks, and when the patrol had been going on for 5 or 6 minutes, an urgent voice suddenly came from the team leader's phone. Team. Captain. Golden Lion Shiki. Dead. What? The team leader was shocked when he heard this, and hurried towards the special area. It wasn't until he saw Golden Lion's staring eyes and the marks on his head pierced by bullets that he panically took out his boss's phone bug and began to report. Director. Director, Golden Lion was killed. Just as the surprise on the 6th floor began to spread, Moda, with the unimpeded elevator all the way, had already arrived at the 1st floor above the sea and Impel down. Once upon a time, when he came here, he could only feel melancholy. Now, I can finally leave this ghostly place completely. However, I can get these 2 powerful abilities so easily, I still have to thank Impel down for help. Hey, what are you doing? At first, he thought that Moda was just a guard coming up to get some air, but when he suddenly saw the other party walking towards the outside of the deck, he quickly raised his gun and shouted loudly. Of course I want to leave this damn place, Moda said without looking back. Immediately afterwards, an unbelievable scene appeared in front of the guards. The opponent's body suddenly floated up strangely, as if breaking free from gravity, and flew straight into the air. Although I miss you all, I still want to leave here. I don't want the clothes anymore, as a thank you for your cultivation and help. Under the gradually shrinking voice, a jailer's coat fluttered down in the Impel down air. And at this time in Impel down, in the meeting room where the countermeasures for the era of the Great Pirate were still being carried out, Director Bo Loon, who had gone back and forth, returned to his seat with a gloomy face. Because the phone bug was public at that time, everyone present knew what happened. But when the director came back, that face could also judge that this was the case, and I'm afraid it was not simple. Golden Lion Shiki is dead. The director continued with a gloomy face. World Destroyer, Byrnndi Waldo is also dead. What? Deputy Director Magellan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he raised his hands suddenly. Compared to the excited Magellan, Shiryu, the watchman on the other side, asked relatively calmly, "Do you know who did it?" He was a little curious, although he would sometimes kill prisoners who hadn't been cleaned up. But he also knew the bottom line, those eternal hell guys, he had never thought about it, but at this time 2 of them died suddenly, and they were still considered key-level figures. A jailer named Moda. Director Boren said, and the other party is obviously prepared. As he said that, the director took a special look at Magellan. He extracted Magellan's venom, intentionally poisoned his teammates by smell, and then entered the 6th floor alone under excuses. During that time, he executed the Golden Lion with a gun and killed Byrnndi Waldo with venom. Boom. Hearing that part of it was due to the use of his ability, Magellan couldn't help but hammered the table heavily. It was my mistake, I didn't pay attention to the outflow of venom, I will interrogate that guy's purpose. Bo Loon shook his head. That guy has already fled. According to the guard on the 1st floor, that guy seems to be floating in the air suddenly, and then flew away. The purpose of killing the Golden Lion is the lion fruit. This time, Shiryu couldn't help but say. I don't know, maybe the other party already has a fruit that can fly. Bo Loon paused while speaking, but quickly continued, however, the possibility you mentioned, Shiryu, cannot be ruled out. Killing the Golden Lion and thus gaining the opponent's ability is unimaginable no matter how you think about it. But I don't think so, and I can't analyze the opponent's purpose of killing these 2 big pirates. The opponent has been in Impel down for a while, and obviously all actions are not like revenge, but to find the right opportunity and make a difference. The look of conspiracy. However, it is difficult to know the truth, and it can only be guessed. In the end, an urgent secret was passed to the hands of the world government and naval headquarters. Impel down Golden Lion, Byrnndi Waldo died, the murderer Moda, suspected to have the ability to fly and escape. Just when the urgent secret security was conveyed, the murderer Moda was flying recklessly over the endless sea at the moment. Is this the sea in the eyes of the Golden Lion? He is indeed the man who conquered this sea from the sky. Moda looked down. Everything in his eyes seemed so small under the high altitude, and an inexplicable sense of heroism that looked down on everything from above filled his heart. Who would have thought that not long ago, he was just an ordinary little soldier, but in less than an hour, he possessed the world's top 2 fruit abilities. The hero dream buried in the bottom of my heart also has the conditions to show it. Speaking of which, there is another option that he hasn't figured out yet. Thinking in my heart, I chose an island at random, and Moda floated towards the target. Looking down from the sky, it should be an uninhabited island in the nearby calm belt. After visually inspecting that there was no risk, Moda landed on the giant tree beside him with peace of mind, and put his mind on the choice he had been curious about in his mind. In my mind, there seemed to be 2 cards of characters standing sideways. One as Golden Lion Shiki and the other as Byrnndi Waldo, each with the word template clearly written on it. Looking at the 2 words, Moda paused slightly. Then, the information about the template suddenly had feedback in his mind. Moda didn't understand all the information until it was fully digested. The fruit that can be stored in his body is indeed the so-called cheat. After absorbing the opponent's ability, the talent information of the previous capable person will be born, and the template is from it, completely inheriting the opponent's talent, and has the effect of improving with half the effort. But the difference is that he can have both abilities, but the template can only choose one of the 2. Golden Lion Shiki talents: Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Great Swordsman Kendo. Byrnndi Waldo talent: Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Marine part of the 6 styles. Choose one of the 2, and the result is obvious. Marine 6 styles, which can be said to be a bad street move in the later stage, is practical, not to mention that learning methods are not difficult to obtain. Besides, just thinking about Iron Body, Marine's strongest 6 style, makes him a little uncomfortable. Without any hesitation, after choosing, the template of Golden Lion completely melted in his mind. After that, it was like gaining the ability before. He suddenly seemed to have an inexplicable understanding of Conqueror's Haki. Although I still don't know how to use it at all, it seems that as long as I practice it, I can get twice the result with half the effort as if I have the foundation. And the way of swordsmanship is also the same. Now that as long as he picks up the sword for the first time, his perception is no less than that of a swordsman who has practiced holding the sword for a year. Thinking of this, excitement surged into my heart. With the idea of practicing ability, Moda jumped directly from the giant tree and landed steadily on the ground. Picking up a branch from the ground, imagining it as a sword, and using the spontaneous perception, he slashed straight at the big tree in front of him. Call out. There was no sword energy drawn out, it was simply the sound of piercing through the air at too high a speed. The thin and soft branches passed in front of the huge tree and split open, but it left a shallow cut mark on it. Death of the Golden Lion and Byrnndi Waldo. After discussion, the world government still decided to announce Moda's crimes to the public in the form of a reward list. Moda, who was originally an unknown prison guard, spread across the sea in a day when it was published in the newspaper. The evil jailer, Moda, poisoned more than 10 jailers, and fled after killing the Flying Admiral Golden Lion Shiki and World Destroyer Byrnndi Waldo in Impel down. He has the ability to fly and offers a reward of 170 million Baileys. In today's sea where major incidents have occurred one after another, Moda's record of killing the Golden Lion still caused a lot of waves. It can be regarded as killing an evil big pirate at sea. Now, in order to fill the reward list in the name of crime, the world government will naturally use common incitement methods. Compared with the life of a small jailer, people with more people in the sea will only pay attention to those famous people in the world. Some people lamented that the hero Golden Lion just died in prison. Some people were amazed that such a small jailer would have the courage to do such a thing. Someone was angry and decided to keep Moda's face on the reward list in mind, so as to make trouble for him in the future. But only some people, while reminiscing, set their eyes on the reward list. The figure standing in the air, inexplicably felt that it overlapped with the figure of the Golden Lion in memory. However, guessing in my heart, without more evidence, it can only end in an uncertain end. But there is no doubt that Moda's name has entered the eyes of these people. It has been 3 months since the incident fermented in the sea. The instigator, Moda, did not show his deeds anymore, and was gradually forgotten by people under the background of the wave of the era of great pirates. At the moment, on a virgin forest island in the calm belt, under the huge tree that was tens of meters thick, the sound of the sharp breaking wind continued to resound. Madara's broken sword marks, one by one, covered the surface of the giant wood more than 10 meters long. Looking at the giant wood in front of him that has been practicing for 3 months, the breath on Moda's body gradually began to condense, and he grabbed the wooden sword he had made with his right hand. Drink. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his state of mind to the best, Moda slammed a low cry, moved his wrist, and the wooden sword came out in response, violently like a thunder, slashing through the air and falling on the giant tree. Pat. An explosion-like explosion suddenly appeared on the giant tree, and under this sword, there was another sword mark extending 7 or 8 centimeters across the thick tree. Moda's face remained unchanged, and he swung his sword again abruptly. Using the innate insight brought by Golden Lion's kendo, he wields a series of attack forms of sword moves. Chop, chop, pick, stab. One sword after another, like a gust of wind and rain, was unleashed continuously. Crackling, clear explosions continued. It rang for several hours. It wasn't until the last horizontal chop fell heavily on the giant log that the wooden sword was stuck in the crack, and the sweaty training was over. All in all, I didn't have enough time to travel through time, although I have strong fruit abilities and talent blessings, but I don't have the background to bring them out. After using the abilities one after another and feeling the feedback from lack of physical strength, Moda started to exercise to improve his strength. He still knows the truth of thick and thin hair. After making the decision, he started training to turn his talent into actual strength. Hockey and swordsmanship during the day, ability and fitness training at night. Moda will use his ability to find a place to rest until he is really tired one day. Among them, there is a strange thing. In the past 3 months, when I was exhausted after training until midnight, I could always recover more than half of it early the next morning, and I could feel the degree of change compared with yesterday. He didn't know whether it was because of choosing the template of the Golden Lion talent, or because of the change in food here. But all in all, after not feeling any physical harm, Moda continued to train at a higher intensity. 3 months have passed, not to mention the kendo, but the knowledge color and armed color have already been able to vaguely touch the threshold, and the increase in physical fitness, Moda can feel it even more, and it has far surpassed himself in the Impel down period by more than 10. Touching the sweat that was constantly oozing from his forehead, feeling that he was already out of breath, he couldn't help sighing secretly about his limited physical strength. Pulling out the wooden sword stuck in the gap of the sword, it can be clearly seen that there are already some cracks on it due to continuous impact. Such a product will soon become one of the several split wooden swords around. If the time came in a hurry, Golden Lion's Deadwood and Sakura 10 should have been taken at that time. Although he is like Hawkeye and has reached the level of a great swordsman, a small knife can easily resist Zoro's 3-sword style. But the realm of returning to basics is not something that a beginner can imagine. But if you have a famous sword in your hand, maybe your kendo can be improved to a higher level. After resting for about half an hour, Moda threw away the wooden sword. The final physical training of the day was not started until after eating a fish dinner that was 2 or 3 meters long. He doesn't know what kind of systematic physical training is like, he can only follow the approximate memory method of his previous life. Push-ups, long-distance running, weight-bearing, etc. Break through step by step, improve step by step. In this way, not only the increase in physical strength, but also the strength of the body, and one's own will, are also constantly rising under this kind of breaking through the limit day after day. You can feel the difference every day. The contrast and state of mind brought about by this kind of improvement made Moda grit his teeth and continue the boring training day after day. Time is like a fleeting moment. In the days when Moda was concentrating on practicing, in the blink of an eye, 4.5 years have passed. During this period, the turbulent waves of the era of great pirates are still running rampant. Since the Sea Circle calendar in 1498, after Roger and Golden Lion among the legendary pirates have fallen one after another, the territories and forces owned by the Roger pirates and the Flying Pirates have become one of the main reasons for the New World riots. The most prosperous period was the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Bigmom pirates. Whitebeard, the only legendary pirate at present, began to show his strong background to New World a few months after the death of Golden Lion. Countless pirates who came to New World to fight against him were either annihilated or subdued. Especially after the 2.5-year-long battle with the BIGMOM pirate group, which is another major force today, it has successfully annexed nearly 1/3 of New World's territory, including the remaining nearly a dozen ships of Golden Lion. The pirate fleet has become the largest and most powerful pirate group in the world. And the BIGMOM pirates who also fought with it, although they did not gain as much as Whitebeard, they also expanded the total land waters of their own territory by dozens of nautical miles, and established the 10,000 kingdoms at the same time, and their power was further improved. In this battle, after the scene of the battle between BIGMOM and Whitebeard was reported, the whole world was shocked by the devastating picture of the two people fighting. For a time, the era of Roger, the One Piece who conquered the Grand Line, passed. New World, Big Mom and Whitebeard began to be defaulted as the two Sea Emperors of New World. In addition to the biggest event in this runaway era, there are also many major events happening. Sea Circle Calendar in 1499, Moria, the strongest rookie in the first half of the Grand Line, led his pirate group to attack the Beast's pirates in New World. After the battle between the two sides, Moria was defeated and the fleet was slaughtered. Accepted the call of the world government and became the second 7 warlords of the sea after Crocodile. Sea Circle Calendar in 1500, the famous archaeological Holy Land of West Blue was disappeared in the world by the government in the form of Buster Call because it violated the laws of the world. In the same year, the great pirate, Red Earl, Patrick Redfield fought Marshal Sky and was imprisoned in Impel Down. As of today's Sea Circle Calendar 1502, almost half of the time has passed. Still on one of the original giant islands in the Calm Belt. Boom. Earth-crying vibrations continued to resound in the depths of the island. Roar. The roar from the giant beast, mixed with strong wind and flying soil, howled. It was a terrifying tiger with a height of 8 meters. Its ferocious fangs, powerful limbs, and terrifying claws all showed its danger. It is the strongest beast in the center of the island, the undisputed king of the forest here. It was such a top-level creature. After sending the elk in his mouth to the man in front of him, he showed a humane expression of fear and flattery. Seeing this, the man stretched out his hand towards the tiger. The latter immediately remembered some horrible memory, and hurriedly lowered his head so that the man could touch the hair on his head. Looking at the king of the primeval forest, Moda felt inexplicably happy in his heart when he thought of how much suffering he had suffered at his hands half a year ago, and now he has become as obedient as a cat in front of him. Compared to that time, I have been training for 4.5 years now. Compared with his once thin self, after long-term exercise and a highly nutritious meal, he has a relatively strong physique, and his height has grown from 1.7 meters to 2.63 meters. Compared with the past, his strength is definitely a world of difference. Conqueror's Haki, he has all started. Armament Haki has mastered the emission technique, and other more advanced usages of Haki. He has also reached the level of comprehension. Although he has never competed with other swordsmen, he is confident that he has reached more than half of the Golden Lion level from a beginner, and even as a swordsman, he is not weak among them. In terms of fruit ability, there is no need to say more. The huge difference in physical fitness is enough to allow the development of fruit abilities to a more refined level. The earth coiling that Golden Lion raised from the ground can now be easily raised by Moda. It takes 4.5 years for an ordinary person to reach Moda's current height from a jailer. There is no doubt that the improvement brought by the Golden Lion template is not only in terms of talent, but also in terms of cultivation. What's more, he has been practicing penance with a particularly high intensity these years. Except for sleep, he is practicing penance all the time, and he has never been lazy or slack. In the years of Hell-style training, no matter how much blood and sweat you put in, you will give back to Moda as much as possible. But now, Moda somewhat feels the bottleneck of strength. He has been on this windless island for almost 3 years, and it is really difficult for the fierce beasts on the island to bring him a significant improvement in strength. Moda bit the well-cooked venison in one hand while thinking that it was time to go to sea. A beast is a beast after all. No matter how much it has fought in actual combat, it cannot compare to the experience brought by the strong. If you want to improve your self-strength even more, Then only like the Straw Hats in the original book 2 years later, through continuous accumulation of battles, they can cash in their talents into experience and achieve the final breakthrough. Do it when you think of it, never procrastinate. After eating the last lunch on the island, Moda controlled the ability, and under the surprised eyes of the giant tiger, he started to fly out of the island. In terms of time, it is now Sea Circle calendar 1502. According to his own memory, Moda remembered a big event that will happen after this year. Sea Circle calendar 1502 is the time after the war between Kozuki Oden and the Beast's pirates. After this war, the Kozuki family was overthrown, and Wanokuni was completely controlled by the Kurozumi snake. Thinking of this, Moda's expression flickered. To be honest, he is also very excited about the big cake of Wanokuni. Just because Kaido occupies such a territory and cultivates forces, he can prop up his team into the corner of 4 emperors. Natural geographical advantages, superior craftsmen, abundant resources, powerful warriors, and the buried ancient weapon, Pluton. Especially the huge battleship that is said to be able to destroy an island with one shot. If it can be obtained, it will definitely become a killer move in the hands of Moda's momo fruit. Thinking for a moment, Moda intends to move towards Wanokuni first, always to see what has happened so far. But before that, looking at his primitive attire, he still had to find a place to get some resources. Sabaody Archipelago. This is the end of the first half of the Grand Line and the beginning of the New World. Countless pirates who have arrived here from all over the world are all elite pirates who were selected in the first half of the year. And Moda, who obtained supplies through means, also arrived at this fantasy island after a week of sailing. It is different from the gloomy place of Impel, and different from the grandeur of the original forest of Calm Belt. Resin bubbles dissipate in the air under direct sunlight, embellished with mist, which is particularly beautiful. This dreamlike scene made Moda truly feel the unique fantasy scenery in the world of pirates. But I also know that although the scenery of this fantasy island is beautiful, its interior is a famous place of chaos. As a necessary point of the Grand Line, plus the nearby holy places Mariajoy and naval headquarters, including the underground forces piled here. There are countless events such as human trafficking, pirate battles, and power conflicts. Knowing this, Moda has no intention of staying here any longer. There are only 2 reasons for coming here. First, the original Calm Belt island where he is located is relatively close. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could find something useful to him from the auction house here. After all, although the exterior is glamorous and the interior is chaotic, its financial strength is undeniable, not to mention that the auction industry is particularly outstanding here because of the celestial dragons. But before that, there is a place that Moda is more interested in after coming to Sabaody Archipelago. Looking at the bar in the illegal area of number 13 in front of him, especially the conspicuous Shaki's ripoff bar in the plaque, Moda directly opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a black-haired woman sitting at the bar smoking a cigarette. There were no other guests around, and a certain reclusive heavyweight was not here. The black-haired Aunt Shaki was slightly surprised after seeing Moda, and then said with a smile, "Welcome, what would this handsome guy want to drink?" "Just plain whiskey." After Moda finished speaking, he sat down on the chair in front of the bar. Shaki took down a bottle of whiskey from the wooden cabinet, filled the glass and handed it to Moda, and then asked, "Brother, this time, it should be more than just drinking." Listening to Shaki's tentative words, Moda smiled slightly. "That's natural. Although I'm here for the first time, I still know the notoriety of your store, Madam Boss. This tavern is quite famous in Sabaody Archipelago. Of course, this fame refers to notoriety, because the price of a glass of her wine may be dozens of times that of other taverns, plus the skills of the proprietress and her staff. Many visitors have been ruthlessly slaughtered. Although it is a bar with a bad reputation, anyone who knows the business knows that the real strength of this bar is the information, and those prices are the key to this information." Looking at Shaki, who was still smiling after being teased by himself, Moda said, "Besides the wine, I also have information I want to inquire about." "Oh? Looks like a knowledgeable little brother." Shaki smiled unchanged and said, "Then I don't know what information this guest wants." "About famous swords." Moda said, "I want information on the 21 workers of the Great Quick Knife." Of course, it would be even better if there is information on the supreme quick knife. Is it a famous knife at the level of a big fast knife? A gleam flashed in Shaki's eyes, and the merchant's face began to show slowly. Guests, you should know that these famous knives are unique in the world. There are 21 knives for the big knife, and 12 knives for the supreme and fast knife. To some extent, they are even more precious than devil fruit. Moda didn't speak, waiting for the next speech. Since the other party didn't refuse at the beginning, but raised the value of the famous sword instead, he must be sure to support it. I don't have any information about the supreme quick knife yet, but I happen to have one here about the great quick knife. After Shiki finished speaking, he looked at Moda with a smile. I don't know how much the information on this big knife is worth, Moda asked hurriedly. Shiki held up a finger and said, 10 million Baileys. 10 million Baileys. Such a price made Moda couldn't help exclaiming. In this world, it is not a small amount as information, but considering the image of the other party as a profiteer, Moda didn't say much. 10 million Baileys. After Shiki nodded, he stopped talking and didn't explain the price. It was obvious what it meant. Not paying much attention to money, Moda put the suitcase beside him in front of the bar and said, there is more than 10 million Baileys here. Shiki glanced at them, and instead of counting them face to face, he spoke with a smile on his face. The information about the famous sword is, the big fast sword 21 crafts Red Sakura, and it just so happens that this famous sword is now on the Sabaody archipelago. Hearing this, Moda couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, on this island? That's right, it's on this island, and it will appear in the afternoon. As Shiki said, he reached out to the audience and handed out a leaflet. The content above is a promotional image. The content on it shows, Auction House number 1 will be grandly launched at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the promotional picture, Moda already felt cheated, because he just planned to see today's auction. However, he didn't take back the suitcase on the stage, but just took the flyer from the auction house, drank the whiskey in one gulp, got up and prepared to leave. Although he was slaughtered, it was money he robbed from others, and Moda didn't feel any distress. Besides Shaki's information, I may still need it in the future, and it is not worth it to cause unpleasant experiences for 10 million Baileys. Little did he know that Moda's behavior made Shiki improve his evaluation a bit. Well, for the sake of my appetite, I can give you a hint. The famous knife and a devil fruit will be the finale of this auction, because the source is black, and the owner behind it is eager to sell it at auction, and there is not much publicity. So if you have the ability, you will get it at a lower price than before. Hearing this, Moda thanked Shiki, then turned and left. Allah, handsome boy, the wine money has not been counted yet. Shaki's voice came from behind again. Moda didn't stop, pushed the door open and walked out, but the voice came from the moment the door was closed. The money for this drink will be settled when I come next time. Watching Moda disappear behind the doorframe, Shiki murmured to himself with great interest. The man who dealt with Shiki, who disappeared for several years, actually came here. Located at number 1. It can also be said that it is the largest auction house in Sabaody archipelago. As soon as Moda stepped into the gate, the sound of boiling and noisy came. Among them, thousands of seats are densely packed in a circular shape. At this time, the show has not yet opened, and most of the seats are already occupied. After receiving the number from the welcome lady, Moda turned right along the corridor and sat down at Karakura with the number plate, 403, under the enthusiastic reminder. Looking around, as expected, the auction house was divided into 2 areas as a symbol of status. The area where I am located is full of pirates and commoners who are not popular in the sea. In the other half of the area, it is obvious that there are some dignitaries and nobles, and I can even see the contempt in the eyes of some nobles. However, for the auction held in such a divided area, the nobles did not have much rejection on the surface. Maybe it was for the face of the people behind the auction house, or it might be for the vanity that was easy to show in the auction. After waiting for half an hour, the spotlight in the center suddenly lit up under the eyes of everyone, announcing the start of the auction house, and the entire auction house fell silent for an instant. An exceptionally gentlemanly man in a suit appeared on the middle platform, bowed deeply to all the guests in the stands, and then stood on the rostrum, loudly announcing the start of the auction. Snapped. The host tapped the gavel heavily, and the atmosphere in the auction room was immediately mobilized. A welcoming lady dressed as a bunny girl walked gracefully out of the backstage holding a bottle of potion. According to the host's introduction, this is a drug developed by a certain medical country. It can prolong life and strengthen the body at the same time. It is especially suitable for some people who need supplements due to excessive exercise. In the end, there was no doubt that this bottle of potion was taken by someone from the noble district at a price of 2.7 million Baileys. This is an auction house for all groups of people. There are items that are familiar to nobles, and naturally there are props that people like pirates like. The enhanced version of Gatling, combat protective clothing, the exquisite turret used on the pirate ship, and even the famous sword of Liang Kuaidao were all displayed in the auction house one by one, and then they were bid up. Among them, many slave trades were also inserted. From the dilapidated aristocratic daughter of the subjugated country, to the pirate coolie on the sea, the famous chef and boatman on the island, etc., they were all pulled onto the stage as objects for the guests to bid and bid. It was the first time to experience this kind of auction atmosphere, and Moda was quite fresh and waited for the show. It wasn't until after more than 30 props were auctioned that the host gave a light cough and hammered the gavel with a significantly different force than before. Then, it's time to enter the grand finale of the final stage. As soon as the words fell, many people immediately began to massage their palms, as if they were expecting something. Different from before, from the backstage, the left and right sides walked out of the welcoming bunny girls, holding a long sword and a box in their hands respectively. There is no doubt that these two items are the finale of this auction. This auction house is honored to participate in the auction of this item. In the past, even for such an item, to be honest, it was rare once in a few years. The host's words immediately turned almost all eyes on the two items. First of all, the 21 swordsmanship, Red Sakura, has the name of the demon sword. The scabbard is dark red in color, with Sakura flower charms engraved from top to bottom. The blade is sharp and cuts iron like mud. This famous sword is said to abandon all defenses and turn the whole body into an offensive sword, so its power is amazing. There was once a pirate with 200 million equipped with this sword, which set a record of defeating a pirate with 400 million. But because of its demon sword nature, and finally died in battle. But it is undeniable that as one of the 21 crafts of the great Qiwuhai, there is no need to say more about its function or preciousness. Therefore, the starting price of this famous knife is 200 million Baileys, and the bid price for each bid is not less than 1,000 won Bailey. No one thought that such a treasure would appear in the auction of Sabodi Archipelago and be posed for auction. For a while, knowledgeable people began to ask for prices. In less than half a minute, there were more than a dozen bids for the attraction called Big Quick Knife, and the price soared to over 400 million Baileys. On Moda's side, he was not in a hurry to join the auction immediately. According to his calculations, he had robbed 3 pirate ships at sea and obtained a total of more than 100 million Baileys. Now that there is no chance of starting the auction, he has given up on following the rules of the auction house. Although from the very beginning, he planned to be black and white. In the end, after another 4 rounds of bids, the Red Sakura was bought by a certain old-looking noble at a price of 460 million. After the auction results, the welcome bunny girl on the left brought the weapon back to the backstage, while the welcome bunny girl on the right stepped forward and put the box in her hand in front of the host. It can be clearly felt that the host who took the box looks a lot more solemn. While carefully placing the black box in his hand on the table, he slowly opened it until it was refracted on the big screen of the auction house through the way of video phone bugs, so that everyone could see the items in the box clearly. Inside the box, a brown fruit was lying there safely, with a strange spiral pattern on the surface. Devil fruit. When the picture was presented, it immediately attracted the attention of most people. As an important dividing point of the Grand Line, being able to come here to participate in the auction is undoubtedly experienced. Almost no one knows how important this seemingly exotic fruit represents. Devil fruit, perhaps in terms of its preciousness, is not as good as the Red Sakura. But just think about it, in addition to collecting famous knives, they are more useful to swordsmen. Devil fruit is different, but any individual, as long as he eats it, he can obtain a completely new change. After doing this, it is obviously a secret treasure of the sea, which is more favored by everyone. Although how much the change can be depends on the ability of this fruit, but there is no doubt that as long as there is a change, it is enough. Whether it is pirates or nobles, they will all be keen on this. Seeing that the atmosphere in the auction house was ignited, the host also felt extremely comfortable. As a secret treasure of the sea, he naturally knows the preciousness of devil fruit. Soon he tapped the table lightly, and after the sound brought everyone's attention to him again, he said loudly, "This devil fruit is a product that was won by chance by a chamber of commerce, one of our cooperations." According to the records in the devil fruit illustrated book, there is no doubt that this devil fruit is the top of zone. Bear fruit, ancient species, dire bear form. It has extremely high offensive and defensive capabilities, and its speed is also one of the best among the ancient carnivores. Whoever owns it will have a very different strength. It is not a dream to become the next strong man in the sea. Of course, with it, you can also create a more precious and powerful slave. Help you gain greater fame in the arena and noble circles. And now, you only need to spend some money here to have the opportunity to own it. As far as verbal ability is concerned, being the host of the #1 auction house is naturally top-notch. After saying this sentence, it not only attracted the pirates, including the nobles, but the atmosphere in the entire auction room has been heated up to a higher level. Discussions are everywhere, noisy and chaotic, several times more popular than the Red Sakura. Seeing this, the host smiled even wider, then raised the gavel, and said in a deep voice, Now, the auction house will finally press the bottom of the box and officially start the auction. The starting price is 120 million Baileys. Every time the price increases, it becomes less than 10 million Baileys. Boom. The knocking of the gavel seemed to completely push the atmosphere of the auction house to its peak. Countless number plates were scrambling to hold up, and quotations were scrambling to ring out. 130 million Baileys, 150 million Baileys, 200 million Baileys. The auction price soared wildly, and it reached 400 million Baileys in a blink of an eye. The competition seemed to be more intense than the Red Sakura. This price was enough to make many people stop, and there were only a dozen people left on the field. Keep chasing. I was in a hurry to bid. Of course, there are also those who lost the competition, looking at the fruit in the image with constantly changing expressions, as if thinking about whether this fruit is worth offending the forces behind the auction house for it. For Moda, these are not what he needs to think about. Leaving aside the fact that this finale was originally obtained through cheating, with his current mentality alone, he would never be afraid to act because of an auction house and the forces behind it in front of everything he wanted. Since I also learned about the fruit ability through the mouth of the host, after that, I only need to take away the things I like, and I'm done. Ignoring the still shouting auction, Moda's pupils opened. Crackling. Crackling. The invisible electric current flickers when Moda's momentum reaches its peak. Hoo. In the indoor auction house, there was a whirling gust of wind unbelievably. An incomparably ferocious, substantive aura, like invisible fluctuations, suddenly gushed out from Moda's body. Buzz. In an instant, the majestic conqueror's haki raged wildly in the auction house. Terrifying and majestic coercion, Setsuna crushed the hearts of everyone present. Thump. On the seats of nearly 1,000 people, the dense crowd turned their eyes white, and collapsed to the ground one by one from their positions. Sure enough, this feeling of dominance is really great. Looking at his masterpiece, Moda felt really refreshed in his heart. This feeling of being directly applied to people is completely different from the feeling of deterring giant beasts. Just one thought can make the mediocre person covered by the momentum lose consciousness, which is enough to truly feel that there is only one conquerors in a million people. Then, it's time for a good harvest. Moda stretched, got up from his seat, and walked towards the treasures placed in the backstage. On the stage marked with each product number, Red Sakura is quietly placed in the most conspicuous position in the front row. Moda stretched out his hand to hold it, and just picked it up. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's so light. Even though it is such a well-crafted weapon, its weight is only as light as a knife. Pulling out the Red Sakura, the cold light brought by the blade after it is unsheathed already makes people feel that this thing is not trivial. Pulling out another Liang Kuaisao from the stage, and holding it in one hand, Moda picked up the Red Sakura, and slashed at the Liang Kuaisao without heartache. No haki blessing was used, Nor was the boost of momo fruit used. Just like this, under the collision of knives, sparks flew, and Liang Kuei knife was cut off directly, and fell to the ground with a clang. The treasured sword, worth more than tens of millions of berries, just broke into two halves. Good knife. Moda's expression brightened, and he felt even more joyful. Not only is it light and fast, but it also has a high degree of sharpness, and it seems that there are other ways to use it that can be explored. Reading this, Moda couldn't help but think of Red Sakura's characteristic of abandoning all defenses to attack. Perhaps like Yanmo, covering Haki in it may have unusual effects. Just when Moda was preparing for the experiment, the knowledge surrounding the auction house immediately felt a large number of people appearing on the periphery, and surrounded the auction house in an outflanking manner. Wait for Moda to come out of the auction house. You can already see a piece of marine surrounding the place. Calculating the time, there are some surprises. Obviously under his Haki, no one escaped, and the phone bug was also affected. As a result, within 10 minutes, the Marine garrison had already learned the information, and they were fully armed, waiting here in full battle. Although I don't know how the information spread, but it can be said to be able to achieve this efficiency, as expected of the garrison with naval headquarters nearby. Seeing that only one person came out from the other party, the school-level officer waiting at the door did not immediately order to shoot, but raised his voice to warn. Assaulting the nobles and interfering with the auction house has seriously violated the law. Surrender quickly, or we will take force measures. As soon as the officer opened his mouth, the surrounding Marines immediately raised their guns to Moda, waiting for an answer. What if you don't surrender? After Moda finished speaking, he glanced around, and at the same time pulled out the Red Sakura from his waist, with the famous sword in his hand. His hands felt a little itchy. Fire. Bang bang bang. Seeing this, the officer immediately ordered that countless ammunition and artillery fire hit Moda like a storm. Phew. At a speed faster than a bullet, it flashed like a black afterimage of lightning. Cannon fire roared on the uninhabited ground. Moda, who disappeared in an instant, avoided all the artillery fire in the blink of an eye, and came to the encirclement surrounded by tens of meters. The weapon in his hand was shining like light. Ah! With a hissing sound of pain, more than a dozen Marines, all bleeding out, flew out backwards. Asshole! Seeing the miserable situation of their companions, without waiting for the officer to speak, a group of Marines rushed up with swords and guns. Slash wave. Seeing this, Moda raised his saber, and a sword light cut out directly. Those blasted artillery fires were cut apart in Setsuna, and exploded one by one in the air, turning into dust and floating. The flying slash broke everything. The ground and the atmosphere were cut apart, and they rushed straight towards the Marine. Shua. Just when the pupils of these Marines widened, seeing that the attack seemed impossible to stop, there was another sound of piercing the air. On the other side, a flying slash came suddenly, and collided with Moda's move straightly, and the two offset each other, diffusing the attack for the garrison. At the same moment, a piercing sound like a sharp needle rubbing against glass came from Moda's side. Sensed by observation Haki, Moda's body turned suddenly, and the Red Sakura immediately collided with the opponent's attack. Under the parry, you can still feel the sharp sword energy. Seeing that the move failed, the opponent suddenly used the razor to open the distance, jumped out one after another, then swung the knife forward, and directly slashed out with a crescent-shaped sword energy. This time, it is entwined with a strong armed color, which is completely different from the watery marine in the first half. Moda became interested in it for a while, and also used Haki, and with the blessing of emission, he blasted head-on. Boom. The flowing armed color disappeared when it was given, but the attack still broke through the opponent's sword energy, and the remaining attack directly tore the ground, forcing the opponent away for a certain distance. It was only at the moment when the distance was opened that Moda set his sights on the other person's appearance. When the Marine officer outside saw the person coming, he also recognized him, and couldn't help shouting, "Guion Rear Admiral." Moda is also no stranger to the tall black-haired woman wearing a Marine general-level coat in front of her. One of the future Marine Admiral candidates is also the Momosagi, Guion of Marine's military flower. What is confronting the Red Sakura in his hand is the Golden Piro, which is also one of the famous swords. Get out of here quickly and call for backup. This guy is not something you can deal with. In just a few fights, Momoshiki analyzed Moda's strength, the opponent's knowledge, weaponry, and even swordsmanship, which are by no means what they should be in the first half of the Grand Line. How many times she felt that it was a tricky existence, and it seemed that the opponent's shot was relatively easy, giving people the feeling that they didn't exert their full strength at all. To know her current strength, she is definitely a well-known general in the headquarters. These Marines who have not been trained by Haki are naturally even less likely to pose a threat to the opponent, and will only be a burden. You guy, who are you? If you're not a pirate, why are you breaking the law? After filtering a series of powerful pirates in the first half of the impression in his mind, and there was no information about the other party, Momoshiki asked vigilantly with a weapon in hand. Pirates are not necessarily the only ones who can break the law. Moda shrugged, remembering something to taunt again. It seems that the rules are really like this. In this world, going to sea is strictly enforced. No matter what the reason for going to sea is, as long as you go to sea privately, you will be listed as a pirate. Hearing this, Gion's expression turned cold, the aura surrounding his body froze suddenly, and his wine-red pupils shrank slightly. With a step on his foot, he used his strength to come to Moda's body suddenly. The fierce attack instantly divided countless sword chi, and they all stabbed at positions that could kill with one blow. Moda did not advance but retreated, armament Haki wrapped around the Red Sakura, and suddenly noticed the difference in the Red Sakura again, as if Haki had failed, accompanied by a subconscious sword. When the blade touched Gion's attack, it was like soft paper. All Gion's fierce attacks were cut off suddenly under the red sword energy. Compared to Gion's shock, Moda's eyes were on the Red Sakura on his hand. It's not just Haki wrapped around the sword, just now, or when he wrapped the armored color around the Red Sakura at the beginning, he actually felt the armored armor on his body, and it uncontrollably converged towards the Red Sakura and go. Just for a moment, he realized something. Is this the case of an attack that abandons all defenses? Completely devour all the armed colors that can be given on the body, condense all Haki in the Red Sakura, and achieve the ultimate offensive method that only the Red Sakura bestows on Haki. With such an understanding, Moda did not prevent the flowing armed colors from being swallowed up, but took advantage of Sakura's current state to boost her momentum again and launch a fierce attack. Seeing this, Gion didn't hide, but stepped forward instead. Shave. Just when Moda's attack was about to fall, Gion's figure flashed suddenly, far exceeding the speed of ordinary people. While avoiding Moda's attack, while entangled with armament Haki's slash, he broke through the air and attacked at an alarming speed. With the sudden speed change, Moda kept his body still, turned the sword in his hand, put the hilt down directly, and raised the blade when changing, just in time to reach Gion's Zonken. Boom. Woo. The impact of the sword skills and armed colors of both sides caused gusts of wind to blow around the two of them. Clang. Under the view of no one, Moda originally endowed Haki on the Red Sakura, and suddenly climbed up with a blood-like coquettish red sword. Hush. Gion immediately felt a tingling pain in his wrist, and then he felt that Haki, who was wrapped around Jinpira, was completely broken. Retreat, abruptly retreating tens of meters away. After stopping his figure, Gion raised his head and looked at Moda in disbelief. Her shaving speed is well known in Marine, and she was named Momoshiki for this reason, in order to show that she has a rabbit-like clever and changeable speed. However, this guy in front of him, but at that time, he was able to directly block his own attack without even dodging, and fully grasp the direction of his attack after changing speed. And what is going on? It can only be defended, but it can directly defeat my armed color entanglement. This kind of new world may rarely see the existence of tricky swordsmen. Why did he appear in the first half of the Sabaody archipelago? It seems that such an unknown guy. Before Gion could think too much, Moda took the initiative to attack the next moment. Brush. His figure is as fast as lightning, and he leaps high. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. Several consecutive slashes in the air, flying slashes with huge arcs, descended from the sky, and landed on the ground, tearing open countless huge cracks. Knowing the horror of the opponent's Haki, Gion is not a brute force type. He did not dare to resist the falling slashes, and quickly dodged several times in succession to avoid the attacks one after another. It seems that the future substitute admiral is good at speed, Moda thought to himself. Perceive the Red Sakura in the hand, use the Red Sakura's attack effect. The blessing is no less than the haki covering the whole body. Under such a situation of exhausting a lot of physical strength, and in case of reinforcements, Moda did not intend to continue to try his hands, and directly made a quick decision, in case Marines suddenly rose up and there was trouble such as Garp and the like. Then, let's end it like this. Moda's voice reached Gion's ears, making her hesitate. The other party smiled without saying a word, squatting slightly with force. This is an attempt to defeat him directly with this move. It's coming. Seeing this, Gion immediately regained his vigilance. Kimpiro wrapped armament haki around his body, carefully stared at Moda, and maximized his knowledge and perception. Her strength is already comparable to that of Vice Admiral, but she has always been the underdog in the level of confrontation. In the current situation, she doesn't think that the opponent will talk big. Call out. In an instant, Moda disappeared, but in the next blink of an eye, Moda's figure was already magnified several times in Gion's eyes. Of course, this is not caused by Moda's own sudden burst of speed, but the speed doubled by using Moda's fruit. In an instant, Moda's attack landed in front of Gion. How is it possible? The speed of the other party actually concealed its strength before. Gion yelled in astonishment in his heart. There was no time to dodge. Just like himself just now, he could only raise his knife to block the move after he figured out the trajectory with his knowledge and knowledge. The two famous knives collided again. When the sparks burst into the ground, invisible energy splashed to the surrounding ground. Crack. The ground suddenly broke apart and spread far away. Gion's armament haki broke through again under the attack of Red Sakura. This is the Red Sakura whose power has been raised to a higher level, and Momo's speed has doubled. Gion is not a powerful swordsman, and his speed is also checked and balanced. Obviously, he can't stop the impact of the fight. Where her heels touched the ground, a fan-shaped area was suddenly shattered. Boom boom boom. Between the areas, the ground shattered and turned, until Gion's body was pressed down heavily. In the end, he couldn't hold it anymore, and he flew upside down, and landed heavily on the outer wall of the auction house, making a violent noise voice. Before Gion stabilized his figure, Moda had already leaned forward, and the sword in his hand directly lifted Jinpura into the air, and then landed on Gion's shoulder from top to bottom. You lose. When Moda judged the result, Fang Rang Gion raised his head in astonishment. It seemed that she couldn't understand the opponent's sudden increase in strength, but it was only in an instant that she was helplessly defeated. Although it is a bit difficult to accept, but losing is not losing. The suppressed Gion Meimu stared and said, "It won't take long for Naval Headquarters support to arrive on this island. You who attacked the headquarters rear admiral are destined to be unable to escape here." This sentence is true. Under the previous order, those garrisons must have already provided support to Naval Headquarters. Coupled with their relationship with Chief of Staff Crane, the speed of support will not be too slow. Moda looked at Gion and smiled. Then what if I use you as a hostage? Then I'd rather die. Gion said coldly. Then don't worry, you must know that even an opponent is worth far more than a dead person. Without waiting for Gion's next words, Moda haki burst open, and under the control of the terrifying conquerors, it rolled towards Gion as if falling from the sky. Gion, who was already unable to resist, barely passed out with strong willpower, but his body inevitably lost all strength and became limp. Marine's pursuit will immediately bring the port under control. After being suppressed all of a sudden, Gion still looked death-defying and glared, "You absolutely can't escape from here. No one can leave from Saboti Archipelago as long as they control the port that also goes to sea." Moda laughed out loud when he heard the words, and at the same time looked at the marine garrisons who were preparing to rescue in the distance after Gion's defeat. The way to leave is not only the sea, isn't the sky also very wide? After the words fell, Moda bent down and pressed his hands on the ground of the number 1 island. Bang! The ground began to shake violently, and many Marines who were holding weapons fell to the ground due to the trembling. The ground began to change, and the entire grass surface was changed, as if it had turned into a desert in an instant, and the quicksand and soil under the ground were given life, and they churned one by one, turning into quicksand storms and flying up in the air towards the surrounding marine buried away. The framed mortar was quickly swept down by the stone flow, and the unstoppable ground tide swallowed up all the ammunition, until it completely submerged the inescapable marine, forming huge mounds of more than 10 meters high, covering all the garrison as trapped inside. This is the ability of the Golden Lion. Using moonwalk to quickly back away from the shock range, the officer widened his eyes and trembled in disbelief. Although he was only a major stationed here, he was one of those who were present in the battle that almost destroyed half of Marineford a few years ago. Even if it is a different move, he is very clear about the ability to make the ground float. The same thought also appeared in Gion's mind.
But without waiting for her to think about it, a large piece of ground where it was located, together with a part of the auction house, carried the surface and began to break away from gravity, broke free from the shackles of this island with a roar, and floated into the air.
Damn it. The officer cursed. Moonwalk stepped forward, but was swung directly, and the invisible floating animal immediately slammed it back to the ground, looked at Moda with a face full of reluctance, took the Gion rear admiral into the sky, and then slowly disappeared from view. At the same time, no one knew that there was an uninhabited pirate ship floating in the sky thousands of meters outside the Sabodi archipelago, in an area covered by clouds. This is the second-hand preparation made by Moda. Landing steadily on this airship, Moda felt that in the world of One Piece, the ship is indeed more comfortable to exist. Although this ship was also snatched by him. Putting Gion on the deck, looking at the still shocked expression of the other party, Moda couldn't help but joked. How? I have already escaped from the Sabodi archipelago. The so-called guarding the port is useless to me. When bringing Gion to the boat, Moda searched out the opponent's phone bug and other props, so that no one would know where they are at the moment. The sky is definitely an area that is difficult for Marine to touch today. Unexpectedly, you are the jailer who killed the Golden Lion a few years ago. You recognize me. Moda didn't deny it, but he was also a little curious. After years of training and food improvement, his body shape and state are definitely completely different from before, even his appearance has changed significantly. Gion didn't answer Moda's question, but asked self-consciously. You killed the Golden Lion because of his fruit ability, so why did you kill Byrnndi Waldo? It is impossible for a human to have the first with 2 fruit abilities. You didn't have anything else in your hand when you left, so is it a so-called vendetta? With those words, Moda who asked was speechless for a while. Hey, you are my prisoner now. Thanks to your current state, you still have the confidence to ask me all kinds of things. However, it seems that there are quite a few people who are very capable in Marine, but I don't know whether it is the resourceful General Sengoku or the Chief Staff Officer Suru who has speculated, but no matter which one, it is a pity that Marine is just a lackey who obeys the orders of the world government. Seeing Moda shaking his head regretfully, Gion, who was still wearing the Marine Justice cloak, immediately became angry, regardless of her restricted state at the moment, and said angrily, whether it is Marine or world government, it is the symbol of maintaining the peace of the sea. It is definitely not something you dangerous people can despise. Saying that he is a dangerous person, Moda did not refute. Lion Fruit is such a top strategic force with the ability to rewrite the map at will. To some extent, he has mastered Lion Fruit, which is indeed a dangerous existence enough to endanger the country. As long as he wanted to, it would not be a problem to raise and fall the entire huge Sabodi archipelago, but although he claimed to be not a good person, he was not a guy who could ignore the lives of ordinary people as nothing. I don't know if the symbol of peace in your mouth refers to peace with the nobles, or peace with the common people. Sitting cross-legged in front of Gion, Moda looks like he is talking openly, of course, if Gion is not bound. It was originally the situation of the winner and the prisoner, but at this moment, it unfolded strangely, like a discussion about criticizing each other's beliefs. If there is a third person, they will definitely be surprised by the rapid jump of the topic, but at this moment, the two of them subconsciously forget about the environment and just speak out like that. Of course. It's all done. Gion was about to open his mouth to discern, but he didn't know what to think of. He stopped in the middle of speaking, and immediately answered again. She has reached the level of a Marine high-ranking general, and she has more or less been exposed to some incidents. In addition, the Chief of Staff, Crane, also took good care of her, so in a certain situation, she knows more about some shady things than ordinary Marines. But most of these are events blocked by the world government, and she doesn't think Moda can know. Really? Then, based on the deeds in recent years, you should be familiar with the famous Ohara incident in Batharilla Island. For a possible criminal bloodline, the former hunted down the women who gave birth on the island, and it lasted for a full year. How many unseen babies and women do you think were persecuted because of this? The latter, not to mention, is just a word of world government, a sacred place of knowledge with a history of thousands of years, just like that was destroyed from this world by Buster Call. Almost none of the residents of the entire island was spared. These or do you think it's a peaceful approach? With regard to the black history of the world government, Moda naturally knows everything clearly through the god's perspective of memory. Originally, Moda just wanted to catch the other party to practice his hands, but now after the dialogue, his thinking has changed a little. Since the other party believes in the government and Marines so much, he has more thoughts on pulling the other party into the water. Anyway, after a preliminary understanding, being able to refute to myself is enough to show that the other party has a basis of justice in his heart, not the extreme justice like a kainu. So as long as the justice in his heart is completely stained black, Moda is very sure to pull him into the water. Not to mention being a future Marine Admiral candidate, not to mention the appearance as a flower of Marine, even the strength is also one of the best. The Ohara incident is the dangerous thought of those scholars trying to find ancient weapon and overturn history. Listening to Gion's rebuttal, Moda disdainfully said, "The world government can say whatever it wants. I just killed the Golden Lion and Waldo. It's not the same as adding fallacies that poison others to me." If those scholars really had that kind of thought, how could they stupidly gather on the small island until the arrival of Buster Call? Even if the small island is facing destruction, they will resolutely coexist with the Tree of Knowledge. Even if these processes are ignored, it violates the world government. Those scholars are the ones who buried the entire Ohara civilians with Marine. Gion had nothing to say for a while. She didn't know how to ask the other party how to get this information, or recalled the shock of these things to her at that time. To describe it in one sentence, I feel very uncomfortable, and I can't find a reason to refute it. After all, these are facts. This incident turned the active Kuzan into a lazy justice. However, it is undeniable that the world government has maintained the world order to a certain extent, created laws and regulations, and brought peace. The Marine has indeed protected the island from foreign enemies to a certain extent. Moda's sudden kind words made Gion's heart skip a beat, and he couldn't understand why the other party suddenly said some kind words again. But this is just in case Moda has some theory in order to prevent Gion from building a line of defense for the Marine and world government in his heart, so he puts generally good words on the front first, so that a certain situation can be used to create for the next words more damage. But today's world government is already too corrupt and dirty, and the evil caused by countless unknown dark sides has long surpassed the good brought by the world government. I'll just mention a few points to see if it's in line with the justice in your heart. After sorting out the thoughts in memory, Moda continued to say. The first question, the money collected by the world government from allied countries is heavenly gold. I don't know the exact amount, but there is no doubt that many countries have gone bankrupt because of handing over this thing, and the people have to pay heavenly money. Gold, but also to pay national taxes, not to mention the gold in the sky more than once a year. The world is so big, you just haven't seen those countries where only the nobles are bright and beautiful, but the people are poor. There are countless poor people who are forced to become pirates because they can't eat. And the world government is such a big organization. What did it do to sacrifice the heavenly gold obtained by the people of the whole world? Is it to force more and more people to go to sea, or to ensure that the celestial dragons can have a lot of money and run amok? It's called gold in the sky, but it's actually just the celestial dragons collecting money from the common people through the world government, so as to provide them with entertainment and maintain the worthless regime of the world government. The operation of your Marine, to some extent, is based on the blood and sweat of the common people. But in times of crisis, only the noble celestial dragons are what you need to pay more attention to. Countless people in the world who are suffering because of this have become the sacrifices of your so-called justice. Looking at Gion, who has been silent, gnashing his teeth lightly, and showing unwillingness, Moda can also feel that his words are hitting the target. It is also thanks to the fact that I used to have nothing to do in the past, so I would read the comments on the background of Pirate World, but I didn't expect that one day it would become a sharp weapon for myself to use my words. It is also because the world government is the villain background of the pirate worldview, and the black history is rich enough and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, which is enough for Moda to attack the justice of the other party's beliefs over and over again. Of course, there is no absolute right and wrong in the pirate world. Moda thinks that he has already stood on the opposite side of the world government. Naturally, everything is based on his own interests, not to mention that what he said is also true. Anyway, the badness of the world government has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if it is deliberately discredited for its own purpose, Moda will not have any burden in his heart. As if using words is the best weapon to break through the opponent's psychological defense and not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, Moda asked other questions together. The second question is about the celestial dragons who are the recipients of the heavenly gold. I don't need to say more about who those guys are. As a marine, you must know better than me. Their cruelty is more like pirates who do all kinds of evil than to a certain extent. They treat civilians as worthless. It is because of their leadership that evil things such as slavery and human trafficking are so rampant. On the one hand, relying on the world government to maintain order and build tranquility. On the other hand, the celestial dragons served by the world government took the lead in the rise of the slave industry, which is why there are so many tragic experiences of destruction. The civilians succumb to the might of the celestial dragons, hiding their hatred in fear, just like the world government is ruling the world with force, and your marine is the most effective weapon. Moda wanted to say something else, but Gion, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said loudly, with a somewhat hysterical tone. Enough. What do you want to say? What do you want to express? Do you want me to turn my back on marine, or hate world government? Hearing this, Moda nodded. That's right, that's my plan. Without any sophistry, Gion was stunned by the direct answer, and then he shouted firmly. How could first betray marine as you wish? First am marine rear admiral. What he said was like the hidden line that said he had to pay more. Moda thought maliciously, but could clearly feel the trembling of the other party. Obviously Gion's heart was not as firm as her tone. Remember what I asked you earlier. Did the peace you speak of achieve peace for civilians? Or, is the justice behind you just justice for the world government? The lethality of this sentence is not small, and coupled with the thunder points that were revealed before and after, it somewhat shakes the cognition of justice in Gion's heart. She is not one of those CP agencies who have been brainwashed since childhood. As a marine, everyone has the justice they believe in. Gion's justice is the same as that of most marines. She is worthy of marine and the people who trust marine. The reason for her to join marine was to see marine defend her homeland from pirates. Now Moda's words made the belief she insisted on in her heart arouse guilt and doubt. To put it bluntly, marine is also an alternative officialdom. The higher one climbs, the more one can see, the greater the power, the greater the limitations. Slowly, the belief that you joined at the beginning will also change accordingly. Looking at Gion's state, I felt an inexplicable feeling, which made Moda seem to be able to feel the other party's emotions. The deepening self-denial and doubt in Gion's heart made Moda feel that it was almost done, so he opened his mouth and said, "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Gion looked into Moda's eyes and asked. "The dark side of the world government is definitely more than that. You know the white town of Frevens, the country that rose from the lead, it will die in a few years, and what the world government does is to deal with it, ignore it," Mod said. "How is it possible? Frevens is a member country of world government," Gion retorted subconsciously. "This is a bet. The world government will not lend a helping hand to the end of Frevens' demise. Of course, it may take away the nobles of that country, but the common people will not be so lucky. After all, peace and tranquility are for nobles," Mod said. "What do you know?" Gion asked, not accepting the so-called bet right away. "I know, and now you know almost too." Mod did not answer this question openly this time. "And aren't you a marine? Just go back and investigate yourself." Hearing this, Gion was startled. "Are you going to let me go?" "I don't want to be surrounded by someone who wants to kill me," Mod said in a regretful tone. "And this is just my conjecture. The outbreak of Frevens will be a few years later. As a marine, it is not difficult for you to investigate these things. Then I want to see if you can understand what I said after knowing this matter. What change does the presumed demise make? The words of taking life are just an excuse. If it is what he said, Maud will feel that his strength has improved from another angle. But compared to these, he still wants to drag this future admiral candidate into the water. Nothing is more murderous than witnessing the ending after his own hard work. Fryfan's pulmonary disease is terminally ill, and the world government has long known the dangers of Pyongyang, but because of Pyongyang's resources and wealth, it is doomed that the world government will only let Fray Vance is going to die. And in such a doomed finale, no one can play any role. Even the later Sengoku of Martial Marine, or the raised Kong, failed to get rid of the absolute constraints of the world government in the end. Drago left Marine directly, and Kuzan cultivated by Admiral became a lazy justice. A rear admiral of Gion. I never agreed to your bet. Gion said. Both of them are smart people, so they naturally know what the conditions of the bet are. But Maud also clearly understood that the other party's heart was not as tough as his tone said through his perception. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. This is the land of justice, the harbor of justice known to the world against evil pirates. At this time, in the office of Sengoku, the newly appointed Marine Marshal Buddha. Has the person not been found yet? Sengoku asked anxiously. Nearby warships have been dispatched to search, but no trace of Gion Rear Admiral has been found yet. Marine Vice Admiral, who came in to report, smiled wryly. From the analysis results, the other party possesses lion fruit, and the route is not limited to the sea, but the elusive sky, which is completely untraceable, just like touching a needle in the sea. Okay. Sengoku, after all, the other party is a lion fruit capable user. The trace of the old lion was even more unpredictable than Roger. It's not like you and I don't know. Looking at Vice Admiral trembling slightly under Sengoku's anger, his old friend Garp said. And when it came to this, Sengoku said a little depressed and solemnly, it is the jailer who Impel down a few years ago, and it really gave him the lion fruit ability. And I didn't expect that the jailer was unknown in the period, and now he has disappeared for several years, and his strength has reached the point where he can defeat Gion without injury. Could it be that there will be another flying admiral? Also hijacked Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, such a serious and vicious incident, can it be so unscrupulous with the ability of the Golden Lion? If Moda was present, he would definitely respond to this remark. The sky of Piao Piao's ability is to be unscrupulous. But now, under the wrath of Martial Marine, no one else dared to touch his bad luck without clear information, except for the trio who had been friends for several years. There should be no problem with Gion, otherwise the other party would not have taken the action of hijacking, and it seems likely that they are asking for something. It was Chief of Staff Crane who spoke, and he still maintained his calmness when speaking, but anyone who knows her well knows that the other party must be extremely anxious. The relationship between Gion and Crane is obvious to all at Naval Headquarters. In addition to its strong strength, it is a point that Sengoku pays special attention to. Suru's words made Sengoku calm down a bit. Xiaohei, what do you think the opponent's purpose will be? Could it be that Shichibukai policy? In the frenzy of the Great Pirate Era, the government has promulgated a legal FA high pirate policy, so during this period of time, I don't know how many pirates claim to want to become Shichibukai. However, Shichibukai can only be promoted directly if he passes the screening and approval of the world government. He shook his head. I don't know, but if the other party really wants something, there must be a call from a phone bug. There is another sentence, which Suru did not explain in his heart, that is, hijacking Gion, and it may also look like Gion, which is very common for her who is often exposed to information on the dark side of the world, but this incident is Gion, she didn't want to think about this idea. At this moment, the sound of anxious footsteps came from outside the office door, but the sound came in before the person arrived. Report to the Marshal. I received a phone bug message from Gion Rear Admiral during the communication of the headquarters. As soon as this remark came out, Sengoku immediately got up and said, hurry up and bring it in. Hearing this, Marine outside the door immediately handed the branch phone bug to Sengoku, and then retreated outside the door. The phone bug remained silent until Suru couldn't help but ask first, Gion? At this time, the phone bug immediately heard a crisp voice. Sister it's me. Crane Heart Chunin couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief, but he thought of something, and hurriedly asked, how are you doing now? Gion Kaido. He let me go, and now I'm on Byrnndi Island not far from Sabodi. Let you go? This time, even Sengoku uttered with Suru. I don't know why, but I found that I was on this island when I woke up. Gion's answer made everyone look at each other in blank dismay. Obviously no one expected this to be the case. Turning his mind around first, he turned to the phone bug and said, "It's fine. Then you just wait on that island, and a warship will come to pick you up soon, and we'll talk about anything else when we come back." Clear. After Gion answered, the phone buzzed and hung up. So, after passing on the message that they were dispatched to pick up Gion, the office returned to the old trio. Sengoku first broke the silence and asked, "What do you think of Gion's words? How can you look at it? Didn't the little girl in Gion say that she was thrown to the island by that brat when she was in a coma?" Without the previous serious atmosphere, Garp relaxed directly, leaning on the sofa and picking his nostrils. Garp is right. Gion was raised by me alone. Don't you even suspect her? He got up and said, his tone was obviously not good. Sengoku immediately weakened his words. No way, Gion is also the child I grew up with. I was just thinking about the reason why Moda did this. We are not omnipotent. How can we know what everyone is thinking? We can only guess the truth as much as possible, he said. Haha, it's like we didn't know that Roger turned himself in just to make such a declaration of the times. Garp immediately laughed in agreement. You bastard. Shut up if you can't talk. Sengoku immediately cursed, and at the same time snatched the senbei from the opponent's hand in confusion. Crane looked at his old friends who had grown up since he was a child, both of whom were heavyweight high-level executives in Marine, but they still started to mess around from time to time, shook his head, and then walked out of the marshal's office. Immediately after thinking of something, he did not forget to remind, since that kid in Gion is fine, we must pay attention to Moda's affairs. Possessing the fluttering ability of the Golden Lion, as well as the strength of the swordsman Haki, it is completely like the rebirth of another Golden Lion, even younger. From this point of view, none of us can predict the extent of the other's future. With the rapid advance of the Marine warship, it took less than an hour from Marineford to Byrnndi Island, and the Rear Admiral Gion was brought back to the headquarters by the Crane himself. Fortunately, he was not traumatized, so Crane took him back to the house to rest and discuss some words. Leaving Sengoku at this moment, looking at the photo of Moda summoning the Sand-Tide waterfall, which was faxed by the intelligence team. A small number of Conqueror's Haki owners, and all have mastered it, have the strength to defeat Gion's swordsman, and Paramecia lion fruit. This is exactly the reincarnation template of the big flying pirate in his impression. The next day, the World Economic News Agency, managed by Mozgan, began to send big newsbirds to all over the world. Instigated by Marine and supported by the government, a piece of news soon caused another sensation on the world stage through the influence of the newspaper. Legendary reappearance, lion fruit successor, new era flying admiral, Moda. At the beginning of the newspaper, what caught the eye was the idiomatic method of highlighting the key headlines by enlarging and bolding the font. This is indeed the case. Everyone who picks up the newspaper and reads it will see this headline at first sight. Just seeing the beginning of the text, the heart can't help jumping. Lion fruit. The ability of Golden Lion Shiki, is a big pirate who is as famous as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Roger, the king of pirates. At the beginning of the current era, after Golden Lion died in Impel Down, countless people inquired about Lion Fruit's ability, dreaming of becoming the second flying admiral. But now, the headline news broke the dreams of these people in an instant. Piao. Piao fruit, true or false, did it appear again? Hey, the papers say this guy is the one who killed the Golden Lion in Impel Down. He killed the Golden Lion and took the lion fruit ability. How did he do it? Unbelievable questions, people have no way of knowing. Speaking of which, Impel Down died in the hands of Moda and Byrnndi Waldo, but it is common sense that one person cannot have two kinds of fruit abilities, so people's attention directly falls on Moda's lion fruit ability. New era flying admiral Moda, bounty, 480 million berry, regardless of life or death. Undoubtedly, the rewards attached to the newspaper, as well as newer notable deeds, made Moda famous again. Naval headquarters, inside a residence somewhere. Gion is holding Moda's bounty in his hand, and he is a little dazed, not because it also records the deeds of defeating her. Instead, he recalled what the other party had said to him, as well as the bet. Obviously the other party did not restrict his actions, but facing his most respected sister he and Marshal Sengoku, Gion did not tell all the things Moda said, but lied to them in a rare way. She didn't know the reason. She obviously wanted to make a report when the phone was buzzing, but somehow remembered that the two had been in the Marine for many years, and subconsciously swallowed the words. This is obviously not a feeling of distrust, but he refuses to tell the truth, as if he has subconsciously believed something in his heart. Looking at Moda's reward list, Gion revealed a determined look and whispered, "For Evans?" The news spread across the sea, and even the big shots in New World who didn't pay much attention to the news, also paid attention to Moda because of the reputation of lion fruit. Especially since the incident of Moda killing the golden lion was revealed again, the impact has become more extensive. Sabaody Archipelago, in a tavern in the illegal area, put the newspaper in front of Rayleigh. Shaki said. The newspaper has been published, and the brother Moda who killed Shiki has become the flying admiral of the new era. In the closed tavern, the two were not surprised by the news. After all, this big news broke out in Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh looked at the newspaper, glanced roughly, and couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. Are you the flying admiral of the new era? I don't know if there will be a chance to meet Shanks. The straw hat and the spaceship are an unforgettable memory. Speaking of which, Shanks, it's almost time to go to sea now. It's really a new era that people look forward to. All nations, Cake Island. Mum, well, sure enough, this kid has acquired the ability of that old lion. Charlotte Linlin held the huge cake in one hand and stuffed it into her mouth, looking at the reward order with fiery eyes. Pass it on, keep an eye on the news of the other party, and invite him to Wanokigao as soon as there is any trace of the other party. I will hold a tea party for him personally. Hearing that there was only 10-year-old Charlotte's 18th daughter beside her, Garrett asked aloud. Mom's current status is the Emperor of the Sea. The other party only got a fruit, so do you still need to hold a tea party for him? As a child of Wanokigao family, she knows that the annual tea party is no different from the most important celebration day of Wanokigao. No, Garrett. The eldest son Perispero said, lion fruit has the ability to change the map. With this ability, Mom can move some of her favorite islands to the 10,000 kingdoms. Although the strength is not as good as the second child category, but if you want to say that the person who knows Charlotte Linlin best is him. That's right, so my 10,000 kingdoms will have more islands. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin wiped the corner of her mouth. Also, I also want to know how that brat manages to possess the ability of the golden lion. Bigmom is by no means the only one with this idea. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat on the boat, listening to his son's reaction to the news, and his mind went back to the time when he fought the old lion. Seeing that the old man seemed to be remembering the past, a group of people surrounded Whitebeard and asked other stories about the past with Golden Lion. There was only one person, far away from the crowd, holding a newspaper in his hand, looking at Moda. His body trembled a little restlessly. Does this guy also understand the principle of plundering devil fruit? But no, he is not me. He can only have one fruit, but if that fruit is not there, how did he manage to snatch it 100%? It's a pity that no one can answer the whispers in his heart. After several years, Moda, who once again caused an incident, has already controlled the ship after obtaining the saber Red Sakura, and flew towards Wanokuni in New World according to the obtained map position. Although his ability can ignore many dangerous sea areas in New World, the mysterious and unpredictable weather is still a point that Moda is more worried about. The golden lion fell down twice, both of which had a great relationship with the weather. Although it just inherited its template, Moda will also pay special attention to the reason of weather. Fortunately, the weird weather did not appear on the voyage after arriving in New World, although just in case, he also prepared a navigator on this ship. That's right, it was the character that was taken away from the Sabaody Archipelago auction house at that time. Flying in the air can greatly shorten the voyage, and it is also for the guarantee of life. Moda selected some people from the background of the slaves at that time and brought them to the ship to the sky with Gion. There is no combatant, but cooks, navigators, musicians and other personnel who can bring entertainment to life on board. A total of 5 people were brought on board, including 3 women and 2 men. Among the women are Lilith the maid, Emily the musician and Kaya the chef. Besides Moda, the only men on board were Joe Rob the navigator, and Meyer, who acted as a lookout. Of course, they were not the only ones who thought it was useful to bring them on board. However, after inexplicably awakening the color of knowledge and knowledge that can perceive emotions and inner hearts, after realizing that there are a few people who are grateful on the surface but have despicable thoughts in their hearts, they are thrown overboard by Moda. Among the 5 people, there are quite a few people with prominent and rough identities. The noble daughter of the defeated kingdom, the famous singer of Music Island, and the author of the book on nautical travel have a certain reputation. Unfortunately, they were all targeted by human traffickers in the end, and they became evil people. A commodity slave to choose from at the counter. These 5 people may also be the result of the Moda observation hockey test. They are all grateful to Moda for helping them get rid of the fear of slavery, and sincerely want to stay on the ship and serve them in return. Of course, because of Moda's strength and Fadian's advantage, let them hug their thighs to feel at ease. This is also the human nature of being forced to become slaves. After experiencing extreme anxiety in an auction, Moda naturally doesn't take it to heart. At this time, a few kilometers above the ground, a pirate ship that has been fully updated inside and out is floating in the blue sky. On the deck, Moda was lying on the beach chair, letting Lilith and Emily beside him fan the cattail fan to relieve him from the stuffy heat after training. Should I call it the resourceful general? It's really a good idea, Sengoku. After hearing Moda's voice, the 2 women serving beside him subconsciously looked at the newspaper, and after only a few glances, they widened their eyes, serving Moda more respectfully in their hearts. Holding the news intercepted from Newsbird not long ago in his hand, Moda glanced at the above content and couldn't help laughing. This headline, Inside and Out, all use his lion fruit ability, coupled with the title of Flying Admiral, to show the world that he has a powerful threat like a golden lion. At the same time, with the fruit ability, combined with the experience of the prison guard, he told the world that he got the ability with a high probability after killing the golden lion. Although there is no clear evidence, no one would think so just by reading what the newspaper said. It is conceivable that such a piece of information can be obtained by killing others and gaining the ability of the other party in the sea of capable people. How much discussion and heat can it cause? In this way, although a newspaper increases Moda's reputation, it also means that in addition to marine and world government, more pirate camps and even underground forces will actively search for his relationship. It is difficult to catch the trace of lion fruit, and this method is used to cause problems. If he develops slowly in the sea, he will really feel a little troubled by Sengoku's behavior. But it's a pity that my next goal is to seal Wanokuni. As long as the plan can be successful, these so-called troubles will not be a big problem. Not only is Blackbeard in the original book like this, but he directly demonstrated his double fruit ability all over the world, without even reporting through the World Economic News. The person who is hot-eyed about this is even bigger than myself now, but the other party is not affected in any way, has a terrifying darkness and shock, and completely sits on Whitebeard's 4 Emperor's position. So what if someone is hot-eyed? Dare to fight 4 or the Emperor's, right? As long as the strength is strong enough, the fist is hard enough, and the influence is strong enough, this troublesome trouble will be deterred after all. And changing the angle is also convenient for Moda's training plan. His strength still needs to break through the bottleneck in the battle. No matter how bad it is, with the dual abilities of Piao Piao and Momo, plus observation Haki who understands the inner perception of emotions, no one can stop him if he wants to leave. After throwing the newspaper aside, Master Moda, your cold drink is ready. The voice came from the kitchen. Emily, who was singing a cappella, immediately stepped forward and brought the juice to Moda. If they could be transported to the #1 auction house in the Sabodi archipelago, the 3 women would naturally be the best candidates in terms of appearance and ability. With a strong territory, you will have more thoughts, not to mention that as a man, you must know how to enjoy yourself in this most free sea area. Seeing the beautiful musician handing the fruit juice in front of him, Moda opened his mouth to drink it, and immediately felt the coolness of his heart, all kinds of comfort inside and out. He couldn't help but raised his hand, raised Emily's chin, and looked at it unscrupulously. The girl in front of me. Until the other party showed a shy expression, he laughed loudly, took the other party's grasping waist, and pulled her into his arms, letting her continue singing, so that the beautiful singing voice could be heard more easily. A week later, early in the morning, Moda wakes up in the spacious big bed following the biological clock that he has long been used to. Cultivating the habit of spending more in a week, Moda stretched out his hand familiarly, and removed the jade arms and long legs wrapped around him one by one. After putting on the clothes, he got up and walked out of the room. This kind of enjoyment, for tasting delicious Moda, has a kind of carefree feeling that is worthy of the gentle hometown as the hero tomb. In this world, these are symbols of identity, status, and power, and there are so many people in this world who work hard for it. Chuan is Moda, who has changed in mood, and has to admit that these things are attractive to him. Everyone has greed, and Moda is no exception. Otherwise, it would not be the period of the jailer, and he would be able to stay in that poor place for a year to plan, and because of greed, he would feel this, and he would want more, and if he wants more, he must be able to grasp more. This is the biggest motivation that Moda has given himself in the Hell Brigade for nearly 4 years. Whether it is money, wealth, status, or beauty, you must have strength to speak, especially this is a new world where the strong are heaven and the weak are hell. Sabaody is his experience, and Wanokuni is his embodiment. Woohoo! Nagato, the ship on the second floor, opened its doors and rushed towards us. It was the fresh air brought from the sky, which made Moda, who had had a good time last night, feel refreshed physically and mentally again. The whole body stretched out, crackling. The sound of muscle agitation rang from joints everywhere on Moda's muscular body. Walking to the railing of the boat, Moda looked around, still seeing the endless ocean, but a few nautical miles ahead, it seemed that he could vaguely see the tall mountains towering above the sea. This is like a symbol after entering a special sea area. Lord Moda, according to the current voyage, we will reach the waters of Wanokuni in a short time. Sure enough, after seeing Moda, Joe Robb, who was in charge of the night watch this time, immediately reported aloud. "Oh, it's here so soon," Moda said. Chao Robb immediately complimented. "Thanks to your ability, you can reach Wanokuni so quickly." There is no doubt that the air route is faster than the sea route, but this is because Moda did not deliberately speed up. In a week, it has actually arrived directly from the Sabaody archipelago to almost the second half of the New World. But remembering the direction of the wind blowing from behind, Moda felt relieved again, nodded and said, "Since we're almost here, go and wake Meyer up." This is Moda's kindness to them. After arriving at this destination, Moda will leave the ship to them and set them free. He also made a promise to the few girls who were still sleeping in the house, as long as they wanted to leave, he would not stop them. As a result, the 3 women still chose to hug Moda's thigh tightly by virtue of their own advantages. The 2 men may have something in their minds, or they may know that this ship is a temporary navigation tool. After arriving, they will no longer have the advantage in skills, so they choose freely. Knowing that the new world is dangerous, they naturally didn't want to stay in Wanokuni, so Moda left the boat for them outside the waters of Wanokuni indifferently, allowing them to find places they wanted to go. Anyway, it was the boat he snatched, and Moda, the means of transportation, didn't care. And now that Wanokuni has been invaded by Kaido of the Beasts, the air entry of a few people is naturally less noticeable than a ship. Moda, who doesn't know the internal situation of Wanokuni, doesn't want to attract too much attention, so as not to make mistakes in his plan. After landing, the ship docked in the waters off Wanokuni. Moda used his ability, stepped on a rock in the sea, and flew towards the sky again with Lilith and the others. In just a few minutes, Moda on the clouds can see the sudden change of the coast below after entering the Wanokuni sea area. The sea area around Wanokuni has been in a rough environment all year round. Without knowing the flow laws of these currents, he rashly broke into the ship and lost his life. Just on the towering stone pillars, there are many broken shipwrecks, coupled with the Uzumaki waves that roar like a sea beast. It will only make the witnesses feel frightened, fearing that they will fall into it and be submerged by layers of waves. This is Wanokuna's natural barrier, but for Moda, who has fluttering ability, as long as it is not the weather, any obstacles in the sea are useless. That's how Moda came all the way here. It's amazing. As expected, only Lord Moda has the ability to ignore such a terrifying sea. Emily hugged Moda's arm with some fear, poured it into the warmth, and said with admiration. Seeing this, Lilith and Kaya couldn't help curling their lips. In a week, after knowing that Moda's personality is not cruel to the people next to him, there is no external pressure, and the three people who are gradually relieved begin to fight openly and secretly from time to time. As a beneficiary of this matter, Moda will naturally not stop it. Besides, he also knew that all three of them had a terrifying experience as slaves, and they cherished each other with no malice. Naturally, Moda will not be puzzled by the comparison of women's temperament, and enjoy it as a condiment in life. Minutes after the surge into the sky, boom. There was the sound of huge waves crashing. From a high altitude, one could see a huge waterfall hundreds of meters high standing at the end of the raging sea. Seeing this, Moda set his gaze forward. Sure enough, in the sea area above the waterfall, there was a huge island, which gradually became clear. His first goal since sailing, Wanokuni, has arrived. There are 6 regions in Wanokuni, namely Flower Capital, Curry, Nozomi, Rabbit Bowl, Linghao, and Baiwu. And at the apex of these areas is the capital of flowers. This is the capital of Wanokuni and the most prosperous area of Wanokuni. It's like a street parade in retro times. On the streets piled up with ancient buildings, tourists are everywhere, and businesses full of strange goods are all over the corners of the streets. Yin looks everywhere, and laughter comes from all over from time to time, a scene of prosperity and peace. This is what the city of flowers looks like every day. Of course, as long as no one shows up. That guy is here again. His Royal Highness Fool is also here this week. The laughter was interrupted, and the sounds of disdain and contempt began to be heard from all over the place. The reason is that in front of General Orochi, Kozuki Oden, who was only wearing a seat pocket, began to pretend to be crazy again. It's so annoying, Royal Palace. People dislike it, even adults will often pull children to warn. You must not become such a man. It's too shameful. In a mansion in the capital of flowers, leaning on the balcony on the 2nd floor, Moda is watching Kozuki Oden dancing below. This is the 2nd time he has seen Kozuki Oden dance here, and the first time was back when he first came to Wanokuni last week. As the saying goes, money can turn ghosts around. Taking advantage of the wealth multiplied by the momo fruit, Moda easily transformed from an outsider status to a distinguished guest who purchased the mansion in the capital of flowers. That is, not long after he moved in, he met Kozuki Oden, the captain of the 2nd team that Whitebeard admired, and Roger was fighting for. Of course, it is still the same as in the original book, appearing as His Royal Highness the Fool, entertaining the public in the capital of flowers. It's hard to imagine that such a stupid guy is the original successor of this Wanokuni. Lilith, who was sitting by the side pouring tea, looked at the center of the topic in the flower capital at this time, and said with extreme disgust. Moda did not tell them of his plan for the 3 daughters he brought. So just as a treasurer and manager, pretending to be a native of Wanokuni from other places, after a week of communication with the residents of the flower city, naturally they all have a disgusted view. I heard from a geisha that he originally owned the position of general. It seems that because he was afraid of Kurozumi and the Kaido behind him, he didn't dare to resist, so he could only pretend to be crazy and dance foolishly. Yes, I heard that he is still one of the strongest in Wanokuni, and he caused a lot of big incidents in Wanokuni when he was young, but he is so useless now, he is completely incomparable with Lord Moda. Emily and Kaya also complained about the topic Lilith raised. Listening to the discussion of the 3 women, Moda looked down, and there was one word that he particularly agreed with. That is, stupid. The Kozuki Oden in front of me is such an evaluation in my heart. Of course, it is not such a day-to-day dancing behavior, but the other party's stupidity and innocence. Believe in the so-called 5-year shipbuilding and leave, promise to save 100 people with one dance, and choose to give up resistance to the rule of the snake in order to protect the kidnapped hostages. Moda also doesn't know if Kozuki Oden is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Facing threats, is he so naive that he can save the country without wanting to die? The blind trust in the enemy, and the practice of surrendering the popularity of the people for the sake of hostages, which chills the hearts of the people, really reveals an astonishing view of the overall situation. Don't say anything stupid about the life of a hostage. This kind of indecision because of a small loss will make Wanokuni a more miserable hell than this in the next few decades. since it is known from the beginning that the rule of Kurozumi Orochi is a tyranny and a poison to the entire Wanokuni, even if it causes sacrifices in battle, it is time to bring Wanokuni back to the right track. Especially with the resources of Whitebeard and Roger pirates, even if it is self-defeating, it is better than letting the whole Wanokuni fall into the quagmire of tyranny. After all, Odin who is dancing right now is still too naive to stupid, selfish and brainless. Wanokuna's tragic 20 years are inseparable from his personal relationship. Moda couldn't help shaking his head. The unique image that the original manga author wanted to design is more like a clown, in the appearance of a hero in Moda's understanding. Except for his strength, he has no other conspicuous advantages, and his life in Wanokuni is even worse. Madara is mostly bad. Looking at the entire length of his life and deeds, only the oil pan is a little eye-catching. But in the final analysis, it is also thanks to the opponent's stupidity that Wanokuni is in such a situation now, otherwise this country, not only Kaido, Orochi, but also him, would not be able to take it down. Taking a sip of tea, Moda looked at Emily, who often communicated outside, and said, "Have you heard anything about the recent situation of the Orochi army?" When Moda asked, Emily thought hard for a while and recalled something, and immediately said, "When I was studying in Udon, I seemed to hear the conversation of the Orochi army. People start. Binguro?" Moda suddenly became concerned. Emily confirmed again and again in her mind, and nodded emphatically. "Okay. This time you have meritorious service, then I will reward you well," Moda said. Emily's face brightened, and after noticing the jealous eyes of the other two women, she deliberately showed a smug smile. Moda doesn't care about the confrontation between the three at this moment. At this moment, his focus is entirely on the event that Higoro is about to be defeated by Kurozumi Orochi. The other party can be regarded as the underground leader of this capital of flowers, and the incident of being arrested can be said to be big or small. After all, the capital of flowers has already lost the will to resist Kurozumi Orochi in nearly 5 years of Kozuki Oden's poor performance. But this incident was the trigger for Kozuki Oden to make up his mind to attack Kaido. "I didn't expect that I had only been here for 2 weeks, and the real drama was about to begin." As Emily said, Moda, who is always paying attention to the development, sensed Orochi Goniwa at night, and together with Kaido's men, attacked Hananohe Goro's house.
At the same time, Kurozumi Orochi rode in a carriage and headed towards Kuri.
The 5-year agreement is coming. Orochi's move this time is tantamount to preparing for a complete showdown with Kozuki Oden, sparking an inevitable battle between the two sides from the very beginning. After all, after 5 years, Kaido is no longer too afraid of the fact that he was on board Whitebeard and Roger. Been a monster. Everything is as in the original book. The Hanano Binguro was arrested, and the news that his subordinates and their married wives were executed quickly spread throughout the country. 5 years of humiliation came in exchange for deceit, which completely crushed the tight strings in Kozuki Oden's heart. He could no longer restrain his inner grief and indignation, and made up his mind to attack Kaido, and the personnel were only his own retainers. But unfortunately, it was too late, and a little too arrogant and stupid. In 5 years, the rapidly growing beast's pirates, how could only Kozuki Oden and his retainers be able to contend? What's more, there was a spy in the team who informed the information in advance, which led to the failure of the raid, and finally the two sides fought at the Rabbit Bowl. At this moment, Moda is using lion fruit, and has come to Kaido's current base camp, Ghost Island. With almost the whole army attacking, only a few people maintained their guarding duties on Ghost Island, which was extremely vacant. Wandering into the air, Moda soon came to the very center of the skeleton. There, Moda sensed the two little guys with the color of knowledge. "Jack. Why don't you let father let us go together? This is Master Kaido's decision, because our strength is not enough. But I really want to see it. It's not something we can decide now." Among the two people who spoke, one was a chubby but nearly 4-meter-tall blonde boy with conspicuous jagged teeth. The other is a cute girl with long hair that changes from white to green to blue, and a pair of red horns on her head. Listening to their conversations and judging by their appearance, Moda roughly concluded the identities of the two. The former is the future Ship King, Drought Jack, and the other is Kaido's daughter, Yamato, who plays the role of a loving father and a filial son. Is it just you two here? Moda asked as he landed on the eaves. Beasts pirates are regarded as the mainstay of young people's future training, but there is no flying six cells in other original works. The sudden sound immediately startled the two of them. Quickly looking in the direction of the voice, seeing that Moda didn't have the beast's pirate's costume on him, Jack immediately said vigilantly, "Who are you?" "This is Master Kaido's territory." Compared to Jack's cautiousness, Yamato also cautiously asked with some fear, "Are you a samurai from Wanokuni?" Both Jack and Yamato noticed the sword on Moda's waist. Onojima has captured many rebellious Wanokuni warriors. Even though they are only 8 years old, they know the conflict between Kaido and the Wanokuni warriors. Damn it. Accept it. Before Moda could reply, Jack had already jumped up, raised his fist and slammed towards Moda. Now that Ghost Island is vacant, he has decided that the other party must be an enemy rather than a friend, and it is better to take the initiative to attack than to sit and wait for death. The oncoming fist, Moda stretched out his hand and caught it easily. An armed impact directly sent Jack back to the ground, blasting out a lot of shattered stone chips. Don't get excited. I'm not a Wanokuni samurai, and I don't want to bully children. Moda stopped Yamato, who was also defensive. Liar. Jack was knocked out by you, Yamato yelled. He did it first, and he doesn't look like he can listen to what others say. After finishing speaking, Moda shrugged, looked at Yamato and said, "I'm here to find Kaido. I heard it before. Since you are his daughter, you should have his phone bug." Looking directly at him, Yamato couldn't help shrinking, but quickly became firm, pursed his lips, and made a resolute gesture of not opening his mouth. Kaido still has a high status in Yamato's heart, and she knows that today is the time when some samurai will come to trouble his father. Under the emotional perception, Moda naturally knew what the other party was thinking, and said, "I am not a Wanokuni warrior, and I have no interest in crusade against Kaido at the moment. I'm from overseas, and I'm looking for Kaido to discuss things." I don't know what keyword was triggered. Yamato's pupils lit up suddenly when he heard the words, and the previous fear seemed to disappear, and he immediately said, "Overseas?" Even if he has not picked up Kozuki Oden's sailing diary, Yamato, who has been staying on Onojima since he was born, and knowing the vastness of the sea from other beast pirates, is very yearning for the outside world. Naturally knowing Yamato's weakness, Moda said, "What? Are you interested in overseas?" "Yeah." Yamato nodded with bright eyes, and said expectantly, "Can you tell me about the sea?" Sure enough, he was still a child with a simple mind, so Moda would naturally not refuse. In the future, Yamato, who holds the Conqueror's entanglement and possesses top talent, is also one of the treasures. He wants to come to Wanokuni. Rather than treating the clown as an idol, it is better to dye his own color. I know a lot of interesting places on the sea, but Kaido's phone bug. I'll give it to you now. Before Moda finished speaking, Yamato immediately ran towards the house. Not long after, far outside the forested slopes of the Rabbit Bowl, the phone bug from Onojima rang loudly under the just concluded battle. Rabbit Bowl, outside the forest slope. After a long period of fierce fighting, the beast's pirates successfully captured all the Red Sheath warriors with less than 1/7 of their troops. Sitting in the center, Kaido, whose wound was hurriedly wrapped by the ship's doctor, looked at Kozuki Oden, who had passed out under the blow, with a sullen face, completely devoid of joy after victory. "I've been waiting for so long, and it turned out to be like this the result. This is not a hardy battle at all." Kaido, who had already cast Thunder 8 trigrams, couldn't stop when the moves went out, but he didn't forget the terrified look shown by the opponent under the conspiracy of Kurozumi Higurashi. What he is afraid of is the energy behind Kozuki Oden, not Kozuki Oden's strength. He even said that for the strong confrontation, his mood was extremely surging at the beginning. As a result, although the battle ended faster than expected, he could even say that the curtain had already come to an end without enjoying the thrill and fun brought by the battle. The more he thought about it, the more angry Kaido stood up and walked towards Kurozumi Higurashi, whose smile suddenly stopped. Lousy is not weak enough to use this method to end the battle. Since he intervenes, you know what will happen. The huge stick was swung down, and the terrified Kurozumi Higurashi was directly beaten to a pulp. Seeing this, all the pirates present couldn't help but startled, for fear of offending Kaido, who was in a state of rage at this moment. At this time, blue blue, blue blue, the voice of the phone bug rang. The pirate holding the Kaido phone bug before the battle immediately wanted to hang up it in a hurry, but he noticed something and said quickly, "Master Kaido, it's Master Yamato's phone bug." On. Kaido said. The pirate came over immediately and put the microphone in front of Kaido. "Yamato, I said that if you call this phone bug, you will know the consequences." Kaido's deep voice was like thunder, and Yamato, who was eavesdropping beside Moda, thought of something, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Sorry, this is not your Yamato, Kaido." The unfamiliar voice immediately changed the faces of the people present. There is no doubt that their base camp has been sneaked into, and even Kaido's child has fallen into the opponent's hands. "Who are you?" Kaido asked coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I want to discuss something with you." Hearing this, Kaido immediately said angrily, "Run to Laozi's site to discuss things? Are you looking for death?" There was a thunderous voice, and in order to make the phone bug change, it was still a flat voice. "I came here with sincerity, don't you want to know what it is?" Kaido didn't answer, but hung up the phone bug with a click. "Laozi wants to see who it is." Kaido, whose wound was wrapped in bandages, turned into a huge blue dragon in a flash of thunder, rushed to the sky, and returned to the Ghost Island. "Are you actually grabbing this damn vacancy? Return to defense." Seeing this, Yan Calamity Jhin of the 100 Beasts immediately ordered to speak up. "Master Quinn, Lord Jhin, are these people going to be transported back to the capital of flowers?" A pirate pointed to the defeated Red Sheath swordsman and said, "There are people at home. Why don't you go to the capital of flowers, idiot? At this time, the big snake is dead and doesn't care." Quinn's tone was extremely disdainful, looking at Jhin, who had transformed into a pteranodon directly in the sky, and hurriedly said, "Damn you pervert, why don't you take me with you? I can't pull you, fat pig." Inside the Ghost Island base camp. What to do, my father will definitely kill me when I come back." Little Yamato was pacing back and forth with a panicked look on his face at the moment. Looking at Moda, he couldn't help laughing and said, "Since you are so afraid of Kaido, why did you give me the phone bug?" "Because I really want to know the outside world," Yamato said, distressed, as if someone blamed Moda for giving too much temptation.
"Don't worry, his attention won't be you when you come back," Moda said.
"Yes." After thinking about it, Yamato said to Moda again, "Father is very serious when he is angry, or you'd better wait for his anger to subside before coming back. Unfortunately, it's too late. Kaido is almost here. You should leave this area first, so as not to be affected by possible attacks in a while." Moda looked up at the sky, but it was already covered by dark clouds. Rumble. When thunder and lightning flashed, a huge dragon's head protruded from it, and quickly locked onto Moda below. "It's just that you kid went to Laozi's site to make trouble, and you still want to discuss things with Laozi?" Without waiting for Moda to reply, Kaido, who spouted out words, attacked directly. On the way, his body shrunk extremely quickly, and he returned to his original human form in the air. Holding a mace in one hand, he fell down like a shooting star. Kaido clenched the mace's right arm muscles and swelled in a circle, and the berserk haki wiped out dark red arcs in the air. Hoo! There was a tearing sound in the air. Thunder ate trigrams. Moda didn't dare to procrastinate this lunatic who took out his signature to attack when he met him. Lifting up the Red Sakura, with the blessing of Haki, who was also full of blood, blasted towards her face. Boom. The moment the two sides collided, their auras skyrocketed. A huge airwave erupted from the center of the two of them, and the frenzied wave continuously swept away everything around them. The ground under his feet was completely shattered, and the rubble of the house was broken one by one. Even Yamato, who hadn't run far, was swept away by the strong wind and flew into the distance without any resistance. The black and red lightning that was about to hit, rushed straight into the sky. As if the doomsday had come, the entire Ghost Island shook violently, and the huge Conqueror's haki directly covered the entire island, blasting out layers of airwaves. Embarrassed, Jhin stared at this scene dumbfounded, and murmured, "Conqueror's Confrontation. Who the hell has such a Conqueror's haki? Little devil. Haki is good. It's a pity that he is still one step away from the threshold of the strong." The two were in a stalemate, and as Kaido's words fell, Moda was suddenly blasted away by an entangled haki, and backed away. Conqueror's twine. After stabilizing his figure, Moda said with a knife. It seems that you also know it, the kid who inherited the ability of the old lion. Kaido showed a ferocious smile and said, now that you know, where do you get the confidence to discuss with Lousy? The pitch-black lightning soared into the sky in vain, and the momentum of an explosion caused the ground to crack and shatter. Kaido stormed up, blasting Moda again with a lightning-wrapped mace. Boom. At the location where Moda's figure flashed, there was a huge earthquake, and the soil was blown up. After actively blinking and exiting a distance of more than 10 meters, he shook his hand. Tornado. The surrounding land rose suddenly, overturning all the buildings above, and forming a violent earth tornado in midair, carrying Haki's blessing one by one, roaring and sweeping towards Kaido. This is the stronghold that Lousy managed to build. Kaido roared angrily, jumped into the air, and once again transformed into a huge green dragon in the air. The terrifying dragon's breath charged towards the wanton sandstorm in a ray-like charge. During the bang, a huge pothole exploded on the island where the two were located. The thick smoke dissipated, and it was a fierce scene where the two confronted again. On the surface of the sea, it was already because of the confrontation between the two that there were waves of turbulent waves. Just looking at it, Quinn's pupils immediately widened. I don't know when, their base camp, Ghost Island. It actually got rid of gravity and flew in the air above the sea. Among them, the constant booming sound can be heard on the island. In this way, the returning pirates would not be able to return to the base camp at all. Hey, hey, hey. What happened, Jhin? Why did the island fly up? There's no big flame cloud around here? Quinn yelled at the pteranodon in the air. Brother Kaido is fighting someone, and the enemy seems to be the flying admiral who was called the New Era not long ago, Jhin said. It's that guy. Hey. If you want to fight, you don't want to fight on Ghost Island. That's our base camp. Quinn yelled again after realizing it. Shut up. Stop it if you have the ability, Jhin said coldly. Quinn stopped immediately. They had been here for a long time, and the other party was able to fight with their boss until now, so one can imagine their strength. And the boss is so ignorant, he is obviously in the mood, if he interferes, obviously. No. Should definitely be beaten. Boom. On the Ghost Island that has been trembling for a long time. You are indeed one of the famous monsters in the New Era. Those who don't know will think that the injury on your body is fake, Moda said while waving the Red Sakura to meet him. Sure enough, Zone's resilience and endurance are terrifying, not to mention the top U demons among them. Under the constant collision and battle, Kaido's bandages not long ago have all been torn, revealing an X-shaped wound with blood oozing. Odin's wound won't affect Lousy's fight. Compared to Lousy, you should worry about yourself, Kaido roared. It's just a budding kid at sea, is your physical strength supporting you? As he said, compared to Kaido, who has wounds emerging, Moda is definitely the one who suffers from countless head-to-head confrontations. When there is no overwhelming advantage, this kind of confrontation will definitely be dominated by the one with stronger strength, physique, and physical strength. In this regard, even in the 4.5 years of Hell Brigade, Moda cannot compare to Kaido who has this physique, not to mention that the opponent is slowly entering the peak period, but with the development of momo fruit, will be far inferior in this regard. A thunderbolt 8 trigrams blasted out again. Under the force of the bombardment, Moda was directly knocked into the air, blasted through several houses, and countless debris exploded. I never said I would fight to the death with you. The knife hit the ground, and Moda used his strength to support himself. Although they all blocked several attacks, their unarmed bodies still exposed a lot of injuries under the constant attacks. Oh Luo, although it was a refreshing battle. But you don't think that you can leave safely after coming to Lousy's territory, even if you have the ability of the old lion. Moda didn't return, but said, since I have the ability of lion fruit, why do you think I chose to take your attack hard? Kaido's smile faltered slowly. Although I also know that I have to fight a game to be eligible to talk to monsters. Moda looked at Kaido, his pupils were full of excitement. But the confrontation with you has also allowed me to continue to gain insights under conquerors. Sure enough. Fighting against the strong is the fastest way to improve in the bottleneck period. Brush. Holding a red Sakura in his hand, it is full of armed colors blessed by emission, slowly rendering the aura around the blade into a blood-red color. Crackling. Immediately afterwards, the Berserk Conqueror's haki gushed out from the whole body, and the invisible red lightning, like flowing water, crazily entwined around the red Sakura's sword. You bastard. Have you been using lousy to understand conquerors all this time? Kaido's pupils froze for a moment, and then he suddenly showed a cheerful smile. Oh lolo, it's interesting this way. Do you need me to call you Mr. Guy? Moda said maliciously. Jong 3. Yin Naraku. Kaido's body swelled, and he looked like a ghost, soaring into the air at once, pulling a long black lightning, wrapped around two-color Haki's iron rod, and smashing towards Moda. Momo doubled. The red Sakura in his hand grew several times in an instant. Moda controlled the volume of the best shot, and the red Sakura, who turned into a giant sword, slashed towards Kaido at an unreasonable speed of sound. Boom. Under the interweaving of attacks, a huge roar of thunder could be vaguely heard. There was a sharp and ear-piercing explosion.
The whole island shook again. The original dark clouds were directly swept away by the momentum of the sky, as if a pair of invisible big hands forcibly tore out a huge crack, revealing the gully of the sky that kept rolling inward.
Symbolizing the top powerhouse at sea, the tear the sky, under Haki's collision directly enveloped the entire Ghost Island. What kind of monster is that guy? It's only been a few years since he went to sea, and he can fight like this with Boss Kaido. Quinn looked at the changed environment due to the charge of Conqueror's haki, and couldn't help doubting life. This is a monster, an indescribable existence beyond ordinary people, Jhin said looking at the sky. And after the collision that tore apart the sky with this move, the originally turbulent Ghost Island began to regain its calm, and the island slowly returned to the embrace of the sea. Ended. Jhin murmured, and then flew towards Ghost Island. You bastard. You told me to take me. Seeing Jhin flying away again, Quinn cursed angrily. This time, Jhin turned around and grabbed Quinn's plump shoulders with a pair of wings and claws, took him into the air, and flew towards Ghost Island. Soon, they discovered the scene of Ghost Island at this moment. Outside their base camp, like a comet crashing into the ground, a huge tunnel appeared within a radius of 1 kilometer that had been completely destroyed by airwaves. Among them, two figures can be vaguely seen facing each other. One is Moda, who is holding a knife, has a lot of bleeding wounds on his body, and is a little out of breath. The other is Kaido, who is sitting on the ground gulping wine, with an extra sword scar on his lower waist. Brother Kaido. Jhin and Quinn were shocked again when they saw Kaido's injury, and immediately landed beside Kaido, and then they acted as one left and one right protector, looking at Moda with hostility. Lousy has stopped, and the battle is over. Standing beside Lousy now, wouldn't it make Lousy seem to have lost? No, brother Kaido can't possibly lose. After hearing Kaido's words, Quinn immediately complimented him. Kaido took another sip of the wine and stood up directly from the ground. If he ignored the 3 bleeding scars on his body, it seemed that nothing had happened. And the fact is indeed the case, although the fighting is fierce, but the state of the two of them at the moment still retains most of their physical strength. Kaido may be seriously injured, but he may be close to the awakened fruit ability, as well as his own terrifying characteristics, and his physical strength is still sufficient, and he is constantly recovering from his wounds. Kaido is also confident that he will continue to fight, and he will definitely win. But to get to where he is now, he is not stupid. Continuing the fight, with Lion Fruit's great strategic abilities, could cause his years of savings to be decimated, for no good at all. Pirates are about profit. After getting up, Kaido looked at Moda. Moda kid. The ability just now is not the ability of Lion Fruit. I knew what you would see, and you must know what ability it is, Moda said. Knowing that Kaido is shrewd, since he used the ability of Momo Fruit, he didn't intend to hide it. This is the whole card that Moda planned to show from the very beginning. After all, my starting point is just a mediocre jailer. Although I have the blessing of template talent and my 4.5 years of training in the Hell Brigade, if it is really a death battle, I will definitely not be able to completely defeat this one in front of me. Kaido, who has been at sea for many years. So he went to Kaido and his beasts pirates alone, just for negotiation. If you want to negotiate with monsters and achieve your goals as much as possible, you need to increase the weight of your words by showing your cards. As Moda thought, Kaido stared carefully at Moda for a few seconds, and then laughed. Oh, Moda, kid. What did you want to discuss with Lousy before? Kaido's shrewdness cannot be represented by various suicide illusions in the future. Changing weapons, skyrocketing speed. Then combine the two killed by the opponent in Impel down. Although he has never seen the ability of Momo fruit, he has heard about it when he was in the Rocks Regiment. Although the double fruit ability is incredible, there are so many incredible things in the sea, and Kaido is just surprised. But compared to this, the other party's Piao Piao and Mo Ma Shuang abilities are what he pays attention to at the moment. Lion fruit, while he wasn't afraid, was strategically threatening enough to give Kaido a headache. But now, there is another Momo fruit that can control the size and speed of objects and other aspects of multiplication. Not to mention that the threat level is even higher, and the probability of catching the opponent is greatly reduced. Originally, after the other party mastered the Conqueror's winding, Kaido had the idea to stop and see what the other party was talking about. Now, this idea is even higher. The threat level of Moda's ability, and the horror potential of such a degree in a few years, is enough for Kaido to treat it on its own level. The purpose of my coming to Wanokuni is to kill Kurozumi Orochi and replace him as Wanokuna's general. Afterwards, you need to cooperate to remove all the people involved in Wanokuna's interference in your pirate group, and leave the Wanokuni waters. After that, as long as you enter Wanokuni, all behaviors must be in accordance with my regulations. Looking at Moda, who showed first, Jhin said, "What you mean is that you want to take Wanokuni completely for yourself." "That's right. Do you think it's possible? We've been here for almost 5 years. Quinn also shouted. Kaido didn't speak, but he didn't stop the two of them either. Obviously that's what he meant. The reason why Beast's pirates came to Wanokuni was influenced by Kurozumi Higurashi and others. In fact, at the beginning, it was only with the idea of finding a place to settle down. After coming to Wanokuni, 5 years later, Kaido has already seen the huge profits of this country. The unique geographical advantages, Wanokuna's capable blacksmiths, and extremely rich raw materials. Geography gives him a great advantage in foreign wars, and blacksmiths and materials can produce a steady stream of arms and unique seastone processed products. In the era of great pirates, wars are raging one after another, and the huge profits brought by arms needless to say. What's more, the unique seastone processed products now occupy the unique value at sea. Moda wanted to take all these away with one sentence. How could Kaido allow it? We must know that today's Wanokuni is more important than his son. But Kaido didn't get angry immediately. He knew that the other party was not a fool. Since he wanted Wanokuni, he obviously knew the value of Wanokuni. And Moda also mentioned that it is a negotiation. It is impossible to only ask for a repayment in such a speech. But to be able to exceed the benefits of continuously bringing wealth from this energy source, Kaido would like to hear what it is. Moda squatted down, picked up a stone, and threw it behind him. When Moda activated his ability, he immediately turned into a huge rock that he could sit on. Sitting on the slate, Moda said, "I also know what you care about. Before that, what was the arms deal between Kurozumi and you and the share of seastone products?" 50%, and this 50% is worth billions of pele every year. This is the key to the rise of the lousy 100 beasts, Kaido said this time. Beasts pirates did not account for much. Even if Kurozumi feared Kaido, Kaido now fears the warriors of Wanokuni. Perhaps there will be changes in the future, and even want Yamato to be a general as in the original book, but it is definitely not now. Arms trading and seastone products can continue, and 50% of the profit remains unchanged. You can also take away the ghost island stationed in the base camp, and I can also give you 2 conditions that you cannot refuse. Moda raised 2 fingers and said, "Huh. Tell me." Knowing that this is the key to negotiation, Kaido said. "First of all, I can give you a Raftel historical roadmap. There are only 4 in this world. It is the key to making Roger king. You should know the value of it," Moda said. After this sentence, it is obvious that Kaido can already feel moved. Since it is a pirate, it is naturally his long-cherished wish to become the king among them and find that One Piece, especially Roger's speech that caused a sensation all over the world when he was executed. Now he only knows that his old friend and benevolent Charlotte Linlin holds one signpost in her hand, and the other 3 are missing. Unexpectedly, Moda in front of him knew that he also had a piece of coordinates. What about the second condition? Kaido asked. Moda showed a confident look and said, since your pirate group is called Beasts Pirates, I think you should be interested in building a pirate group that is all zone, and I can provide you with a lot of zone fruits. Kaido's pupils lit up suddenly, and then said, is it using your strange ability? You can take away other people's devil fruit ability. As soon as these words came out, both Quinn and Jhin felt a chill, and the former couldn't help but take a few steps back. Moda looked away. Whether Kaido believed it or not, he just said straightforwardly, if I want to take 100% of other people's devil fruit, I don't have a medium now, and I don't have that much free time to find those zone for you all over the world. Those who can. And compared to finding and plundering, isn't the way of self-production and self-sale more convenient? This is the field that Kaido is not good at, and he can only ask in a bad mood. Stop giving lousy puzzles, what exactly are you going to do? Artificial fruit, I have the means to make artificial fruit, Moda said. What? Jhin shouted in astonishment, while Quinn showed a thoughtful expression. Are you kidding me? Moda kid, Kaido said. Speaking of the previous words, Kaido has no doubts, because the reason why he knows the other party is not only the lion fruit, but also the means by which the other party can take the lion fruit from Impel down. But now, when it comes to areas beyond his cultural limitations, he can't help but become suspicious. Man-made devil fruit is still too unbelievable. Do you think I'm joking? Moda said and pointed to Quinn, and doesn't that fat man seem to know something? Quinn, who was pointed at, was furious immediately. Who are you bastards saying is fat? Lousy has a toned body. Boom. Before he could finish his roar, Kaido punched him directly to the ground. Hurry up and tell Lousy what's going on. Quinn covered his head and immediately said wrong. I don't know too well, boss. However, in the science team I was in before, I did hear Vegapunk mention some bloodlines that could make devil fruit, but I was busy with my own cyborg transformation at the time, so I don't know what they are doing. What Quinn said was true. Scientists must be keen on what they researched, and what he was interested in the illegal scientific forces at sea at that time were biological and mechanical transformation. That means the key lies in the Vegapunk. Kaido looked closely at Moda. Moda shrugged and replied, who knows, but doesn't this prove the authenticity of man-made devil fruit? He wouldn't be so stupid as to tell Guy and lose his whole cards, and he didn't believe that Kaido would dare to provoke Vegapunk, which was protected by the world government. However, let me explain in advance that I haven't started the experimental preparation of artificial devil fruit, but I guarantee that within 5 years, you will witness this miracle and become its preferred buyer. Hey, hello. Another 5 years, and are you still just a buyer? Quinn yelled again when he heard the words. Moda looked at Quinn with a funny smile. Within 5 years, it's not exactly 5 years. Since you were a scientist, you know the financial resources and time it takes to do this, let alone a magical product like devil fruit. Research I cover all the expenses, do you still want to prostitute for nothing? Of course, the price will not be higher than the real devil fruit, and this has always been a treasure with a price but no market. Gulu gulu. Kaido boldly took another big sip of wine and said, yes, Lousy agrees to your condition. Brother Kaido, Jhin said, and glanced at Kaido. After all, without knowing whether the other party is really capable, 5 years is still a bit. You know 5 years, but it's also a blank check they wrote to Kozuki Oden's idiots. Besides, the current arms deal is 50%, but with such a high profit, their internal beasts pirates do not intend to continue to share this amount. That's it. Kaido made all the decisions with one word. For better or for worse, he had already made up his mind. Man-made devil fruit, he didn't intend to realize it immediately, and he can still afford to wait for some future benefits. As for whether it is a so-called empty check, he will have his own way to verify it later. On the whole, what he lost was nothing more than the benefits of arms that could be improved in the future, and Wanokuna's secret power. Looking at it this way, it seems that the cards are big. But the problem is that, After all, he is a pirate who seeks the country from outside. Just to completely master Wanokuni, it is necessary to solve the famous samurai group of Wanokuni and the possibility of civil unrest. If these are not handled well, it may affect his arms production. When he didn't make up his mind to completely fall out with groups like Wanokuni, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages, especially now that his beasts were still developing. So now what Kaido really cares about Wanokuni is the high profits of its arms interests. Under the same conditions, he will lose the superior geographical location of Wanokuni at most. In exchange for this, they will be able to obtain the key roadmap for the future great secret treasure, as well as the ability to build the coveted army of zone ability users. This kind of transaction is a sure profit without loss. Therefore, Kaido, who was extremely happy, coupled with a happy battle to make up for, let alone how comfortable he was at this moment. While Kaido thought so, so did Moda. He completely wiped out the hidden dangers of mastering Wanokuni, and the check he gave for this was nothing more than historical text road signs and man-made devil fruits whose plots were already known. Anyway, he didn't care about the body of this road sign, and rubbings would be enough. Not to mention artificial devil fruit, it is also a product of the plot. As long as you find Guy, it can be realized. What's more, Wanokuna's greatest interests are the 3 ancient weapons buried in it, the battleship Pluton. With this alone, even if there is no munitions profit, it is blood money, not to mention that he can also gain control of the entire Wanokuni. Under the calculations in each other's hearts, the cooperation was reached happily. So, Moda kid, what are you going to do? Even without us, it would not be easy to subdue the stubborn guys like Wanokuni, Kaido said curiously. And Moda has the confidence. You don't need to care about this, since I have come to discuss with you what will happen after Wanokuni. Naturally I have enough confidence. The key to being able to control Wanokuna's decadent citizens is the apex of Wanokuni, the general's legitimacy. Kurozumi Orochi was able to become a general because of the will of Kozuki Sukiyaki. And he can also sit on the position of an orthodox general with the reproduction of Kozuki Sukiyaki. Blue. After the cooperation was reached, Jhin suddenly received a phone bug report from his subordinates, and then remembered something he had forgotten, and hurriedly said, "Brother Kaido, the Red Sheath warriors have escaped." When Kaido heard this, his expression of joy sank suddenly. What's the situation? Jhin immediately explained. After Kozuki Oden woke up, he erupted a powerful conquerors, stunned the people around him, and somehow made the Red Sheath warriors break free from their shackles and escape. Where's Kozuki Oden? Moda said with a similarly grim expression. He didn't want these unexpected accidents to affect his whole plan. It also seems to be because Moda and Kaido reached a cooperative relationship, and there was an accident on his own side. Jhin then said, Kozuki Oden did not run away, nor did he resist, but he stayed by himself, delaying the escape of others. The others can only transport him back first, just in case. In the absence of Kaido and the 2 major disasters, the pirates would not dare to go out to chase after the large force. If the most important Kozuki Oden also ran away, it would be a big trouble. That's exactly what Kozuki Oden would do. Unexpectedly, without the torture of cooking, there was still an incident in which all the red scabbards escaped. But as long as Kozuki Oden doesn't escape, he is an existence that must be eliminated in Moda's plan. It's still within the control of my plan. But Kozuki Oden, I will trouble you to take the responsibility to get rid of him completely. In my plan, there is no plan that the heir of the Kozuki family is still alive. As he said that, Moda stood up directly, and the stones under his feet immediately flew up slowly with him. Pulling out the directly connected phone bug from his bosom, Moda threw it to Kaido and left Ghost Island. What he didn't notice was that a figure in Ghost Island was watching him leave with shining eyes. It wasn't until Moda left that Jhin opened his mouth and said, Brother Kaido, can you really believe that guy? He is still a lion fruit capable person. After Kaido threw the phone bug to Jhin, he stood up and said, the other party wants to remove Ghost Island, obviously because of the terrain here. And, that proud conquerors, just like the old lion back then, that guy's cooperation can't be false. What's more about cooperation? Oh, lol. It's just a nice exchange of benefits. We are pirates. The only things we should believe in are strength and profit. After Kaido finished speaking, his mood changed suddenly. Bring me back Odin quickly, just let me have a hand addiction before executing him. Moda, who was flying in the air, did not return to the capital of flowers immediately, but headed towards Qiwuhai. Although it is possible to guess, there are some things that he still wants to see with his own eyes. At this moment, in Odin Castle in Qiwuhai. Not long ago, the Red Sheath 9 heroes who set out from here with awe-inspiring fighting spirit, claiming to attack Kaido, returned here in a very embarrassed and humiliated manner. Although it was expected, the tragic ending of being defeated by Kaido's armies still made everyone cry. The defeat has been decided, and everyone originally wanted to die. But there is the last order given by the Lord to sacrifice himself on his body. I hope that the Red Sheath 9 heroes can represent the Lord Kozuki Odin and found Wanokuni. And to fulfill the dream of the Lord, Kinemon and the others must do one more thing. That is to go back to Kuri and escort the wife and children of their Lord Kozuki Odin to sea. Inside the hall, holding the two brothers and sisters Hiwa and Momonosuke, who are only 6 and 8 years old this year, the beautiful woman Kozuki did not show much surprise to the 9 heroes in red sheaths who had all returned at this moment, and said in a tone that had been expected, "Odin. He failed, didn't he? My lord entrusted us with the sword and the dream. Ma'am. Please join us immediately and take the young master Momonosuke and Princess Hyori out to sea. It won't be long before Kaido's pursuers will catch up here." The Kinemon people knelt down in front of Kozuki with tears streaming down their faces. As for this, Kozuki shook his head uncharacteristically and said, "Before that, I have something to tell you." Time was running out, and without waiting for the next reaction from the red sheaths, Kozuki continued to speak. "One cannot go back to the past, but one can travel to the future. I'm sorry I've been hiding it from everyone for so long. In fact, like Kinemon Kanjuro and the others, I am a person with the ability to take devil fruit, and my fruit can allow people to travel to the future." Go to the future? With such a strange news, everyone was startled. Kozuki didn't explain too much, but handed Momonosuke in his arms to Kinemon. "Lady. Mother," Kozuki said with an expression of having made a decision, "Kaido will definitely block all the waters of Kuri. The only hope now is to help Momonosuke and you go to the future together. Hyo and I will stay and prepare for you to fulfill Odin's dream and liberate Wanokuni." "No. Mother, I don't want to leave you and my sister," Momonosuke cried out in tears, stretching out his hands to get back into Kozuki's arms. "There's no time to hesitate." Kozuki resolutely interrupted the Red Sheath 9 heroes who wanted to say something else. "Odin once said that 20 years later, the world will change drastically. I will send you there, and then you will fulfill his dream." After finishing speaking, Kozuki raised his hands, and immediately a strange light appeared, covering everyone in front of the Red Sheath. The light flashed, and all the Red Sheath 9 heroes disappeared in Odin Castle. After finishing everything, Kozuki, who kept calm and made decisions, couldn't help but shed tears, and ran tightly to Hyori in his arms. Just for a while, Kozuki looked at Hyori tenderly, and then revealed a firm look. She also has to seize the time, take Hyori away before the person arrives, and trust her to Odin's ally Shimotsuki Yasui, and then leave a foreshadowing for the Wanokuni people to resist 20 years later. Ah. Although we came at a faster speed, but we are still one step too late. The voice came from above the eaves, and before Kozuki could react, the mighty conquerors suddenly struck. Without giving it a chance, Kozuki and Kozuki Hyori collapsed unconscious. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, the Red Sheath 9 heroes have all been sent to the future in the disappearing emotions. This time it was different from the original book, but all 9 Red Sheaths went. It's just that Moda didn't understand why the other party kept Kozuki Hyori when the Red Sheaths had already left and no one was protecting them. But it doesn't matter, the main purpose of his visit this time is to meet Kozuki. Time fruit. Moda doesn't want it to be reborn somewhere overseas, and as far as Moda is concerned, he admires Kozuki very much. As long as he wants it, Moda will do everything possible to get it in his hands. The only pity is that Odin's 2 sabers were not left behind. Although he already has a Red Sakura, it doesn't need to. But the general's Yuding Fanzong, he wants to rebuild it. 2 powerful famous swords, maybe 2 powerful warriors can appear. But the most important Kozuki was already in hand, shaking his head. Moda led the two of them, stepped on the wooden plank and rose across the sky, looking at the Oden Castle, which is the landmark of Qiwuhai. With a few bullets caught between his fingers, Moda threw them, and the air immediately turned into a huge artillery fire, completely destroying Oden Castle with a roar. After receiving the news of Kozuki Oden's defeat, Kurozumi immediately danced with excitement. Although dissatisfied that Kaido did not send the people of the Kozuki family to him as agreed, he executed the empty execution in the capital of flowers. But Kurozumi Orochi, who didn't dare to be angry, could only announce to the public the news that Oden died at the hands of Kaido, and Xiao and the others escaped in embarrassment. All of a sudden, under the huge notice board, countless people in the capital of flowers learned that Kozuki Oden, who had died on the charge of treason against the general, had died. For this reason, there is only a cold eye on this incident. It has made the people so chilling. What is going on now? We'll never see a silly dance every week again. That's a bit of a pity. Speak carefully, speak carefully. Although it is prudent to speak carefully, it is impossible to ignore this kind of incident that has been announced to the whole country at this moment. Even if you stay in the house, you can still hear the discussions on the street. Undoubtedly, because of Kozuki Oden's series of stupid operations, the entire Flower City was dumbfounded at the failure of its crusade, and many even fell into trouble. Hearing these people talking about your deceased husband, madam, don't you have any idea? Moda said, looking into the corner of the room. I don't have any idea. The voice replied lightly. Really? But when you say that, it seems that there is indeed abnormal anger on your face. Thinking about it, for the sake of the entire Wanokuni people, he was willing to be humiliated for 5 years, but in exchange for such a ridiculous ending like a dog in the water. When Moda looked at the blue-haired Kozuki, although she was wearing a simple kimono, it still couldn't conceal her amazing beauty, and people couldn't help but feel a strong feeling of Wei Wu's legacy. Moda has already planned to start slowly weaving premeditation. Since he has been promoted to internalize emotions, he has become more and more good at human hearts. My face is angry because of what you did. Kozuki held up the sea-stone handcuffs on both hands. Where is my daughter? Why did you bring us here? Since you know what Oden did, why bother to speak out to these uninformed people? A series of words, like a situation where he vented his inner emotions after completely abandoning himself. In this regard, Moda walked up to Kozuki and said, I am neither from Orochi nor from Kaido. Your daughter is also safe now, you don't have to worry at all. As he spoke, Moda lifted Kozuki's chin, and aligned his eyes with his own. The reason why I brought you here is because of my purpose, it's Madam Shi. Looking at the unscrupulous fiery gaze in his eyes, when he realized that this was not a joke Kozuki, he immediately struggled. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Moda said, full of malice. This kind of thing now, Kozuki Oden, has done this kind of thing a lot in the past, even more extreme than this. Moda laughed, until he felt the fear of the other party's overwhelmed anger. He let go of the hand holding Kozuki's chin, and his expression suddenly returned to the original serious look, as if the malice shown before did not exist at all. But although Madam is indeed amazing, your ability to allow people to travel through the future is also very interesting. Because of Moda's previous actions, Kozuki, who was a little trembling, didn't speak at the time, for fear that the other party would make her flustered again. She didn't show any surprise at the exposure of her fruit ability. After all, she was in Oden Castle when she was unconscious. Kozuki also had a rough guess in mind about all possible exposures. Traveling through the future, what a miraculous thing! Not only can you have the ability to escape from predicaments, but it can also have an impact on the mysterious concept of future time and space. Moda opened his hands, said in a complimenting tone, and then looked at Kozuki. Did you know that there is an Impel down on the sea, where the Marine and world government hold and arrest criminals, and I was there for a while. In order to prevent the ability person from dying, the fruit is born in other parts of the world. The method of competing against the ability person is to be imprisoned for a lifetime in order to achieve the purpose of ability control. Traveling through the future, I don't need it now, but it doesn't mean I can't control it. Without a perfect solution, I can only wrong your freedom, madam. Listening to Moda's words, Kozuki showed a frightened look. After all, after several years at sea with Kozuki Oden, Impel Down is no stranger to her. While there is no Impel Down here, the rabbit bowl has been turned into a prison for rebels. You don't need to show such an expression. I'm not going to be crazy enough to throw a symbol like you in prison for the rest of my life. But I also need your promise, ma'am. These 2 handcuffs will only limit your ability, but if you have the will to die, well, it is indeed a trouble. Moda remembered a sentence from the internet in his previous life, which was just applicable to the current situation. So, madam, you don't want any accidents to happen to your lovely daughter, do you? After all, apart from the red sheaths you sent away, now you are the only ones left to depend on each other. This sentence undoubtedly captured Kozuki's weakness at the time, which was a great wavering belief in his heart. Sure enough, just as Moda expected, Kozuki had a will to die in his heart. Since you are also from overseas, you should also know the strength of Kaido, Kurozumi Orochi, and they will definitely not let us go. Kozuki, who had been relatively silent all the time, opened his mouth and cleverly used threats from other people to evade Moda's plan first. What if I can solve these problems? Moda asks rhetorically, and rephrases more clearly. What if I can finish off Kurozumi Orochi and drive Kaido and the others out of Wanokuni? Impossible. Kozuki said quickly and decisively this time. That was the existence that even Udian failed in the crusade, so how could this man who is several times younger than Udian be able to drive away? Then let's have a big gamble. Moda smiled and said, if I do it, your right to freedom will belong to me, you can't escape, you can't die, how about it? Hearing the bet, Kozuki immediately wanted to refuse, but soon she realized what she had said before. Since the other party can rely on threats to achieve means, it is enough to even go overseas to avoid those troubles. Now this bet, if not counted as a threat, isn't it equivalent to a possible opportunity? Although she also felt that it was impossible, but what if? No matter how bad it is, if the other party really fails after colliding with Kaido Orochi, he and Hyori will also be able to get rid of his threat, and then plant the spark of resistance for the next 20 years. Before that, it is really necessary to stabilize this unexpected man. After reading this, fearing that Moda would regret it after realizing it, Kozuki quickly said, okay, I'll bet with you. I bet you. With a nervous and quick look, he couldn't help but look at Kozuki and fell into the trap step by step. Moda wanted to cover his face to hide his smile. Threats can naturally achieve their goals, but the state of mind after voluntary gambling is still very different from being forced. Only by planting a persuasive reason in your heart can you achieve long-term stability. Getting rid of Kurozumi Orochi and eliminating the hidden danger of Kaido is what Moda has to do when he comes to Wanokuni. What's more, the problem of Kaido has been solved first. Kozuki felt that this was a good bet, but Moda felt that this was an additional benefit that could be collected after he had to act. In that case, Mrs. Shi, please come with me, Moda said as he opened the door and walked out. Gritting his teeth without any choice, Kozuki followed Moda and stepped out. Mother. As soon as he stepped out of the room, a voice of joy came immediately, and a petite figure familiar to Kozuki jumped into his arms. Hyori. Immediately, Kozuki also clasped his hands together, and then looked Hyori's whole body up and down, until he realized that there was no injury, and he was not restrained by chains like her, and he was relieved in his heart. Mother, I'm fine. And thanks to this Moda big brother who saved us from the bad guys and allowed us to stay here and protect us. Kozuki Hyori said, looking at the tall Moda aside, eyes full of gratitude. For a girl who is only a child, after experiencing major events such as the separation of her relatives and family accidents, she can be rescued by others under great trauma. Hearing this, Kozuki glanced at Moda, then smiled bitterly silently, smoothed Kozuki Hyori's hair and said, yeah, as long as you're fine. Mother. What is this? Kozuki Hyori naturally didn't understand the inexplicable look in Kozuki's eyes, but she also noticed a handcuff on each of her mother's wrists. This is a restriction for your mother. Your mother intends to keep you and go out alone. Even if it means sacrificing yourself, you have to do some dangerous things, Moda said. Now outside, there are all bad guys like Orochi and Kaido. Hearing this, Kozuki Hyori immediately burst into tears unacceptably. Mom doesn't want it. Now it's just my mother and me. I don't want a life without a family. In Odin Castle, I can still watch my mother's behavior firmly. Now that I am safely informed of such a thing, I naturally start to cry twice as much. No, mother won't do these things, and won't leave Hyori alone. Kozuki was infected at the time, and he also cried to comfort his daughter. Although it is touching, as long as the bet fails, Moda knows that the other party will still take the risk to sow the seeds of resistance for the whole country for the next 20 years. It's very dangerous outside, you just stay here and someone will take care of you, Mrs. Shi. Moda said, looking towards Kozuki with extra emphasis. When they walked to the main hall, they didn't look at the situation where the two were crying. Emily. Hearing Moda's call, the tall and beautiful Emily, wearing a kimono, immediately came to Moda's side. Explain to Lilith and the others that your first priority is to take good care of the two people in the room, especially Kozuki, understand? Moda said while touching his delicate face. Although the girl blushed, she nodded firmly. In this extremely huge house, it is naturally impossible that the 3 daughters of Lilith brought by him are the only ones. But without spending time on winning people's hearts, Wanokuni is now the most able to listen to him, and these 3 women are the only ones. Although at the level of 3 ordinary people, it is impossible to keep an eye on Kozuki who has good skills, but it is enough to make the other party notice this situation. Looking at the tallest tower in the capital of flowers, Orochi City, Moda has no time to take care of the 2 of them for the rest of the time. The most important and simplest part of the plan, he planned to implement it. Different from the scene of discussions outside the street, inside the general's mansion, the grand banquet held at this moment is even more extravagant with flowers and brocades, like a fire cooking oil. The burly, bald, big-headed, wearing a crown, Kurozumi Orochi, a typical villain image, is drinking good wine at the moment while admiring the dance of several geisha in front of him. On the banquet table full of delicious food and wine, each of the royal court fans who took refuge in Orochi sat. So Kozuki Oden has been completely solved this time, and I have completely sat on the position of general. From now on, the entire Wanokuni will be under my control. Hearing Orochi's drunken laughter, the members of the imperial court hurriedly raised their glasses to congratulate Kurozumi Orochi. Congratulations General Orochi. From now on, you will be the highest status existence in Wanokuni. Orochi, who likes to hear compliments, laughed even more when he heard the words, but when he put his eyes on the empty seat beside him, he paused in displeasure at the corner of his mouth, and said, HMPH, only that guy Kaido, he won't come to participate my party. As he said that, the emotions brought about by the drunkenness surged up, and he began to talk about things one after another with a sullen face. Obviously I beat my important retainer Higurashi to death, and I failed to let the red sheaths escape, and I didn't bring Kozuki Oden with me. It's really infuriating to come to my place for execution in vain. Normally, he would not dare to say more in front of outsiders. But the things in front of him are all loyal to him, and coupled with his happy mood, he wants to spit out his unhappiness. The group of guys have been disappearing in Qiwuhai, and there is no trace of them in Wanokuni. It may be that they are afraid of Lord Orochi's prestige, and fled outside Wanokuni in embarrassment. Naturally, the royal court fans dare not follow Orochi to speak ill of Kaido. They can only report some information that Orochi is more concerned about. HMPH, count them running fast, otherwise they must be cooked to make up for my regret, Kurozumi Orochi said. But at this time, the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. The Kurozumi Orochi is taken out, and it is the phone bug with Kaido's signature that is making the sound. Kurozumi Orochi, who was still in high spirits, froze immediately, and his thoughts suddenly cleared up. He just said bad things about Kaido, and now the other party's phone bug immediately called him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help doubting the imperial court fans in front of him, but he also thought that they didn't have phone bugs on them before coming. It should be impossible. He could only raise his hand hastily, and the geishas performing around him immediately stopped dancing to let the environment quiet down first. Kaido's phone bug, he dare not answer it. What's the matter, Kaido? Kurozumi Orochi held up the phone bug and asked. The tone of his voice was less flattering than usual. Whoa. You seem to be firmly seated, General Wanokuni. You feel good. Kaido's laughter came from the other end of the phone, and it was obvious that the change of Kurozumi Orochi could be heard to some extent. Of course I feel very good now, and there is still a celebration banquet, but unfortunately you, who are the main contributor, did not come to participate. didn't hear what Kaido was referring to. Kurozumi Orochi Kaido. Hi. Kaido hiccuped, and then said, "What kind of celebration party? Lousy is not interested. This time I just wanted to tell you that the cooperation between Lousy and you is over." What? What? Different from Kaido's casual tone, it took Kurozumi a while to react, and he yelled in surprise, and then said uncertainly, "Will you make such a joke, Kaido?" Without the expected answer, Kaido's voice came from the phone bug again. "Lousy is not a casual joker, Orochi." Kurozumi Orochi's pupils froze when he heard the words. "Are you serious? Kaido? That guy Kozuki Oden is dead. Didn't he say that Wanokuni will be completely transformed into a country of weapons production? Or are you afraid of some sea power behind Kozuki Oden?" The phone bug paused for a while, and then a gloomy voice came. "What are you kidding? Lousy is not afraid of anyone. Although our partnership has ended, don't give me a reason to kill you." "You're kidding, Kaido," Kurozumi Orochi said, and then seemed to think of something, trembling all over. "You bastard. You don't intend to swallow Wanokuni all by yourself." As soon as these words came out, all the members of the imperial court below were shocked, and when they looked at each other, they could all see the fear on each other's faces. The reason why they betrayed Kozuki to Kurozumi, in addition to the reuse promised by Kurozumi, was the amazing deterrence brought by Kaido. Unaware of the other intentions of the royal family, the fearful Orochi quickly opened his mouth and said, "Don't forget that Wanokuni still has a lot of warriors. Without the right of inheritance, even you will face a crusade from the whole country at once." This kind of statement seemed to give him confidence, but Kurozumi said in a low voice, "If you want more benefits, the benefits brought by Wanokuni can be up to 7 of you and 3 of us." Regardless of his bullshit wealth and the situation of the whole country, as long as he can continue to secure his position as a general and maintain his daily expenses, nothing else will be a big problem. "Oh lol. Seeing how sincere you are, I'll tell you why." Kaido, who had a bad tone before, let out a hearty laugh. "Someone has reached an agreement with Lousy. Pirates don't care about profits. His price makes Lousy even more tempted, so the partnership with you is over. As for your Wanokuni samurai issue, that guy wants the whole Wanokuni. Woohoo. Lousy really wants to see what that guy will do." Pat. The phone bug that came suddenly also hung up suddenly. Before Kurozumi Orochi could get out of his mouth, he was abruptly interrupted, and immediately threw the phone bug aside angrily. Boom. "Kaido, that bastard." He hammered heavily on the table, and in anger, Kurozumi's ability was passively activated, and he suddenly transformed into an 8-headed snake. "What should we do now, Lord Orochi?" The geisha had already been dismissed, and the members of the royal court fan also heard this undisguised call, and couldn't help but scramble to ask about it. They are all well aware of Kaido's horror, and they can make Kaido reach an agreement for it, and even give in to such huge benefits as Wanokuni. Not to mention the conditions that the other party gave Kaido, the strength alone will be great. How one exists. The Kurozumi Orochi, who was asked, couldn't help turning his 8 heads to Semimaru, who was on the side of his throne. After the death of the military strategist Higurashi, the biggest reliance by his side now is this old man. And Kurozumi Semimaru, usually taciturn, like the fruit of his barrier, has been silently serving as a guardian. How would he know what to do in this situation? Seeing this, Kurozumi Orochi's face sank, and then he thought of something, and immediately said, "Yes. Didn't that guy Kaido say it? That outsider who doesn't know who he is, wants the whole Wanokuni. I'm Wanokuna's nominal general, he wants Wanokuni, and he wants to pass me." Having said that, it is obvious that Yu Tingfan can somewhat see his sternness and inwardness. After such an episode, the atmosphere of the banquet was originally full of joy, but suddenly the wind direction changed. Orochi looked at the royal family and ordered, "Recently, I will strictly guard the Orochi city, and report to me immediately if there is anything wrong. I'm going to go myself, bring people to find Kaido and have a good talk. Semimaru, this time you are also with me." Kurozumi Orochi looked back, but saw a strange figure behind Kurozumi Semimaru who did not know when. Such an accident changed the words of the big Kurozumi snake, and immediately exclaimed, "Mr. Semimaru." But before he finished shouting, the bloody arc flashed so fast that it was almost hard to see, and the wind surged instantly, and Kurozumi Semimaru, another right-hand man of Kurozumi Orochi, fell down in the pool of blood spurted out. The sudden change in the hall stunned everyone present. The trained Yuding Fanzong reacted first and immediately guarded the big snake. And Kurozumi Orochi widened his eyes, looking at Kurozumi Semimaru, who was lying in a pool of blood and seemed to be dying. In his mind, though Kurozumi Semimaru is not as resourceful as Kurozumi Higurashi. But in terms of reliability and safety, no one can compare to Kurozumi Semimaru. This is an absolute guardian that can resist even the attack of that lunatic Kozuki Oden. Similarly, Moda, who knew this, used the observation haki to lock on, and immediately displayed the highest multiplication speed, killing with one hit, and did not give the opponent any reaction to cast the barrier. You bastard. Quick. Take him down for me. I'm going to give him the cruelest torture. Kurozumi Orochi said angrily. Moda looked like a samurai, and obviously regarded him as the samurai of Wanokuni who resisted the assailant. A mere samurai dares to commit murder in the general's mansion. The imperial court fans immediately took up their postures while staring at each other cautiously. Unlike the furious Kurozumi Orochi, they kept paying attention to the surrounding area, completely unaware of when Moda appeared in front of them. Hey, a ninja. Moda stepped forward. Zka. Invisible black and red lightning permeated the air pressure, and the suffocating will began to surge in the direction of the royal family one after another. Terrifying coercion descended on the royal court fans like a drop from the sky, making them almost breathless. Cold sweat instantly drenched their clothes. This feeling was exactly the same as the power that Kaido made them lose their resistance at a glance. All the members of the imperial court turned pale, and they couldn't even put down their ninjutsu postures involuntarily. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you give it to me? Kurozumi Orochi exclaimed. Feeling this pressure, he naturally understood that the warrior in front of him was no small matter. But in the face of the general's order, the Yuding fans still did not make any move to attack. Like the first few members of Doflamingo's family, the imposing presence of conquerors sent them away from the grand line with just one look. The members of the royal court fan in front of them were naturally also destroyed by this momentum, and once again destroyed the mind of resistance. Withdraw. Fu Lu Shou immediately shouted. As soon as the voice fell, several bullets exploded directly on the ground, and instantly huge smoke directly enveloped everyone. This is the smoke that can be avoided for a certain period of time. With Moda's perception of emotions, even if he closes his eyes, the fear brought by those conquerors can't be hidden. Simple blindfold. The Red Sakura entwined by the conquerors aimed at the center of the thick smoke, and slashed out in a flying slash. When it touched the thick smoke, it separated several sword waves and exploded in all directions. Boom. Under the loud noise, the thick smoke was directly blown away by the terrifying energy, revealing the members of the royal family who were blown away. Moda shook his hand. Crack. The wooden ground beyond the feet rolled up one by one, like a long snake with spirits, turned into several roads, and rolled towards the people in the air. Boom boom boom. The ninjas who were rolled into rice dumplings fell to the ground, making a heavy falling sound. After exerting all his strength and being unable to break free, Fukurokusho, the leader of the royal family, immediately shouted, My lord! We were also forced by the Kurozumi snake. Please let us go, we are willing to serve you. The Kurozumi snake he called forgot to be angry at this moment, but fell back to the ground in horror, posing in a panic, and kept backing up. Don't kill me. I am General Wanokuni. What do you want? I can give it to you. And there is Kaido behind me. If you do anything to me, Kaido will not let you go, nor the whole Wanokuni. Moda couldn't help laughing. Do you still want to use Kaido to hold me when you are about to die? Aren't you curious about the guy? Kaido said. It's you? You're not a samurai from Wanokuni. Under Kurozumi Orochi's frightened words, the red Sakura in Moda's hand already flashed in his eyes. 7 panicked snakeheads flew down from the sky. The closest to death in his life, Kurozumi the big snake suddenly burst into tears, and the snake body also turned into the usual image of a wretched villain, shaking the only head on his body at this time desperately. Don't kill me. Don't you want the whole Wanokuni? I am willing to pass on the position of general to you, and give you everything in Wanokuni. All my savings can also be given to you. In a panic, Kurozumi Orochi spoke out all the conditions in order to save his life. You want to have a fart? Moda disgusted. But I don't have to do anything about your last life. I will take you to meet someone, and then tell him honestly all the actions you plan to do to Wanokuni these years and in the future, understand? Kurozumi Orochi, who was already crying in fear, nodded desperately when he heard that there was a turning point. Even if he was asked to kneel and beg for mercy in front of the whole country, Kurozumi Orochi would surely do so in order to survive. I have to say, dealing with a villain like Kurozumi Orochi, Moda really has no sense of accomplishment, but feels a little awkward. Therefore, compared to Kaido, as long as the trouble of removing the barrier is removed, it is really easy to deal with the big snake. If it is not for his life, there is the last effect. Moda looked at the Imperial Court fans who were also begging for mercy and subdued. It was simply a typical idiot. As for you, forget it, I'll spare your lives first, and come with me to meet that person. After Moda finished speaking, he lifted his index finger lightly, and all the royal family members and big snakes flew up from the wooden strips that were trapped and locked, and were transported by Moda to the center of the inner hall of the big snake city. There is a hidden door leading directly to the underground, hiding the secrets of Wanokuna's past, historical text signposts, and Kozuki Sukiyaki hiding after pretending to be dead. The Shogun's mansion in the capital of flowers, at the Kokeshi room. This is the private residence of the late Shogun, Kozuki Sukiyaki. Here is the destination where Moda brought everyone. Kurozumi is no stranger to this. This is a hidden house built by the former general who was killed by him, Kozuki Sukiyaki, in the general's mansion. But the problem is, didn't he say that he was going to meet someone, but there were walls on 3 sides, and it didn't look like an area where there were people. The room is only filled with the former general's collection, strange beautiful girl dolls, swords and so on. The Imperial Court fans who were brought along were also puzzled, but now that their lives are in the hands of others, they didn't dare to ask more questions before Moda spoke. Moda walked up to the placed dolls and reached out to touch them. Then he repeated this action with the props on the side. Sure enough, the dust buried on some dolls was not the same thickness as the knives. It was as if it had been wiped down over the years. The person I want to bring you to meet has been lingering on his last breath inside. Moda said, starting to place his hands on the ground, not even needing to find the hidden secret exit. Under the lion fruit's ability, the huge boulder directly floated away, and a huge passage leading directly to the ground was exposed so simply. Hearing Moda's words, coupled with the sudden appearance of the secret passage in this room, Kurozumi's pupils shrank involuntarily, thinking of something. Because although it is rumored that Kozuki Sukiyaki died of illness, in fact, he and Kurozumi Higurashi have been imprisoned in Uki City. But suddenly one day, people disappeared. As for the guards who guarded the U's city that day, it was not reported that anyone had left the U's city. After the addition, there was no rumor about Kozuki Sukiyaki. Gradually fade away. But now, as he slowly entered the secret path that he didn't know about, he had an inexplicable premonition that the thoughts in his heart would continue to be confirmed. As he went down the stairs step by step, Moda also thought about the narration of Wanokuni in the original book. 800 years ago, Wanokuni was like an overseas island, a huge island at sea level, rather than the mountainous island where the waterfalls are located today. Later, I don't know whether it was for hiding or to prevent outsiders from invading, so huge walls were built around the island. As the rainwater started to accumulate inside and eventually submerged the entire country, the people had to move up and a new country was established, which is now Wanokuni, the island on the hill. Below this passage is the secret known only to the previous generals of Wanokuni today, but the acting general Kurozumi Orochi and naturally do not know. Now, maybe only the undead Kozuki Sukiyaki and Moda who has the memory of the original book are known. In more detail, in a secret room below the passage is where the historical text road signs are placed. Further below the secret room, there is still a sleeping ancient weapon, Pluton. It's just that in order to fully activate the power of Pluton, the mountain walls around Wanokuni must be broken to achieve a certain sense of physical founding. In the original book, Jack, who has not yet taken the fruit, discovered this place by virtue of his murloc talent. But apparently Kozuki Sukiyaki is still here, and the secret here has not been discovered by Jack by chance. The other party successfully escaped from this secret passage and became Fate of Tengu Mountain. But it was many years after Odin's death. Naturally, using a memory that can be called a seer, Moda is well placed to work to his own advantage. The staircase in the secret room is very long, after all, it is hundreds of meters high at the bottom of the mountain. As the footsteps got heavier and closer to the inner seafloor, Moda began to feel a subtle emotional fluctuation. With apprehension and tension, and as the distance keeps getting closer, it becomes more obvious. Until standing at the end of the stairs, there is an area blocked by a stone gate, and the unknown emotion is raised to the maximum for a moment. Moda pushed open the stone gate, and he saw a secret room made of huge stone pillars. The most important thing was the red road sign history text placed in the middle. There were no other figures around, but the torches that had just been extinguished, and the fishing tools in the corner all indicated something. The stone was thrown casually, and under precise control, the stone collided with the wall on the torch, and the sparks from the violent friction actually reignited the torch, instantly illuminating a corner of the dark secret room. Looking straight at the huge historical text, which is exactly the back of the historical text, Moda said, "You don't need to hide anymore. I know you are there, Kozuki Sukiyaki." Hearing this, Kurozumi looked up abruptly, just to see whether Ying Zheng's previous guess was correct. All the members of the Yuding family looked at the direction of the huge red road sign full of horror as if they were facing an enemy. The location was completely pointed out, and even the name was spoken. Under the light of the fire, Kozuki, who was completely like a beggar, walked out of it with a look of guard. "Sukiyaki. It's really you. You're still alive." Kurozumi Orochi horrified, as if seeing a ghost. The members of the Yuding fan couldn't help blurting out, "General Sukiyaki?" Because it was too unbelievable, even if he didn't dare to speak out because he was afraid of Moda, he couldn't help but screamed at this time. Similarly, Kozuki Sukiyaki said in surprise, "Orochi, Fukurouju, it's you." Immediately afterwards, he noticed how they were trapped, and began to look at Moda in front of him. Obviously don't know. How did the man in front of him know the biggest secret guarded by the Kozuki family, and the reason for bringing Orochi and the others here? Looking at the inexplicable look in Kozuki's Sukiyaki eyes, Moda also knew how forbearing this old guy was. After all, he was a person who could hide in this secret room for several years without knowing anything about the outside world. Reaching out and slapping Kurozumi Orochi on the head, Moda said, "Now, it's up to you to explain what happened after his death, and focus on it, don't waste my time." Kurozumi Orochi was hit on the head, as if recalling the feeling of his head falling, and immediately began to explain to Sukiyaki what happened to Wanokuni in these years. As he spoke, it seemed that his childhood experiences were recalled. Originally, it was just an explanation under the pressure of Moda, but it gradually became full of revenge and malicious words, and even mixed with a lot of personal emotions. It was such a weird meeting, but Kozuki Sukiyaki listened to everything Kurozumi said in a daze. Until the recent bad news, he trembled and took a few steps back. "What did you say?" "Odin. Odin is dead." Full of unbelievable words, followed by a father's anger in an instant. "Big Snake. You despicable and shameless bastard. Odin treats you well." As he said that, he rushed forward and punched Kurozumi in the face hard. Orochi, who would usually cry and beg for mercy, is also like an enemy meeting, extremely jealous. "Lousy is Kurozumi. Don't forget how your Kozuki clan let Wanokuni drive our clan to extinction. Anyone with Kurozumi in their name will be executed immediately. When I was a kid, I thought that if I survived the nightmare, I would have revenge on the Kozuki family. Now I've done it too. Beyond that, I want to take revenge on the whole Wanokuni, and everyone will be enslaved by me. It's a pity that Kozuki Odin couldn't be caught in front of me, and he was publicly executed to calm the hatred in my heart." The Kurozumi snake grinned ferociously. It was the arrival of the Kozuki Sukiyaki in front of them that made their Kurozumi clan begin to end. Hearing this, Kozuki Sukiyaki pulled out a knife from nowhere and slashed at the Kurozumi snake. Orochi, who was still grinning grinningly, panicked when he saw this. Clang. This angry blow was blocked by Moda. "Hey, old man, they are all important hostages in my hands. This is still in front of me. Is it really okay for you to ignore it like this?" Hearing this, Kozuki Sukiyaki looked at Moda, who was still concerned about who this person was before, but now he still cares about this. How can I execute this villain with my own hands? And Moda was obviously waiting for this answer, pointing at Kurozumi's head with Red Sakura. The latter was sweating profusely on his smiling face. He is Wanokuna's general now. Even if he was obtained, you must know his high status. If you want his life, you naturally need to pay the due value. Let's make a long story short, Sukiyaki. My name is Moda. You don't need to know who I am. The purpose of coming here is to use your name to help me become the general of Wanokuni. Moda specified all requirements. There are two ways to sit on General Wanokuni as an outsider. The first is the means of force. Although it is direct but too limited, it is not suitable for Moda, who wants to rule for a long time and grasp the powerful samurai power of Wanokuni. The second is the right of succession directly under the general, which is the right of succession directly issued by the general to achieve the right and proper name. It is the best way to adapt to the Wanokuni who has been secluded for several years. If you don't know that Kozuki Sukiyaki is still alive, then Moda will definitely let Kurozumi Orochi be the understudy and step on him completely. But since Kozuki Sukiyaki is still alive, the current general of Kurozumi Orochi is meaningless, and this lingering person has only this effect on Moda. Do you want to be General Wanokuni? Kozuki Sukiyaki heard the words, frowned, and then shook his head. This is impossible. How can the iron orders passed down through the generations be replaced by outsiders? Hearing this, Moda suddenly became upset. Just because I'm talking about conditions with you, it doesn't mean that you are really qualified to refuse on the same level as me. Kozuki Oden is dead, and you have been hiding here and pretending to be dead for several years. Who do you think is qualified to inherit Kozuki? The kid who disappeared. If I really want to inherit Wanokuni, no one can stop me. Kaido backed down from Wanokuni because of me. If it wasn't for the best solution, would I need to find you, an old man who pretended to be dead? Or, is Wanokuna's miserable future what you want to see? The coercion representing momentum spread again. Using the perception of emotions and listening to the inner feelings of others, just like Princess Otahime of Mermaid Island, Moda expressed the fears in Kozuki Sukiyaki one by one. Combined with the momentum at this moment, Moda was like a demon, making Kozuki Sukiyaki dumb, and stepped back a few steps one after another. Moda. No, Lord Moda. I am the current General Wanokuni. That guy is just a dead man. As long as you want, I will immediately notify the whole country and let you become General Wanokuni. Kurozumi Orochi realized something, and said what he said before begging for mercy again, and his tone was extremely sincere. As everyone knows, what he said made Kozuki Sukiyaki think of it. The so-called Iron Order, after the Kurozumi Orochi sought the general, has been completely shattered, not to mention the tyranny that enslaved the whole people. Worse still. There is an inexplicable feeling in my heart. In addition, Kozuki Oden was killed, and he lingered for many years, and anger came to his heart again. With a knife in hand, Kozuki stepped forward again. This time Moda didn't stop, because he heard the answer in his heart. The object of Kurozumi's begging for mercy was changed to Kozuki Sukiyaki immediately, but this time, the blade fell directly without the slightest hesitation. Shoo. Blood splattered, Kurozumi Orochi rolled to the ground with the last head of panic and unwillingness. It seems that you have already made a decision. As Moda said, his fingers snapped, and with a click, the rest of the Imperial Court fans who were trapped in the chain immediately released their restraints and fell to the ground one by one. Very insightful. After his body regained his freedom, Fu Lu Shou immediately bowed to Moda. Fu Lu Shou pays homage to General Moda. His witty speech immediately caused the rest of the royal family to follow suit. Kozuki Sukiyaki looked at the royal family with complicated eyes. Although there were newcomers joining in the past few years, the leader Fu Lu Shou had known him for a long time. But now the situation is no longer what he can do. Kaido alone makes it impossible for him to be a general again, not to mention that there is a devil eyeing him. Kozuki Sukiyaki could only look at Moda and said, "What do I do next?" Moda explained, "Of course I want you to come back from the dead, and then announce the next real general in a nationwide announcement. Then you can retire in peace, and everything about Wanokuni has nothing to do with you, Kozuki. Of course, you have to be thankful for one thing. I am not like Kurozumi Orochi, who only knows how to govern the country with tyranny. Although it was a good word, Kozuki Sukiyaki also knew that there was no room for rejection, so he couldn't help but slump to the ground, looking at his hands, with a kind of unexplainable regret and pain, which was lost from his hands for hundreds of years of inheritance feel. In his inner world, Moda just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention to it. This world will never lack poor people. Anyway, in the original book, after the other party managed to escape, he turned into Tiangu Mountain Fage and hid because of fear and self-blame. Walking in front of the road sign of the Grand Line, Moda put his hand on it, applied the upper fluttering ability, then turned his head and walked outside the stone gate. All the prerequisites are in place, it's time to start the final enthronement. Half a day. The imperial family who were ordered by him immediately acted as tools to spread the news that Kurozumi Orochi was dead and Kozuki Sukiyaki was reappearing. With the power of ninjas mastered by the imperial family, coupled with the promotion of the information and phone bugs, the country is closed to the outside world. In just half a day, the whole country has heard the news. The only few daimyo left now, when they heard the news, their faces changed suddenly. Regardless of what they had in hand, they hurriedly ordered people to prepare their horses, and then hurried towards the center of Wanokuni. People from all regions looked at the picture of General City projected by the phone bug, and their hearts gradually became excited. In the capital of flowers in the center, the people even gathered under the general's mansion, and the voices were louder than the next. General Sukiyaki, are you really alive? Is the news on the bulletin true? Sukiyaki General. At this moment, even in the mansion, Moda can feel the huge emotional fluctuations below. It's all about anticipation and tension. Now that the stage has been set, it's time for you to perform, Moda said, looking at Kozuki who had been silent in the back. I hope you will do what you say, Kozuki Sukiyaki said, took a deep breath, and walked towards the square outside the mansion. Already covered by various projection phone bugs, under the much anticipated square, Kozuki Sukiyaki appeared on the screen. In an instant, the capital of flowers and even the various Wanokuni areas were all boiling. Really, Sukiyaki General? General Sukiyaki is back, which means that the rule of Orochi is really over. There were huge cheers from the crowd, with excitement and tears. All the people hope, but Kozuki Sukiyaki knows that the present situation is not due to how good he was as a general. It's Wanokuna's devastation today, with precedents such as Kozuki Oden and Kurozumi Orochi, so he is naturally expected in comparison. For a moment, he wanted to sit back on General Wanokuni and respond to the expectations of the people below. But it can only be a delusion, because if you really do this, you will really harm Wanokuni. After stabilizing his mind, Sukiyaki quickly spoke in full view, telling all his scriptures. Everything from being framed, playing dead to successfully escaping. Until the death of Kurozumi Orochi was mentioned at the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Today, I have a major decision to announce to the whole country, and I do not plan to retake the position of General Wanokuni. As soon as these words came out, the reaction was fierce, and several people were astonished, and the voice of pleading continued to resound in the square. Kozuki Sukiyaki continued without pausing. In fact, thanks to the help of one person, Kurozumi Orochi was completely solved, and I was able to reappear here. He is my savior, and can be the savior of Wanokuni today. He has the ability to completely free Wanokuni from Kaido. He is not the Kozuki family, nor is it the other four surnames, but today I want to break the inherent inheritance of General Wanokuni. As the general of my Kozuki family, announce to the whole country that Moda behind me will become the new general of Wanokuni. Immediately, the atmosphere exploded, far surpassing the attention of Kozuki Sukiyaki, and instantly focused on another figure that appeared. Our current general Wanokuni Moda. Undoubtedly, it was specified by the orthodox Kozuki family, and it was most directly accepted by more than half of the people in Wanokuni by means of announcing the whole country, especially with the addition of the topicality of Kaido. General Moda, are you really going to drive away the pirate Kaido and liberate Wanokuni? General Moda, please instruct Wanokuna's future. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, but was suppressed by other voices. But there is no doubt that all the ones shouting are Moda with the title of general. The position of Wanokuna's general is so important. A qualified and wise general will lead the country to prosperity. If a guy who is a vegetarian becomes a general, it will be a disaster for the country. With Kurozumi Orochi's tormented years as a precedent, and Kozuki Oden's idiot behavior, Kozuki Sukiyaki said just now, they expect this new general who is beyond doubt, to be the one to lead Wanokuni to a better future. Feeling the rising voices below like the tide, Moda certainly knows what the people of Wanokuni think. Looking firmly at the crowd below, as General Wanokuni, I will drive away all foreign invaders and lead Wanokuni to a more distant and beautiful future. The plaza where the voice of the announcement resounds throughout the city of flowers. General Moda. As one person shouted, slowly, the voice became louder and louder. General Moda. General Moda. The shouts of the crowd resounded throughout the flower capital, and the incident reached a nationwide sensation. Listening to Moda's speech, this answer to the common people is by no means a character like Kurozumi Orochi and His Highness the Fool. And so the pure and simple people began to celebrate. Moda, the birth of Wanokuna's new general, near General Castle, on the roof of the mansion area. Kozuki hugged Hyori, looking straight at the square at the stairs. Stop for a while from Kozuki Sukiyaki, and then look straight at Moda, which can already say everything. It took only a day to make a bet with him, and the other party not only really eradicated Kurozumi Orochi, but unexpectedly became General Wanokuni. For that bet, the only thing left is to drive Kaido away. Obviously, becoming General Wanokuni and making a bold statement in front of the whole country, another condition of the bet is inevitable. Kozuki didn't know what the outcome would be, but if she could free Wanokuni from Kaido, she would be willing to sacrifice herself. In Ghost Island, although it does not belong to the forces in Wanokuni. With the help of the distributed pirates, everything in the capital of flowers was also displayed in the main hall in a live broadcast. Damn bastard, it's obviously just a cooperative relationship, but he dared to say something to drive away such words, and use us to increase his reputation. Quinn muttered, extremely annoyed. Unexpectedly, the previous general Kozuki Sukiyaki did not die, but passed the position of general to Moda. Jhin analyzed calmly, with a dignified tone. Moreover, Moda seems to be very good at grasping people's hearts, and he has accumulated the entire Wanokuni behind him, forming a force that we cannot underestimate. Woo. Lousy still wants to collect your phantom beast seed fruit. But I didn't expect that Moda, you little brat, would actually use such a method. Oh lol, you were really well prepared. Looking at the projection phone, Kaido was crying and angry, and then burst into laughter, which is the daily emotional change after being drunk. After venting for a while, I remembered something. Since he is already General Wanokuni, the cooperation will begin. Bring the phone bug, and Lousy will talk to him in person. Thinking of the signposts and the coveted Zone Legion, Kaido's eyes glowed a little at the moment. On the side, there was another person with bright eyes. Yamato looked at the figure in the projection screen and murmured excitedly. Okay, so majestic. I also want to be like Moda. The new general who announced to the whole country will take over, and the curtain will soon fall. At this moment, grand celebrations are being held all over the country. Especially in the bustling city of flowers, the continuous festive lanterns are shining at night, and among the crowd coming and going, the laughter are full of sincerity after regaining hope. And the new General Moda, whom they called Hope, has just entered the delisted Snake City. Naturally, everything related to the big snake has been cleaned up. At this moment, he was meeting the daimyos of Baiwu and Nozomi in Wanokuni. It was thought that after Oden's defeat, Wanokuni would have no future. At this moment, the resurrection of Sukiyaki, coupled with the new general who is relied on by all people, the fire of hope rekindled in Shimotsuki Yasui's heart came directly from Baiwu Kuaima. General Moda, I heard that you are going to attack Kaido. Our samurai army is willing to go with you, Shimotsuki Yasui said half kneeling. Shimotsuki Yasui's samurai army in Hakubai has always been the largest national defense force in Wanokuni outside of the capital of flowers. As a family that has served General Wanokuni for generations, it is different from the Kurozumi Orochi who harmed Wanokuni with tyranny and combined with overseas invaders. With Moda's declaration, Shimotsuki Yasui surrendered to Moda without any hesitation. In this case, there is also Nozomi Daimyo who came with it. That's the benefit of being General Wanokuni, rightfully so. Even now, as long as he wants to call up the whole country, he can summon countless heroic warriors in the country to form a huge army. With the power of one country, coupled with 2 strategic level capabilities, today's Moda has the background to directly call Kaido. But Moda has no such plan, because the so-called cooperation, he does not have much loss, not to mention that he also uses artificial fruits to plant a huge foreshadowing in the future, among which Kaido is an indispensable point. Yasui doesn't have to be like this, it's enough to keep your army guarding Baiwu, Kaido, I have my own way to make him leave. Moda helped each other up, looking like a corporal. Yasui warned immediately after hearing the words. Don't be careless, General Moda. This is how the palace fell into Kaido's hands. When Yasui advised, a figure descended from the ceiling immediately, and then also advised Moda. That's right, General Moda, please don't underestimate Kaido. You are. Looking at the gorgeous figure in the ninja costume in front of him, Moda knew the reason and asked the truth. I'm Shinobu, one of the original ninjas who quit the imperial family because I didn't like Orochi's style. Now that Orochi is dead, you are the general recognized by Master Sukiyaki, so I want to contribute to Wanokuni again. Ren knelt down half kneeling, and his words were full of anxiety. Similarly, I also fought against Kaido with the palace, and I know that the strength of the opponent in the pirate group must not be underestimated. Shimotsuki Yasui was astonished. As both were former retainers of Kozuki, they were naturally familiar with each other, but they didn't expect each other to participate in that battle. Don't worry, I will not be as reckless as Kozuki Oden. Behind me is the future of millions of people. Without sufficient guarantees, I will not go rashly. As Moda said, he raised his finger, and the bodies of the people who were kneeling or sitting on the knees were directly lifted up by the floating floor, and flew swaying in midair. What's the situation? Is it a sorcery like Kinemon-san? The people who were brought up immediately jumped off the plank in a panic, looking at the objects still floating in the air. They couldn't help being curious and amazed. According to what you said, this is indeed a sorcery, and it is also a secret treasure overseas. I have the ability to make everything fly, even people, and even islands are easy. As he said that, Moda patted Onin's clothes as if demonstrating again, and the other party's ninja uniform began to drag him, and he flew up miraculously. And not only ability, your new general is also far stronger than you think. As Moda said, the previous general's lenient aura changed. Yasui, a highly skilled samurai, felt shortness of breath unconsciously, and his clothes were soaked in sweat within a minute. Preventing an all-out war with Kaido is not because of fear of sacrifice. As long as it helps Wanokuni's future, everything is worth it. But I'm not foolhardy. If I didn't have enough confidence, I wouldn't make a declaration to the people in the square. I have the qualifications to collide with Kaido. In this game, you just need to wait for the good news. In this way, by speaking nicely, General Moda's status was raised several levels in the eyes of several people. But having said that, Shimotsuki Yasui still secretly wanted the Vice Admiral army assembled for a rainy day. With that amazing flying ability alone, even if the goal is not achieved, in the words of Moda, he can come back from Kaido safely. At that time, it will be a complete all-out war. Therefore, after Shimotsuki Yasui visited Kozuki Sukiyaki, who was planning to live in seclusion somewhere, he returned to the jurisdiction again to gather strength secretly. With these vague rumors, heroes and warriors from all over the world began to slowly gather together, and they were mentally prepared to join the all-out war to completely liberate Wanokuni. After the grand celebration of the new general passed, undercurrents began to surge across the country. At this moment, Moda, who is expected by all the people of the country, has come to the Kaido base camp. It's not an extremely tense fighting atmosphere, but there are some happy banquets that are unique to pirates. Is this the road sign for Raftel? Kaido looked at the huge red text of history brought by Moda. Although he was suspicious, his excited expression had already confirmed it. Because of this, in the venue at this moment, except for the double disaster, there are no other Kaido's subordinates present. I have already given you one of the conditions for cooperation, and the next thing is your sincerity. Moda looked at Kaido and said. Kaido laughed loudly. No problem, Jhin. Yan Calamity, who was named, immediately understood, took out the phone bug that had been prepared, and gave orders. No one said anything about cooperating and repenting, Even if it is a pirate, everyone present knows that the artificial fruit after that is the key to mutual cooperation. Although we still have to wait, when looking at the road signs, the wild hope in my heart has increased by a quarter. Even if we start to lose control of Wanokuni today, Kaido's heart is not only not too turbulent, but there is also a kind of gradually rising fireworks. I didn't expect that even that battle was recorded by you at some point. It's really well prepared, Moda. Kaido rarely looked directly at Moda. Perhaps in the future, you will surpass that old lion. Moda shrugged and didn't deliberately continue the sentence. Who knows? But you are ready to move out. According to the agreement, the Ghost Island can be given to Kaido, but it must leave the Wanokuni Sea area. Oh la la, you don't need to worry about this. Lousy has his own way to take the Ghost Island away. With Moda's successive means, Kaido is no longer worried that he will be the one to do it all. He only intends to take Ghost Island and leave to find other places. After moving the base camp there, this island has been contaminated by fluttering ability. Kaido does not want to have the hidden threat of Moda at any time. After all, Lion Fruit's ability is still too heaven-defying. If he is not around one day, our conflicts with Moda, wouldn't he just start to fall into a passive position? Moda is naturally not surprised by Kaido's words. Up to you. Kaido smiled, and then took out the direct phone bug from his arms and threw it to Moda. The next fruit, Lousy can wait for your good news. As the words fell, his body swelled up suddenly, his skin color slowly turned blue, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a giant dragon and flew out of the window. Not long after, he vaguely felt the fluctuations on the ground. Obviously, Kaido has started to move the Ghost Island with the flame cloud. Moda doesn't plan to stay longer, and let Kaido move the Ghost Island away by himself. Liberating Wanokuni from Kaido, the most important event so far, no one would have thought that such an event would come to an end so easily. Of course, Moda will not behave like this. The more heroic you are, the more you will boost your reputation. Holding the Red Sakura in his hand, Moda gritted his teeth, endured the pain and stabbed his body a few times. Time stretches backwards. Not long ago, the phone bug that Jhin ordered to go down, and the beast regiments stationed in various places in Wanokuni all gave an urgent cry, and then left in groups in strange groups. At the scene, there were only a few projected phone bugs that were playing, among which was the scene of the first battle between Kaido and Moda not long ago. The beast group left, and the phone bug left on purpose was naturally discovered by other people in Wanokuni. As a result, the shocking battle, with a very fast speed of transmission, responded fiercely throughout Wanokuni. The City of Flowers was displayed near the square in a tens of times magnification by projecting phone bugs. What is the battle of the strong? This is a feeling that will arise spontaneously from the bottom of my heart just through the screen. Every time there is an attack, airwaves sweep through and the earth trembles. Even if no one is present, it is as if they are in the scene. In particular, Moda's red-handed Sakura facing the giant dragon roaring in the sky, people can't help but correspond to the dragon-slaying warrior Sword King Dragon Horse, popularized by Wanokuni. It's amazing. General Moda. The hope of our Wanokuni, simply the strongest general ever. General Moda is already fighting Kaido. I'm going to help General Moda now. Me too. The civilians were cheering, and the powerful swordsman had already picked up his weapon and rushed towards Tuanbaiwu, which was close to Qiwuhai. Kozuki looked at the constantly fighting figures on the screen. With a strong expectation in his heart, he couldn't help but blurt it out. We must win. Moda. No one knows that the scene of this earth-shattering duel, which has already touched the hearts of millions of people in Wanokuni, is only recorded a few days ago and broadcast in a pseudo-live broadcast. When everyone was still shouting and nervous about Moda, the other party was in the base camp with Kaido, a picture of a relaxed and peaceful conversation. Even when the voluntary samurai rushed to Onijima to fight together, Moda was painstakingly inflicting more tragic post-war trauma on himself. So, when the picture is suddenly attacked comes the end of the general interruption. Baiwu, which is close to the island of ghosts, has begun to gather heroic warriors on the edge of the port. And soon sharp-eyed warriors discovered that on a huge boulder floating from Ghost Island, there was a piece of General Moda whose clothes were covered in blood. All the samurai shouted in a hurry, and Shimotsuki Yasui, the leader, stepped forward immediately, wanting to check Moda's injuries. But Moda stood up without hesitation, panting after a heroic battle, but with an extremely determined face. He held up the Red Sakura and shouted at the assembled Wanokuni martyrs. The battle is over. Kaido has completely repelled me, and I have made a post-war agreement with him that he will not invade Wanokuni again from now on. This is a victory without any deaths. Kaido has left Wanokuni with his stronghold in pirates. Starting today, Wanokuna's nightmare for several years is over. After Moda finished speaking, in just a moment, violent cheers sounded on Renwu port. The ghost island in the sea is really gone. Wanokuni doesn't have those pirates either. Our country has truly been liberated from Kaido and Orochi. It's General Moda. It's General Moda who took care of everyone, saved us all. The heroic samurai who came back from the port of Babu, after returning to the towns of Wanokuni, informed the whole people of this event of concern. Soon, the information spread like a frenzy, and within an hour, Wanokuni set off an upsurge of carnival across the country again. It is even different from the period of the national announcement a few days ago. Compared with the absence of Orochi and the threat of Kaido, it is even more joyful. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, almost everyone in Wanokuni is laughing. Even everyone directly entered the strike period. Craftsmen, geisha, samurai, etc., all joined the people, dancing to celebrate in various parts of the Wanokuni land. For several days in succession, Wanokuni was elected by countless people to hold a special national celebration ceremony, and the frenzy of celebration continued to be staged in Wanokuni. Several images about Moda are interspersed. Since the scene of the battle, the apotheosis has continued to rise. There was a Shimotsuki Ryoma who slayed a flying dragon, and was regarded as the sword god by Wanokuni. Although there is no time to kill the dragon, the country has been resolved from the mouth of the dragon and snake, and Moda has become the most respected general in history. Surrounding the general city, there are prostrate and kneeling common people everywhere. Emotions such as respect, gratitude, and anticipation are widely accepted by Moda. Although it was only a skin trauma, Moda was still wrapped in bandages all over his body, lying in the general's bedroom that had been reset. There are not many people in the room, but they are all important figures from various regions. Suzugo Daimyo, who regained freedom from Rabbit Bowl, Hananohe Guro, the underground leader of the Flower City, Nozomi and Shiraomai, who came here once, and Kozuki, who was transferred here. The first four of them all came to visit Jongjun City after an agreement. Among them, although Kozuki Sukiyaki has already been taken over, each big name has somewhat surrendered to Moda in their hearts. In the scene of fighting Kaido this time, and the deeds of completely saving Wanokuni, the daimyos have truly changed from Kozuki vassals to today's Moda vassals. When I came to the general's mansion today, apart from visiting the injured general, the agreement reached with Kaido was more concerned by the four people who came here specially. After being asked by Hyogoro, Moda said, "The agreement I reached with Kaido is that the arms deal with Wanokuni will continue." Is this why there is no all-out war with Kaido? Shimotsuki Yasui murmured. It was not unacceptable in his heart. Compared with a full-scale war, he would suffer greater harm. Such a condition was obviously more correct. But those weapons are not small. The land cannot be planted after being polluted, and the water source is also poisonous after being polluted, Kozuki said from the side. Shimotsuki Yasui and Higoro were relieved to know that Mrs. Shi was still alive, especially after the royal retainers and children traveled to the future. However, at this moment, there has been a change in mood from Kozuki's vassal to Moda's vassal. Shimotsuki Yasui subconsciously wanted to refute Mrs. Shi's statement that seemed to deny Moda's practice. But before he could say anything, Moda himself nodded faster and said with an approving expression, "You were right, so I don't want to continue to build the weapon factory in Wanokuni, but to build it on other islands superior. Don't forget, I have the ability to transport overseas islands to Wanokuni, and it's not a problem." In the few days since the image of Moda was circulated, the fluttering ability that can fly all objects and even islands has become a divine power praised by the people of Wanokuni, and there are no all kinds of exclusionary remarks against black magic. And to be honest with everyone sitting here, Wanokuna's landplate is not limited to this. In the future, I will make more islands a part of the power. What Moda wanted in his heart, He said it without any concealment in front of these loyal ministers. This is your wish, and everyone in Wanokuni will agree. The answer was also as expected by Moda. After all, he is now the highest status person in Wanokuni. After knowing Kaido's request and Moda's injury is not serious, the four of them also plan to leave. Among them, Higoro and Yasui, who have a fairly good relationship with Kozuki Oden, glanced at Kozuki, who was still in the room, and the former said, "This is the situation now. What are you going to do? Oshi, if possible, I can provide a place for you both, mother and daughter." Higoro didn't say to go back to Kuri. After all, Oden Castle had already been destroyed. Kozuki shook his head and said, "General Moda is willing to let us take refuge here, and Hyori can live as a princess." Hearing this, Moda also said, "After all, the general on my body should also thank Kozuki Sukiyaki. Sukiyaki plans to live in seclusion. Naturally, my wife and Hyori will be taken care of by me, which can be regarded as a return to Kozuki's family." What a profound statement this is. The four people felt respectful and awe-inspiring again. What Moda did was definitely worthy of the succession of the former General Sukiyaki. At this moment, he can treat the widow and children of the son of Sukiyaki sincerely. This kind of spirit is really the best general in history. Although these are all from the heart, but being able to listen to the Moda in his heart, he naturally showed an inexplicable smile. Thinking about the time when he was just a jailer with a character of forbearance and calculation. At this moment, after one stop in Gion, he awakened the sense of knowledge that can listen to the inner emotions of others, and with his grandmaster calculations, he began to walk slowly on this road. However, it is precisely because of this that he was able to come from the jailer to the unprecedented general height of Wanokuni so smoothly. After the four of them left, Moda looked at Kozuki and said, "I am very satisfied with the answer just now. If we say that the biggest change after Wanokuni is completely resolved, it is Kozuki in front of us. Just a few days ago, I still hated and panicked towards myself, but now my attitude has reversed 180 degrees." Kozuki looked at the bandages all over Moda's body, and there was some warmth in his eyes. "You are doing this for Wanokuni, but it's just to keep your ability to stay by your side. It's nothing compared to the whole country cheering at this moment." "What do you mean I can do this for Wanokuni? My initial plan was only our bet." Although the truth of this statement is not certain, but Kozuki still can't hear this kind of speech. It is far from what her elm-headed royal palace would say, and when Kozuki's favor has risen because of Moda's action to save the country, an expression appears on his face. Some unacceptable red clouds. After all, the subtext of these words has more or less the meaning that the country is not as important as you, especially Moda's scorching gaze, and Kozuki has this kind of thinking even more. This kind of flattery and embarrassment can only be found in places like Wanokuni when you spend time on the streets. You are now a respected general. How can you be so casual? I'm not that rigid general, and it's not against the law for a general to parade in Flower Street. Moda didn't care, and suddenly remembered something. The last time he went to the Kaido base camp, there were no Fei Liubao and others there, but he remembered that Black Maria was from Wanokuni, and according to the plot, it seemed to be related to places like Waji. It seems that there is indeed a need to go to Waji. Listening to Moda's whispered words, Kozuki thought that the other party was deliberately teasing him again, so he got up quickly, feeling like he was running away. Looking at the pretty back, Moda said, "I kept it until the end, shouldn't you have something to talk to me?" Hearing this sentence, Kozuki immediately stopped and looked back at Moda with a bit of expectation and nervousness. "If it is you, you will definitely make Wanokuni achieve the founding of the country, right? Is this your idea, or do you want to fulfill your late husband's long-cherished wish?" When Moda asked, Kozuki did not hide his inner thoughts and continued, "Both. I am a person who escaped from the past to the present 800 years ago. I traveled to the future to witness the person who can fulfill my dream. I thought that the palace who had the same idea as me would fulfill my dream." As he said that, Kozuki's eyes were a little sad, and then he looked at Moda firmly and pleadingly. "Now, you have the ability to realize the dream that I share with him." It's really inexplicable to listen to. As Moda said, Kozuki pulled his cuffs subconsciously with both hands. "However, it is also my goal to let Wanokuni complete the founding of the country. The tense movements were immediately released, and Kozuki's eyes were filled with joy. Don't be too happy too early. Let Wanokuni complete the founding of the country, not now. Moda has his own plan in mind, and the founding of the country means that the hidden ancient weapon Pluton will truly come out. And that, presumably, is what Kozuki Oden from Raftel, and Kozuki from the distant past, probably wanted to accomplish. Today, the strength is not enough to completely defeat Kaido. Moda naturally does not intend to found the country, now. Otherwise, maybe Kaido will sweep again, and even Charlotte Linlin and most likely the Marine World government will join this battle. These top existences are not something that Moda can fight against with his current strength. Listening to Moda's answer, Kozuki shook his head empathetically and said, I know, but as long as you say this, everything will be fine. Besides, I'm from 800 years ago. According to today's theory, it's that 100-year blank historical period. Shouldn't you be interested in it? What I said, if Moda didn't know that she was just a member of Tianyue offshore who escaped in that blank year history, she didn't know much, otherwise she would have been fooled. I'm not interested in people's past. Rather than understanding the past, it's far less important than the present and the future. And you are you, so what's the so-called 100 years of history? Moda thought of something, and laughed a little. You should have a second guarantee, sending Kozuki Oden's retainers and sons far into the future. Now that Wanokuni has been liberated, I don't know if you will regret it. 20 years later, presumably those people will reappear in Kuri, and it just so happens that he intends to make changes to Wanokuni, so I don't know if something interesting will happen at that time. Kozuki didn't know what Moda was thinking at the time, but just read Moda's words. Far more than letting them flee, there was a deeper reason for it. Kozuki had no intention of hiding anything from Moda. There will be regrets. I sent them to the future 20 years later, but it has already happened, and I will not look for them 20 years later. 20 years later, the world will undergo earth-shaking changes. There will be a huge war that can divide the sea in two. The protagonists in the war will come to New World one after another. These protagonists have the ability to attack Kaido. After Kozuki finished explaining, he didn't go on, but the meaning already explained why it was sent 20 years later. Is this a prophecy? Moda laughed. Maybe. These are the news brought back by the palace from Raftel, so I can only bet on the future 20 years later. Kozuki said while looking at Moda. It's just that I didn't expect it to be broken by another bet this time. As soon as you mentioned the bet, I remember that we only talked about dealing with Kurozumi Orochi and Kaido, right? Moda showed a meaningful smile and continued, since you can help you achieve the goal of founding the country, should I add some conditions to it? Didn't you just say that this is also your purpose? Kozuki said anxiously. That's my purpose now. Moda's sudden rogue behavior made Kozuki speechless. This is the person she has experienced so much that makes her feel a little helpless. However, she could inexplicably know what the other party's smile meant, but it was hard to feel any disgust in her heart. After all, the other party was someone who really dared to risk his life for the bet with her. It seems that I have made some important decision, and I feel sorry for Udian in my heart. This is also for our dreams. With a blushing face, he quickly came to Moda to peck him, and then quickly fled out of the room. Moda touched the fleeting touch on his face, thinking that this is far from enough to satisfy my greed. Just at this time, a voice with an inexplicable tone sounded, General Moda. That is the late Udian. Knowing who it was, Moda said confidently, Aaron, didn't you see it too? It was Shi who took the initiative. Aaron, who came out of the shadows, curled her lips. Although she appeared not long ago, when she happened to come, she heard Moda's conditional purpose. I thought about it, General Moda is good, but he is still a man, and he is still in his prime. Although the object is a bit special, but as a Zhang Yuding fan, she has a lot of contact with this kind of thing, not to mention that she has heard a lot about Udian's past behavior when she was a child, and Mrs. Shi really does not have a forced expression. It's subconsciously pretending not to see it. Who made her no longer Kozuki's vassal, but the shadow guard directly under Moda. Okay. You came here specifically to find me. Is there something wrong? It shouldn't be time for the shadow guard to report. Moda asked. In the case of slowly handling Wanokuna's internal affairs, Aaron, Moda has asked her to return to the position under the general's command. Royal Court Fanzong, This organization is the ninja unit directly under General Wanokuni, and it can also be said to be the strongest ninja team under Kurozumi Orochi. But to say that they are the strongest, and their strength is just a vain appearance, is Moda's opinion on them. After becoming General Wanokuni, the first thing he intends to change is the organization directly under the general. Among them, the royal court Fanzong was divided into two duties of guard and investigation by him. Coupled with the newly added manager, it is the concept of the new three major camps that Moda wants to create. Among the three major positions under the general's command, the guards, that is, the new royal court Fanzong, not just 9 people, as long as their strength reaches Moda's approval, they are all capable of taking on this role. At the same time, the deployment of Wanokuna's ninja troops, samurai troops, etc. are all included in the new imperial court, and members of the imperial court have the relevant power to command the deployment of combat power. One thing to mention is that the original ninjas of the imperial family were all despised by Moda for their strength, and they were downgraded to a subordinate ninja team. The general manager is the core link between the past and the future. It is a special position directly under the general. It is responsible for receiving the orders issued by the general and conveying them to the key officials of each division. At the same time, it also summarizes the mission events of each division. The last one is reconnaissance, that is, the new unit, Shadow Guard, that Anon is currently serving. The selection points are all with good concealment and collection capabilities, specializing in the important tasks of intelligence. When the first 2 positions were still vacant, the Shadow Guard's report was once a week. Counting the time it took for him to reorganize the organization under the general's command, it was only 1 day. Seeing Moda looking over, Eren quickly explained the reason. There is a girl who wants to see you. Moda heard the words, showing a trace of doubt, but didn't say much. In today's country, there are countless girls who want to see him every day, and they are extremely popular, which is his current situation. This situation, now one of the captains of the Shadow Guard, Eren, who can be regarded as the core member of Moda's command, is naturally clear. So to let her come to report, presumably that girl should be special. Sure enough, in line with Moda's thoughts, Ren continued with a somewhat dignified expression. That guy said she is Kaido's son. Although this identity made her feel uncomfortable, Eren also knew that Moda and Kaido could stop the agreement of the all-out war, and did not act aggressively. Moda couldn't help but make a sound. Kaido doesn't have a son, he will call himself a son, isn't it, Yamato? I originally planned to use the benefits of artificial fruits in the future to see if I could abduct this Yamato, who will be top-notch in strength and appearance in the future, from Kaido. Unexpectedly, not long after Kaido left, Yamato himself ran over. No, it should mean that he stayed in Wanokuni on the day he left. Where is she? Moda asked. I'll ask your head waitress to meet her first. I'll report here first. It won't be long before I'm brought here by others. Ren looked outside the door. She came to Wanokuni, so nothing happened. Moda looked at Eren, and the people of Wanokuni didn't know the content of the agreement. He can't guarantee that in today's domestic situation, suddenly a child who claims to be Kaido's son appears, will be safe from the anger of the people, even if it is a cute girl. It seems that people have been waiting for several days just to see you. She is very shrewd. After seeing that I have been able to enter and leave the general city many times, she specifically asked me for my superficial identity, and her tone was full of admiration and kindness for you. It seems that she still secretly left Kaido and came to the flower garden. It's all for you. As he said that, an inexplicable strange color appeared on Ren's face again. Even without the sense of knowledge, Moda can roughly know what the other party is thinking at the moment. Maybe this is my charm. Sometimes it's so troublesome that I have nowhere to rest. Moda suddenly made a helpless expression and sighed with emotion. General, you are really narcissistic. Ren said, but his body made a rather enchanting movement. But I can understand that charm is indeed like this, and I am also a charming female ninja who is called Men Buster. Moda laughed. His own boasting made Ren use it on her. Although the other party does have the capital and self-confidence to make men fascinated, but when it comes to men's nemesis, Moda can't help but think of the other party's funny, ninja egg-breaking technique. Tuck tuck tuck. Lilith, who was already one of the head maids outside, raised her hand politely and knocked on the door. Master Moda, there is a guest. After hearing this, Aoran nodded towards Moda, flashed several times, and disappeared directly from the huge French window. Let the guests in. Seeing this, Moda shouted towards the door. After Lilith responded, the door was quickly opened. A childish face appeared from behind the door. After seeing Moda, his expression was immediately full of joy and excitement, and he ran in directly. Moda. Catching Yamato, who rushed over, feeling the sincere enthusiasm, Moda couldn't help being puzzled. At that time, I just gave her some deeds of overseas magical islands, so as to increase her goodwill and impression. Why is this little guy feeling a little unexpectedly enthusiastic about him now? Moda didn't know that with the addition of overseas deeds, he watched the battle between himself and Kaido, and the general who responded to the response of the people, but Yamato immediately regarded Moda as a lofty idol image in his heart. In One Piece, as we all know, the influence of idol worship is nothing more than the most important spiritual sustenance. Yamato dared to challenge Kaido for this, and Bartolomeo even dared to run up to the redhead of the four emperors and hang the flag of the Straw Hat. Touching the other party's soft and gradual hair, Moda asked, "You just ran to find me like this? I'm afraid that guy Kaido is going to come directly to the door." Yamato blinked and said, "I left a letter to my father in the room, and I still have a phone bug on my body. My father hasn't contacted me for a few days, so he must have agreed for me to come to Moda." In this way, combined with the information Anan said, the other party may have left premeditatedly after hearing the news that Onijima was about to move out. Counting the time since Kaido moved away from Onijima, it has been several days. Even if the other party forgets, other younger brothers will find out. It seems that it is indeed what Yamato said, and most of them Kaido's default meaning. This is not considered a hostage, and it is likely to be for subsequent fruits, as well as factors such as information acquisition. Moda straightened out his thoughts. As expected of Kaido, he can even catch up with children for his purpose. If that's the case, then he doesn't have to be polite. "Hey, Moda, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry now." Not knowing what Moda was thinking at the moment, Yamato said with a pitiful expression. Moda looked at the red devil horn on the top of the opponent's head. It seems that even without Kaido's reasons, Yamato, who is probably regarded as a monster among the stubborn Wanokuni, is indeed more difficult to be accepted by others. It seems that the application of Wanokuna's intellectualization has to be taken a step further. He intends to bring some useful foreigners over in the future, but he doesn't want the rumor of monsters to cause discord. "I'll prepare a big meal for you right away." Moda was ordered to go on, and asked again, "Then have you been starving these days?" Yamato nodded and shook his head. "I didn't starve all the time. I met a girl with horns like mine, and she shared some food with me." "Oh?" Moda pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Then do you know her name?" "The same girl with two horns on top of her head. Maybe Moda knows who it is." As expected, Yamato raised his head and said, "Her name is Black Maria. She is 1 year older than me, but half a body taller than me." With that said, Yamato left Moda's arms and made a general gesture with his hand. "Then does Yamato remember where the other party is?" Moda asked. "Remember." Hearing this, Yamato looked seriously at Kaido. "Is Moda going to see her? She seems to be unpopular here like me, and her life is not good." "Indeed, that's the downside of Wanokuni today, and that's going to change one day." Moda stood up from the seat. "Besides, it's rare to have a little girl like you. She should be able to become your friend in Wanokuni." "Friend?" Yamato had a longing look on his face. On Ghost Island, the only person of her age is Jack, but his mind is all about fighting and exercising. Apart from fighting, the two basically have little other communication. More like an acquaintance than a friend. "Hey, so Moda agrees to me being by your side?" With a sudden jump in thinking, Yamato seemed to realize something, and quickly opened his mouth to speak. Moda replied naturally, "You have come here. I don't have the intention to send you back to Ghost Island, and now I don't know where they are. Besides, I have a cooperative relationship with your father. He has acquiesced, and I should take good care of you for him." Yamato, who was still a child at heart, jumped up excitedly. "That's great, Moda." At this time, the birthday banquet had already been served. Moda told Yamato to fill his stomach first, and then led him to the outside of the mansion. The crowd who just appeared from the square and found his trace already sent out warm greetings. Especially how Yamato felt at this time. Obviously those people saw her before with retreating and terrified expressions, but now just being held by Moda, countless people hugged and smiled at her. The huge difference between when he came here and now made Yamato feel a little emotional. Bypassing the crowded crowd on Flower Street, the crowd gradually decreased until they turned the core area of the Flower City. Moda, your popularity is really high. Listening to Yamato's emotion, Moda looked at the little guy beside him. Is Yamato also eager for such popularity? Yeah. I want to be like Moda too, it's so handsome. I saw that big snake with my father secretly before, and it's also a general, but it feels much worse. Yamato said and danced with excitement. Seeing this, Moda roughly understood what Yamato was thinking even without the knowledge. I couldn't think of the idea of becoming Kozuki Oden in the original book, but now I want to become a popular target like me. It seems that the butterfly influence I caused is really not small. But in this way, it should be more in line with Moda's development plan. If it were Yamato, he could be like me and be cheered by the people of Wanokuni. After finding the key, Moda said. Huh. Is it okay? But if it wasn't for Moda, they wouldn't greet me, and some people would be afraid. Yamato denied it unconfidently. Although she was also respected by others on Onigashima, she also knew that those reasons were all because of her father Kaido. Compared with this kind of respect that feels wrong, she still wants to be the most sacred scene in that scene, which she regards as the most sacred in her heart, the situation where Moda is respected by all people. What Yamato didn't know was that, under the current national atmosphere where the generals are almost supreme, Moda led her around the Flower City, and the impression she left, even with a ghost horn, would probably be benign. Focus on. But Moda naturally wouldn't say the reason, but continued to persuade. These are just small problems, as long as you become the general's command, the cheers of Wanokuni will also belong to you. How can I become Moda's subordinate? Yamato's heart was seduced. Just like your father's beasts pirates, General Wanokuni also has a respected status, especially the Imperial Court Fanzong. If you can become one of them, you can become a big man in Wanokuni and be respected by everyone. Love and cheers, and always be there for me afterward. Yamato didn't pay attention to the important people and other information in Moda's words, but she was loved by everyone in Wanokuni and stayed by Moda's side all the time. These 2 points of information particularly moved her. I want to be the royal court Fanzong, you said, Moda. Yamato immediately raised his hand and shouted. You can't do it now. The imperial family is a very important responsibility. Just like your father's 2 people who are called disasters, you are still young, but you can't compete, but when Yamato becomes stronger in the future, I believe it will surely succeed. After Moda finished speaking, he saw Yamato nodding his head half understanding, and stopped talking. These are all future situations, but all in all, Yamato's top combat power can be regarded as a complete reservation for Moda. And the next step is to meet Black Maria, who was born in Wanokuni, one of the 6 future generations, with both beauty and strength. Its body shape and forehead, as expected by Moda, Yamato took him to a remote alley. This is already an area away from the capital of flowers, and it is a relatively poor and backward village when Wanokuni is still in the early stages of rectification. Came here without even having Yamato lead the way. Moda, who comforted the villagers, expressed his intention to come, and several groups of people took the initiative to lead the way for Moda. It didn't stop until a relatively small and remote house. General, the Black Maria you want to meet is here, the villager leading the way said. Soon another person made a supplementary explanation. Actually, it was normal at first, but I heard that she seemed to have eaten something by mistake a few years ago, and her body had strange changes. Her parents said that she had an unknown curse. Abandoned her here in fear. She ate devil fruit when she was a child. Should I say she is a lucky and unlucky little girl? Moda nodded, stepped forward and opened the door. The other party's current age is only 9 years old. Counting the time of being abandoned, one can indeed imagine the hardships of living up to now. Hearing the sound of the door opening, in the room, the girl who was holding a tattered pipa and practicing playing looked over. Blonde and blue-eyed, she is already as delicate as a beauty at such a young age. If she doesn't conform to the common sense in Wanokuni, Her body is already 2 meters in size at the age of 9. I'm afraid everyone who sees her will say, cute, as a compliment. General Moda. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Black Maria couldn't help but exclaimed. Although due to her own reasons, she is not deeply involved in the world, but now the most famous general in Wanokuni, even she still knows. Immediately after realizing something, his body couldn't help shrinking because of worry. Seeing this, Moda stepped forward, stretched out his hand to take care of the other's messy hair, and showed a gentle smile. Such a cute little girl, she will grow up to be a beautiful girl. Why should she feel inferior? This is different from ordinary people, but it can also be your unique beauty. You are a very lucky child in every sense. I came here this time just for you, Maria. Come with me, you will become the general's retainer recognized by everyone. In the end, as Moda wished, Black Maria was logically brought back to General City to be cultivated as a future combat force class. Counting Hyori, there are 3 children of the same age at once, although Hyori is not counted as a member of the powerful group. But involuntarily, Moda began to develop ideas in his mind, those famous characters in the future of the original book. This idea, especially after screening Wanokuna's general combat power, became more and more intense. It's not that Wanokuna's combat power is not good. The samurai heroes here are basically equipped with 2-color haki, and some outstanding ones, such as Higoro Yushimaru, are already at the level of mastering emission. This is one of the reasons why Wanokuni is not threatened by the government even if it does not become a member country, and it is a well-known powerful country in the New World. But this is the general comprehensive combat power of the country. The problem is that now, Moda wants to find someone who can stand out from the crowd and become the best among the royal family, but it is difficult to find a satisfactory target. Looking at the Wanokuni aborigines today, the most powerful ones are Higoro and Shimotsuki Yushimaru. But one is planning to retire due to an accident, and the other is a national name, so it is impossible to become Moda's imperial family. At this time, he couldn't choose anyone who could satisfy Moda and be directly competent. It may be due to the fact that Kaido and Orochi have secretly suppressed them too hard in recent years, and it may also be due to the fact that Moda's vision is too high. The strength of the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath is considered to be a relatively high level among the Wanokuni warriors, but what Moda wants is a higher level than the 9 heroes of the Red Sheath. It's just that there are not many Red Sheath 9 heroes in Wanokuni nowadays, let alone the strength. Therefore, when the strength is not enough, Moda will focus on the potential. He is familiar with the plot, but he can turn everything in his memory into his greatest benefit. Those famous elites in the new era in the future are all children now, and this is the easiest time to cultivate their sense of belonging. Of course, not only looking overseas, Moda will also make some efforts in this regard in Wanokuni. For example, in the competition held every few years, the top 3 winners can all get the general's position and rewards given by Moda. Thinking in this way, the feasibility and convenience are indeed too high. Moda began to draft the content on paper. Until a few days later, Moda City, General Room. What? Just when Kozuki came here, he heard a decadent sound from the man on the chair. If the people outside know that the general who is already omnipotent in their minds looks like this, they will definitely be surprised. Looking at Moda slumped on the chair, Kozuki joked. No, even generals are essentially normal people. After Moda denied it, he asked again, by the way, how are those 3 little guys getting along? Well, we have already become friends. After all, they are children of the same age. Among them, Maria and Hyori seem to have agreed on a common goal. Because of this, they are the music director who has been pestering you. Kozuki covered her mouth and smiled lightly. Her gentle character naturally loved these children very much. Moda said meaningfully. No wonder Emily has been absent a lot recently. Always suddenly indecisive. Kozuki rolled his eyes, and then said, so, what made you behave like this all afternoon? It's all been solved, but it's really too tiring to use your brain. Hearing this, Kozuki suddenly noticed the pile of papers in front of Moda's eyes, and asked with bright eyes, can I have a look? As Moda said, he sat up suddenly and said seriously, of course you can if you want to see it. Anyway, these are the things the manager needs to know. Huh? Manager? No, forget it. Kozuki panicked for a moment, then waved his hands hastily. The duties of the general manager, after Moda announced in recent days, she naturally knows that she is directly responsible for the general and conveys all the positions under her command. It's not that she doesn't have confidence in her ability, but that she is almost flustered by the position that she is almost more guarded by Moda's side than the royal family. No, I've decided. In the absence of people, the responsibility of the manager belongs to you. Moda didn't give the other party a chance to refuse. He stood up and approached, and at the same time handed the paper case in his hand to the other party. You can take a good look at these contents, and then you will be notified, and I will arrange someone to connect with you. Then, I won't bother you. Bang. Really. There was a sound of closing the door. Looking at the back who had already left, Kozuki could only helplessly sit on the conference chair beside him. Spread out the paper case in his hand, and soon, the title immediately caught Kozuki's attention. Economic Development Winding Road, Precise Poverty Alleviation, Driving Rural Development. Recruit troops, update school content, popularize social sciences, improve national general education. Knowledge Opening Policy, introducing knowledge of overseas specialty products, and removing the bad habits and disadvantages of locking the country. Personnel Training, feasibility of mechanized military academy. The dozens of pages of copywriting are full of the achievements of Moda in the past few days. Although the title contains words that Kozuki couldn't understand at the time, the content in it undoubtedly made this experienced former daimyo wife deeply involved. Kozuki couldn't help but feel the other party's terrifying views just after reading the first, Poverty Alleviation. The City of Flowers sits on the most prosperous and fertile land in Wanokuni, and has always ranked first in Wanokuni's grain production over the years. And this has both advantages and disadvantages, because it is too grand, but anyone who wants to work hard in every town wants to come to the capital of flowers to develop. Not only did it lead to high prices in this capital of flowers, but it also caused the loss of people in other townships, dragging down the overall development of Wanokuni. Instead, by means of poverty alleviation, supported by policies and other means, each township is guided to select its own characteristic industries to resupply the vitality of the original townships and achieve sustainable development of the country in the future. This is a method that Udian never thought about before, and it is so perfect, let alone some novel and effective means, as well as the new concept of sustainable. Kozuki's heart was full of emotions, and his eyes gradually became addicted to it. Afterwards, knowledge cultivation, economic opening, etc., are even more exciting when watching Kozuki. Even if she kept traveling, Udian's overseas travels for many years were far inferior to this man who was only in his 20s. Moda really was born to be General Wanokuni. Feelings suddenly rose while Kozuki. With his leadership, Wanokuni will definitely move towards a brighter future than founding. Even if there is no bet, at this moment Kozuki still wants to stay by Moda's side and witness with his own eyes the arrival of the unimaginable moment in his heart. Moda, who has already left the office, naturally does not know what he wrote, which shocked Kozuki. Although he doesn't know much about complicated things like politics, but as a compulsory course in his studies, combined with rote memorization of history and other things, he still has some key points that he can figure out now. Moreover, it is very suitable to be placed in such a closed country. Under the authorization of Moda, Kozuki, the new general in charge, was mainly in charge. After the method and content contacted the major names and other major politicians, the policy began to be implemented. For a while, the content about poverty alleviation began to spread throughout the country, and the widespread topic indicated that the general was going to start a big move to rectify Wanokuni at this moment. Did you see the announcement? From now on, General Moda will focus on the townships and reduce the annual harvest handed over there. At the same time, there will be many preferential treatment. See, I've already made plans to return to Baiwu from the capital of flowers. It just so happens that I've been away from my hometown for a long time. Come on, I never told you to go back before. The benefits and preferential treatment driven by the policy have begun to make many people focus on the direction that Moda is currently supporting. The excessive wealth and labor force in the capital of flowers began to spread to the townships of Wanokuni as expected. Following this, Moda also once again demonstrated the so-called divine power in front of everyone, and brought several overseas islands, and placed them not far from the rabbit bowl, forming a new sea building and weapon processing zone. In this way, while maintaining the external craftsmanship, Wanokuna's own industries such as planting and animal husbandry have begun to be effectively improved under the flow of manpower. 2 months after the introduction of the poverty alleviation policy, all townships developed at a visible speed. Especially when it comes to planting. The population began to increase, the labor force increased, and the land that was abandoned due to no one began to be replanted. In just 2 months, the estimated grain output has already reached the national harvest in the past half a year. This is only the first 2 months. Under the policy of comforting development, the planting curve has gradually increased, which shows the degree of exaggeration. In the 3rd month, General City issued another announcement on the preliminary aspects of talent training. Once again, it received a strong response from the whole country. After the hot wind of civilians returning to their hometowns, the frenzy belonging to the heroic warriors followed closely. Martial arts hall, ninja training and swordsmanship hall, etc. The turnover has skyrocketed, and Wanokuna's future combat power background has also become more and more profound. In the 5th month, near the time of 1503 in the Sea Circle calendar, Moda got a devil fruit when he visited the northern cemetery in Belle Queen. According to his guess, this is probably the fox next to Shimotsuki Nyuan, the one that will be eaten in the future human fruit phantom beast species Great Enlightenment. Reminiscent of Wanokuni as a country of treasures, there are indeed a lot of devil fruits, and even the ripe fruits that may not be eaten by Anin. Moda began to pass on the knowledge of devil fruits, explaining through schools and bulletin boards it has always been considered the origin of witchcraft. At the same time, the power of the whole country is collected, and the strange fruit is handed over to the general city, and the country will return it with a generous reward. Until March 1503, which was fixed in the Sea Circle calendar, Wanokuni had generally understood the knowledge of devil fruit, and even Moda in General City also harvested 3 devil fruit handed in by the common people. It's just that Moda doesn't know what the abilities are without the devil fruit illustrated book. Under such limitations, it feels that there are still too many things in Wanokuni, and a plan to go to sea began to rise in Moda's heart. After learning about Moda's plan, Yamato, who also had the dream of going to sea, began to pester Moda as expected, and even Black Maria, although he didn't say anything similar, the twinkling stars in his eyes also showed his thoughts. This time I went to sea, I didn't want to rush to set off for Wanokuni like I did back then. This time, Moda can just figure out where he wants to go, and of course, going overseas to bring back some potential seeds is indispensable. Naturally, Moda also agreed to the request of Yamato and Maria, which just happened to broaden their horizons. So, until the Fire Festival, the most important day of Wanokuni in previous years. Whether it is a commoner or a samurai aristocrat, all towns and cities are devoted to the festive atmosphere of this day. Although the economic level of each township has been significantly improved in the past half a year after the policy. However, compared with the capital of flowers, the area where the general is located is still somewhat less prosperous. At this time of night, the venue of the Flower City Festival was already decorated with lights and festoons. The lights were brilliant, and there was an endless stream of smiling people, and the whole city was shrouded in laughter. Moda stood in the castle tower on the Shogun Castle, holding sake and looking down at the flickering street below, as if he could see the same hilarious day and 3 women below. Since the expansion of devil fruit knowledge, the general knowledge of different races in the world has also been popularized to the knowledge of the people of Wanokuni. As far as Maria, Yamato and others who can play together below, it can be seen that the effect is still good. After tonight, I will temporarily entrust you to you, Shi, for all the affairs of Wanokuni. I see, you flinging general. Kozuki looked down at his daughter. But do you really want to go without Hyori? She really wants to go to sea with you. Moda shrugged and said, I'm going to do business this time, and bring Maria and Yamato, because they are my future right-hand people, and I also want to increase their knowledge and facilitate other training for them. And there will be opportunities to take her out to sea in the future. For now, I have been in charge of the country for less than a year. As Princess Wanokuni, it will be better to stay with you in Wanokuni. Kozuki looked at Moda. You really have a good plan. Although it was a complaint, Kozuki's expression was a smile. Looking at the strands of blue hair brushing against the face, the expression of anger and smile coexisted. It really has a different kind of beauty. Moda couldn't help throwing the wine glass in his hand, and fell back to the ground steadily under the floating ability, reaching out to hold the other party in his arms. Since being forced to take the initiative, when hugging Kozuki, who has gradually become accustomed to it, he didn't struggle at first, but after seeing the face of the other party getting closer, he couldn't help but panic. Moda? Remember what I just said when we met. I'm a person who always pursues my goals and will work hard to achieve them. Listening to Moda's answer, Kozuki understood something and remembered something, but his body unexpectedly did not struggle. For some reason, she thought a lot all of a sudden, especially listening to the happy laughter that could still be heard from below. Obviously it was verbal coercion at the beginning, and the object that made her extremely angry in her heart. The scene at that time can still be recalled now, but she can't feel that feeling at all. The impression of the other party has gradually turned into a profound rescue of Wanokuni, changing the entire ecology of Wanokuni, and as a rare Mingjun. At the same time, there is meticulous care for her and Hyori. Even as a general, her calm attitude towards others, as well as her insight and insights beyond ordinary people, are all very attractive to her. She didn't know which was true and which was false, but compared to the unpleasantness of meeting at the beginning, she was more inclined to get along with each other for more than half a year. Only then did I realize that Moda had already had such a big influence on me in just half a year. Wanokuna's annual grand ceremony, especially in the new year, the people who have completely escaped from the predicament and embarked on a better future are all having fun on the night of the grand ceremony. Until late at night, there were still lively sounds, and even when the sun rose, most of the people fell asleep. Here, unlike in the past, Wanokuni at this time seemed unusually quiet in the morning. Perhaps in order to echo this atmosphere, Moda, who also had as much fun as the citizens last night, rarely woke up after sleeping until near noon. Although in his state, it is not a problem to stay up for a few days and nights, but it also depends on the atmosphere. Looking at the beautiful woman who is still sleeping in her arms, if you say that before, even if Ashi was allowed to be free and the shackles of ability were released, the other party would not use his ability to leave this place in order to witness Wanokuna's step-by-step future and fulfill the bet. Time and space. Now, Moda is already confident, even if there is no witness, bet and other constraints, the other party will not take the initiative to leave him. It can be said that, really, Moda began to take Kozuki's time and her time ability into his hands gradually at his own will. Thinking of the unhappiness at the beginning, he still restrained the other party by his side in the hope that his goal would not be achieved, and waited until dark fruit appeared before making plans. Then, under his continuous understanding and deepening application of emotionalization, and listening to other people's hearts, in the end, in the most perfect way, he achieved the result of gaining both man and money. After Moda put on his clothes, Kozuki in the quilt slowly opened his eyes, resisting the weakness of his whole body, and was pressed down again by Moda just as he was about to get up. I'll let you take a day off today. You can take a good rest here. You don't need to send me off when you go to sea. Moda, who knew the other party's status, pretended to be considerate and said, but the smile he showed made Kozuki blush and look away. Who is going to send you off, you brute force general? Saying so, Kozuki was very grateful for the other party's act of rearranging the bedding. Then the next Wanokuni will have to rely on you, Ashi. As Moda said, he leaned over, bowed his head, took a light peck, and walked out refreshedly, then paused at the door as if remembering something. I'll just accept the nickname of General Brute Force, which is considered compliment, isn't it? Before he could reply, Moda had already walked out. Kozuki could only swallow the words in his mouth, and then his head seemed to be cooked, and he covered his face with steam, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he spread his hands, looked at the ceiling, sighed in dismay, and closed his eyes again wrapped in the quilt. It was almost afternoon when all the follow-ups were dealt with. With the two people who couldn't wait for a long time, and some chefs and geisha who accompanied Wanokuni, they boarded the prepared boat, and under the fluttering ability, the boat rose from the square and began to fly overseas towards Wanokuni. Under the sky, the field of vision suddenly opened up. It turns out that this is the case overseas in Wanokuni. It's amazing. Those carp can swim towards the top of the waterfall. After sailing out of Wanokuni, Yamato's excited voice was heard from the deck, and Black Maria and others in Wanokuni also set their eyes on it. Most of the people present have been born up to now, but they have never left the Wanokuni sea area. Naturally, it is the first time to go abroad, and seeing novel things can always lead to a burst of fresh discussions. It wasn't until several hours passed that the freshness of not seeing the special island slowly faded away. The outside world is indeed very vast. Yamato leisurely looked at the endless sea in the distance. Under the sunshine, the sea was like golden and blue waves, and he was very moved. Isn't this a matter of course? Could it be that Yamato didn't listen to the knowledge in the school? Listening to the speech, Maria covered her mouth and smiled. Yamato scratched his hair hastily. That's not what I meant. I just thought that there are 4 seas outside Wanokuni, and the Grand Line, and even more novel islands, like the Fishmen Island and Sky Island mentioned by Moda. It was unimaginable. That's true. So just like Master Moda said, we have to broaden our horizons when we come out this time. Right now, isn't it a wonderful way to sail on the sea? Maria nodded approvingly, and when she noticed Moda coming out of the master bedroom, she greeted her immediately with a smile on her face. Although she has grown to the same height as Moda, she is still a little girl less than 10 years old. After Moda touched Maria's head, she immediately showed a cute and obedient expression like a small animal. There are more wonderful places on the sea. When you grow up and have the strength, I can promise you that you will experience it yourself. Moda naturally heard the conversation between the two just now. In the Wanokuni moment in the future, as members of the royal court and combat members, Yamato Maria is bound to become Wanokuni's main overseas combat force. Really, Moda? I don't mind it. It's more attractive to be the #1 actress next to Master Moda. For Moda's words, both women gave various answers. What? Maria is such a disappointment. Yamato pouted, obviously planning to go to sea with Maria when he grows up. This is the goal of Hyori and I. Besides, I won't be alone at that time. Mr. Moda may find some new partners for us during this trip. Maria leaned against Moda, enjoying the touch on the top of her head, and said with a smile. Having said that, Yamato jumped directly to Moda and asked curiously, Moda, is it true? Seeing this, Maria smiled even more heartily. Moda pinched the face of the girl in his arms as punishment. I have other purposes for this trip. But maybe, by the way, you can find royal court fanzong who match your age, and maybe even the potential stock of the manager. Yamato, who was still a little disappointed, immediately turned bright. Hearing this, Maria couldn't help but raise her head. She knows how rigorous and demanding the general is in selecting candidates, otherwise she and Yamato would not be the only children trained as the mainstay of combat power in half a year, let alone the position of the general manager. But this time, she directly made a conclusion, and for people who might be valued by adults, inner curiosity began to pour out in Maria's heart. West Blue is one of the goals of Moda's trip. Because it is close to the Wanokuni area, the principle of proximity is also the first time Moda arrives at the destination. For West Blue, Moda has no impression, but only knows that this sea area has a nickname known as the strongest sea in the 4 seas. And in this sea area, he still belongs to those characters born in West Blue, such as Perona, Hobart, Lafayette, Caban Beige and Robin. After all, these characters with good abilities in the original book are the main reason why Moda came to West Blue. As one of the 4 most extensive sea areas in the world, East Blue is not the starting point. People who want to search for relevant information, Moda can only use extraordinary means to obtain it. There is no doubt that the idea that Moda thinks of in obtaining information now is Shiki, a profiteer who once had a deal. Fortunately, Moda has the habit of carrying useful phone bugs with him, so there is no need to make a special trip to the Sabodi archipelago. Bloom. Bloom. After Moda dialed, the phone bug rang for a moment, and was immediately connected by the other party. Ah, it turned out to be a call from a rare customer. The handsome Moda finally remembered that he owed me half a year's drink money. Shaki's teasing voice came out of the phone bug, accompanied by a smile that turned up at the corner of his mouth. I'm here to buy information this time, so I'll pay for the drink and the information. Let's pay together when we meet next time, Moda said. Backchecks make it difficult for me to do business, Shaki said meaningfully. This is right, Moda understood it in his heart at once. There is no clear rejection, but it is obvious that they want to make profits in other ways with ulterior motives. Although the conversation seems to be harmonious, in fact, Apart from the interests, the two parties have no friendship, and the appreciation is just a businessman's way of pretending. Moda still knows it well. So for Shiki, he didn't want to pay in other ways. For this kind of information, if he owed a so-called favor, it would be a big loss. This woman is a black-hearted profiteer. Then add a condition: next time I come, if Rayleigh is present, I can turn a blind eye. How? Although he is not the protagonist Luffy and does not have the fetters of the Straw Hat inheritance, it does not mean that he cannot pass Rayleigh and must hold Shiki well. This is not information that ordinary people should know. It seems that Brother Moda also has a special source? Who knows, but it's definitely not as powerful as your intelligence, Madam Boss, isn't it? Regarding Shaki's words, Moda gave an ambiguous answer. Anyway, he learned from the plot, and the other party can guess any situation by himself. Speaking so nicely, it's completely different from that old lion. So what kind of information does the famous flying admiral want to know from me? For Moda's conditions, Shiki obviously gave a compromise answer. I want to find some people from you. The range is West Blue. Moda asked. West Blue? I happen to have contacts there. Who do you want? Shiki said. 2 people. One is Lafitte, who should be a security officer of a certain country. The other is Hobak, a doctor. Moda informed each other of the information of the two. After hearing this, the other party fell into silence for a while, and then hung up the phone, seeming to be preparing for it. It wasn't until several hours later that Shiki called again. Once connected, it will be the intelligence information that Moda wants. Lafitte, born in West Blue Margarita Kingdom, aged 22, served as one of the national security officers. Hogback, born in West Blue, aged 28, a rising genius surgeon in the medical field, who became famous for miraculously resuscitating many troublesome patients 3 years ago, opened a clinic in Al Island. Shiki will tell the incoming information that the professional names are consistent with what Moda said. After hearing the information, Moda is also convinced that 9 out of 10 are his 2 goals for coming to West Blue this time. Satisfied with the result, Moda began to ask about the price. No problem. What is the information for this commission? With the convenience of you providing information, it didn't take much effort this time, so I'll just charge you 5 million Baileys then. It doesn't sound like much, but it is quite a lot for ordinary people. Shiki replied in a brisk tone. Moda could already imagine the other party's expression at the moment. However, there would be no objection to the price offered by Shiki. Hobak might be easier to find, but Lafitte might not. After agreeing to the other party's approximate time limit, Moda hung up the phone bug, and began to take out the West Blue map collected in recent days, and compared the name of the small island in the intelligence to confirm the direction of travel. So it took nearly 5 days to sail. One of the 4 vast seas in this sea area, Moda also reached the sea area of the Kingdom of Margarita. Of course, it's not all because of the journey. During this period of time, in addition to the normal rush, Moda also specially found a training partner for the 2 girls, which was also one of the main reasons for the 5 days. 2 children less than 10 years old, in the past 5 days, have smashed 2 teams one after another, wanting to enter the Grand Line's pirate dream. Maria, who has been favored by devil fruit, has the form of zone spider fruit ancient species Grisa rose ancient tarantula, with spider webs, spider venom, and a huge improvement in physical ability. After more than half a year of Moda's specialized training in fighting skills, Maria has no difficulty in dealing with these ordinary pirates, let alone Yamato, who inherited the Kaido gene. Although Moda didn't think about how much these ordinary pirates would improve the strength of the 2 women. However, as long as the 2 girls who are facing the enemy for the first time can experience this kind of battle that is either you die or me die, and bring about psychological growth, the meaning of these pirates' lives will also reach Moda expected. The Kingdom of Margarita, one of the joining countries of the world government, is located in a medium-sized country on the edge of West Blue. More than 10 years ago, this was a country where there was a huge gap between the rich and the poor because of the high amount of tribute from heaven every year. Therefore, the former domestic environment was relatively chaotic. In order to protect the nobles and royal family, and maintain order in the town, the post of security guard was established, and certain force and power were given. This position is tantamount to the kingdom's army, equipped with force and power, and the riots caused by poverty are suppressed. In addition, In recent years, the country and other member countries have made good friends at the World Summit, and the improvement brought about by the economy has quickly changed the chaotic environment and restored the stability of the normal country. Because of the absence of riots and increasing complaints from the citizens, the Kingdom of Margarita also quickly restricted its force for the sake of its image, and the power given to the security officers was naturally taken back. This is how Margarita's security officer has changed in recent years. And this reform soon made Lafitte, the security officer who had been promoted for several years, very dissatisfied. He came to apply for this position, not for the purpose of protecting the country with others. He made up his mind after witnessing those seemingly arrogant troublemakers when they were young, and how they behaved under the forceful sanctions of security officers. He just wants to use force that others can't resist, and at the same time show his strength to the weak, so he became a security officer, not like a patrol guard like this. Lafitte walked on the street swinging his cane, feeling very impatient every time he patrolled. At this moment, a security officer came over, took Lafitte's place and said, "I'll be in charge of your patrol today. Someone is looking for you at bar number 5 in the Hunter's Tavern." "Big man?" Lafitte asked curiously. "I don't know, but he's a man with a lot of money. Anyway, I'll do your shift today for you." The security officer explained. Obviously, he had taken a lot of Baileys before he came. "Then please." Lafitte raised his hat very politely, and then walked towards the tavern on the east side of the town. He is no stranger to this place, because it is far away from the center of the town, and it is also a bar with a lot of fish and dragons. Especially at night, it is basically a gathering place for gangsters from the dark side of the country. Sometimes when he couldn't help it, Lafitte would hide it well and come here to carry out violence, so as to calm down the unhappiness of patrolling during the day. Just pushing open the door of the tavern, a sound like the noise of a vegetable market immediately bombarded him. Lafitte was used to it, so he walked in directly, easily blending into the atmosphere, and began to walk towards the number 5 bar. Soon, he saw figures at the bar, a man and 2 relatively immature girls. It's just that the figure of the blonde girl is taller than some grown men. Of course, what Lafitte cared more about was the fact that there were several people around him who were bound like spider webs, plus a large blank space was left around him. What did he understand? Without much hesitation, Lafitte walked towards the No 5 bars, and at the same time heard the voice of the white-haired girl on the left. "Moda. What does the wine taste like? I want to drink it too." "This is only for adults. Wait until you grow up." After the man rejected the girl beside him, he suddenly turned around and met the eyes of Lafitte, who was about to step forward. Lafitte's pupils shrank. Thinking of the address of the girl on the left just now, he stepped forward and said, "Hello. I didn't expect it to be summoned by a big man." "Did you recognize me?" Moda asked nonchalantly. "I usually like to study newspapers, especially those who are strong at sea, and I will pay special attention to them," Lafitte explained. Moda nodded, motioned for the other party to sit down in the front seat and said, "Then do you know why I'm looking for you?" Lafitte looked away and said, "The reason why the famous flying admiral came to me. Of course I don't know, it would be great if you could tell me." Holding the wine bottle in his hand, Moda poured it into the empty glass of the other party, but his eyes were fixed on the other party, as if he could see through the heart of a person, and when the wine was full, the voice followed. "I can see that you are a restless person. It's not such a small Margarita kingdom. Such a security officer can satisfy your inner desire. Would you like to go out to sea with me to see a wider world?" Lafitte listened, and couldn't help being stunned. He didn't expect that the other party came to invite him, but he didn't think about why the other party came to him, or why he liked him, but licked his lips and asked, "Can you tell me what the wider world looks like? The strong are like clouds, strength is paramount, just like this." After Moda finished speaking, an extremely domineering aura erupted from him and swept around. Bang! Bang! As if time had been frozen, under the terrifying aura, the wine bottles on the wooden rack burst open one by one. Except for the 4 people at the No 5 bars, everyone in the bar turned their eyes white and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lafitte stood up as if he was electrocuted, his face extremely excited. This is Conqueror's Haki, a talent that can only be possessed by one person in a million. This is General Moda, who can command the entire country," Maria explained adoringly. "Let's not mention these for now, but the current scene, is it the suppressed desire in your heart? Moda laughed. Ah. Indeed, this kind of scene is much more interesting than a security officer who only knows how to patrol. Lafitte tried his best to calm down his excitement, but he still felt a rush of blood rushing. After a while, Lafitte drank the wine, stood up and made a gentlemanly salute. I am willing to go to sea with you. No, please let me go to sea with you, Admiral Moda. Of course, I made it clear from the very beginning, Moda replied. Seeing this, he pointed to Yamato, whom he had learned, and Black Maria introduced. Her name is Yamato, and my name is Maria. We will be companions from now on, please give me your advice. Although they were two young girls, Lafitte, who felt a sense of discord in his heart, quickly introduced them. Sensing the disharmony of the other party's mood, Moda said, don't underestimate them because of their age, they will all be the most capable people around me in the future. Hearing this, Lafitte looked at the two women with more changes in his eyes, and then said, I agree with the Admiral's eyes, as if I could be chosen by you. At the same time as a compliment, it also added a layer of gold to myself. Okay. Let's talk about it later. Now that you have been recruited, the meaning of this island is over. It's time to go to the next island. Moda got up and walked out of the tavern, followed by the other three immediately. Admiral, where should we go next? Lafitte, who was walking behind, asked. The guard uniform on his body had long since disappeared. In West Blue, I still have a few more targets. Moda said, but suddenly stopped walking, and stared at the two men in the nearby block. Although he didn't use the color of knowledge, he seemed to have heard the word Ohara from the two of them just now. Ohara, West Blue. The two key messages made Moda pay attention at once. With his strength, there is no possibility of mishearing. Now that the tree of knowledge has been completely destroyed, the one who can still be related to Ohara is Nico Robin, the Ohara survivor who was offered a reward of tens of millions when he was only 8 years old. Let me serve you, Admiral Moda. Lafitte behind him naturally noticed that Moda's eyes turned after he stopped, and then turned his crutches lightly and walked towards the two. As if wanting to show off his abilities in front of Moda, Lafitte clapped his hands. The eyes of the two people who were immediately on alert because of the outsider's intervention immediately became blank, as if they had lost all consciousness, and stood numbly in front of Lafitte. This situation is like being robbed of the mind by others. Yamato became curious. Lafitte, what happened to them? Even as a child, Yamato can easily feel the changes between the two. I have temporarily hypnosis them. Admiral Moda can now ask them what you want to know. Lafitte explained with a smile. It seems that you have eaten devil fruit. Moda looked at Lafitte who had done all this. This is not an ordinary personal ability. Yes, but first solve the Admiral's problem. Leave this place and explain to you. Lafitte attracted the two of them and made a gesture of invitation. Moda nodded, stepped forward and looked at the two whose minds had been manipulated. Retell me what you said before. After Moda opened his mouth, the two people who were hypnosis quickly shared the information. As expected, one of them did discover Nico Robin's trail, and because he was afraid of his 8-year-old notoriety and record, he pulled his accomplices to be more courageous. Hearing this, the other person naturally planned to go back and double-check, and then report to Marine to get the high report fee. The famous Devil's Son, unexpectedly appearing on this island. Listening to the information spoken by the two, Lafitte said to himself, as a West Blue person, he is no stranger to this resounding character. Indeed, really lucky. Moda agreed with a smile. Nico Robin can be said to be Moda's biggest goal in coming to West Blue this time. Originally, he planned to use the method of historical texts to lure him to him, but he didn't expect such a coincidence, and it felt like it was all done without any effort. Today, apart from Haki who has mastered the awakening of the three-eyed race and listened to the voice of all things, the only person who can interpret the entire historical text is the Ohara survivor. Of course, he is not very interested in the so-called blank century history. After all, the past is a frozen history, and the present and future are the key to the era. The only thing he cares about is the three major weapons capable of changing the world. Among them, he knows the positions of Pluton and Poseidon, and the only thing he cares about is the most mysterious Uranus. He doesn't know the information about Uranus, and it may be grasped by the world government as he guessed, but if he can understand one or two of its abilities through the historical text, it will be the greatest significance that Robin's knowledge and ability can bring to Moda. Of course, in addition to interpreting history, she is also an excellent beauty after she grows up. One of the two goddesses of the Straw Hat group 2 years later in the original book, needless to say, she is beautiful and tall. What's more, after having a wealth of experience, his flower fruit ability, whether it is stealing information or comprehensive management, is the top ability to be able to take the position of the manager. It can be said to be one of the candidates for the perfect secretary. How could Moda not heartbeat? Like Walking Dead, following the lead of the man who knew the details, Moda and others came to a small restaurant. According to him, Robin was a child laborer here under an alias. After the man lost his function, he was naturally passed out by Lafitte snapping his fingers, and he was randomly thrown on the side of the street. "Sir, it's closing time." Pushing open the door of the restaurant, the boss's voice came immediately. Moda walked directly to the bar, and buckled tens of thousands of Baileys directly in front of the boss. "Take me to meet Nero, the little black-haired girl who works here recently." The boss glanced at Chian Kai, immediately put Bailey's arms together, hurriedly nodded and bowed up, and personally took Moda and others to a storage room. There are various unnecessary items piled up here, and on the tables that are pieced together, there are also worn-out bedding. Obviously this is a bed that has been built. The environment is extremely simple, but such a small restaurant can let an 11-year-old girl do child labor, which is almost the case. What people care about is not the environment, but that there is no sign of Robin in this room. Maybe the little girl Nero went out, the boss immediately said with an embarrassed face. "It doesn't matter, if you go and prepare a table of good food and send it here, it will be considered as meal money," Moda said. The boss immediately nodded and walked towards the kitchen. The temptation brought by money is not small. "The person your lord is looking for seems to have left here." Maria looked around. The upper window showed signs of being opened from the inside out. She's a smart girl, of course it would make people think she ran away. Moda walked towards the empty wooden barrels piled up on the side, and basically no one would notice it when there were windows outside. And if it wasn't for Moda's special use of knowledge to perceive the surroundings, he would not have found that a nervous emotion was beating non-stop in the innermost wooden barrel. Under the control of Moda, the wooden barrel floated in front of Moda, and upside down, and the lid that was not completely closed immediately fell down, and the little girl with black hair also fell into Moda's arms. Robin's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly crossed his arms. Immediately, several small hands appeared on Moda's arms, but he couldn't pull them away no matter how hard he tried. "Don't panic. I'm not here for your reward list of 79 million Baileys." Hearing this, Robin's struggling movement slowly stopped, but his eyes and heart were still on high alert. After 3 years, Robin has already experienced a lot of betrayal and deceit. If she really believed in others so easily, she would have been taken away by the people of the world government. Robin didn't pay attention because he was flustered before, but at this moment, Robin, who couldn't break free, noticed the appearance of the man in front of him. You are Flying Admiral Moda." After just looking around, Robin looked at Moda in shock after finding that the face was exactly the same as the reward list in his memory. Immediately thinking of what Moda said before, his expression changed. As Moda, he really doesn't care too much about the amount of her reward. That is to say, Robin took the initiative and said, "So you want me to help you interpret history?" After 3 years of traveling West Blue, she knows the value of her Ohara survivors. Now that he knows Moda's identity and what he is actively looking for, Robin already has the intention of clinging to him. This was her idea that gradually became clear as she continued to wander. As long as she finds a powerful force to cling to, she can not only survive safely, but also gain access to the text of history. It doesn't matter even if she is using her, because she can also use this to achieve her own goals, and then fulfill everyone's dream of making up history. "I'm not interested in the text of history. I value your other abilities more than your knowledge. You will be a good manager." Moda said an answer that Robin couldn't understand, but the other two girls were surprised. "Boss? Is that her?" Upon hearing this, Maria and Yamato immediately looked Robin up and down, wanting to see the difference between her being directly locked in this position by Moda. "Are you sure? There are 3 ancient weapons recorded in the main text of history?" As soon as he finished speaking, Robin couldn't help feeling remorseful. Of course, he didn't mean to mention the ancient weapon. Everyone knew that Ohara died because of this incident. She was just thinking that she couldn't control her emotions and suddenly said such words without thinking. For her, it was easy to put herself in danger. This was the first time she had done this, and certainly the first time she had heard anyone express indifference to her ability to interpret history. Ancient weapon. Maybe I know more than you. Moda laughed and didn't explain anything, but continued to ask. So, would you like to follow me? Regarding Moda's speech, Luo Bing was naturally full of disbelief in his heart, but he cautiously did not say anything, and immediately nodded to express his willingness. I would like to be your manager. Manager, it's not easy to know this word just by hearing it, and she doesn't know what it is for, but as long as she can cling to Moda and live a stable life, there is always a chance to achieve her goal. What Robin thought in his heart, Moda naturally knew that he didn't care about these at the moment. Robin, who has experienced a huge change, is extremely closed in his heart, and he will not trust others easily, which is normal, but as long as he keeps her by his side, sooner or later she will be able to surrender himself wholeheartedly. The memory of the original work, coupled with the perception of knowledge, he is already very proficient in grasping people's hearts. Under Robin's answer, the owner of the restaurant just came in with a good dish. He was surprised when he saw Robin, and then put the food on the empty table beside him with a flattering face, and left with a full smile. Reaching out to pull the chair to the table, Moda took Robin to the chair and said, "Eat, and leave here with us after eating." Hearing this, Robin looked at the people present, and after accepting his current situation, he hesitated a little, then raised the tableware, and put the food in his mouth. It seemed that Robin ate a decent meal again after many years, or in order not to make Moda wait too long, Robin ate in a hurry. Seeing this, Yamato seemed to be affected, and suddenly said, "It looks delicious, and I feel a little hungry again." "You just ate it not long ago." Seeing this, Black Maria knocked on Yamato's head, and looked back at Robin, with an inexplicable maternal love in her heart, subconsciously walked to his side and helped him. "Don't be so anxious, just eat slowly." From this picture, if you ignore Maria's immature appearance, there is really a kind of mother-daughter feeling, but thinking that Robin himself is older than Maria, Moda feels somewhat indescribable. Weird. After harvesting Lafitte and the unexpected Robin, there is no point in staying on this island. After Robin ate what he thought was the joint meal, Moda returned to the ship with everyone, and flew directly out of the sea under the horrified eyes of the port personnel. Because it is the fleet of 100 people, the accessories on board are neat, so there is no need to buy other supplies. After the two newcomers chose their rooms to get used to it, it was Lafitte who took the initiative to find Moda and asked, "Admiral Moda, there is one thing I have been curious about for a long time when I was on the island, Maria. It seems that someone called you the general." After arriving on the ship, Lafitte also took a general look at the situation, and found that this was not the pirate ship he thought. Except for Moda and others, there were only a few chefs and some women in kimonos playing the piano on board. Moda nodded and said, "Indeed, although I am known as the Flying Admiral at sea, I have never established any pirate group. As for Maria calling me a general, it is because I am the ruler of a country now. By the way, the country managed by Mr. Moda is Wanokuni in New World," Maria added. Lafitte opened his mouth wide in surprise and said, "Is that so? It's really unexpected. I can imagine the manager you mentioned, but I don't know what I will be in charge of." Moda turned to Lafitte, who was looking forward to it, and naturally knew what the other party was thinking, so he said directly. "Under the command of General Wanokuni, there is a position called Royal Court Banshong, who is responsible for guarding and external combat personnel. You are one of the members I expected. At that time, your external violence will be indispensable. I will use my strength to make this expectation come true." Lafitte couldn't help but clenched his hands tightly. The word external alone made him absolutely want to become a court official. As long as you learn the hockey technique in New World, with your ability, it's a surefire thing. Moda admired it. When leaving the island, the two newcomers may have demonstrated their devil fruit abilities. After learning about Lafitte's ability, Moda also understands why the other party can be valued by a hero like Blackbeard. The next goal is to go to Al Island where Hogback is located, and the direction of navigation is also handed over to Lafitte, who is more familiar with West Blue. A rising star in the medical world is said to be extremely good at surgery. Lafitte was playing with the cane, and he looked no stranger to the hobak that Moda mentioned. Surgery is a medical technology that has not yet been applied to Wanokuni, and this aspect is relatively backward in China, so Moda approached hobak from the perspective of God alone. Although hobak is a genius doctor who has rescued many patients, he is also a bad doctor who values money more than life. To control the opponent, even if there is no Shin dually, it is very simple, not to mention that he is not a famous doctor who has been famous in West Blue, but a genius who has just become famous. Basically, using money to seduce must be a surefire situation. From this point of view, the only person West Blue wants to collect now is Perona. And her age is only 6 years old now, and unlike Robin's situation, there is no way to lure her out. Finding a little girl like this in West Blue was too much trouble. Although he can also snatch the other party from Mariah in the future, he also knows that because he was picked up by Mariah since he was a child, Perona respects and loves him very much, basically the same as Maria treats him today. The method is very simple. It seems that you know the situation of West Blue better. Moda rubbed his chin and asked Lafitte suddenly. Hearing this, Lafitte did not boast. I usually like to read newspapers and browse some overseas news, and I only know about West Blue from newspapers. Moda nodded. Although he didn't hold much hope in his heart, he still asked, then have you heard any news about ghosts? A ghost? Lafitte didn't know why Moda suddenly mentioned this kind of supernatural event, but he still started to think about it. Bakura village, there are rumors of ghosts appearing. Robin, who was listening to the conversation, said suddenly. Robin looked at the girl who was sitting aside and was flipping through a book. Does Robin know anything? Well, I wanted to go here to try to live before, but I didn't go because I learned that there were ghost events there. Robin replied. Haha, Robin, you must be scared. Yamato laughed immediately. No, I'm just worried that these weird incidents will attract other people to investigate, so it's not suitable for me, Robin retorted. I do not believe. Yamato laughed, then entangled Moda, shook his arm and said, Moda, let's go see that ghost. She was still very interested in these miraculous events. And Moda, who was also concerned about this, immediately ordered Lafitte to find the location of the island on the map. Seeing that Moda agreed to his request, Yamato immediately started jumping excitedly. Maria was different, looking at Yamato with some distress. This is not what a lady should say. After all, there is still the difference between Onijima and Wanokuni. Although she is a palpitating tarantula herself, Maria, who is still young, will be afraid of ghosts and ghosts. Touching Maria's golden and smooth hair, Moda comforted. Don't worry so much. The so-called ghosts and ghosts are mostly caused by Devil Fruit's ability. If you are afraid, just stay by my side when the time comes. Master Moda. Maria's eyes flashed, and she squeaked next to Moda. Moda, who was amused for a while, noticed the gaze from the side and said, Robin can come to me if he wants. No. No need. Robin blushed and refused. She just joined her not long ago, so she still has restraint and vigilance in her heart. She just didn't expect that a big man like Moda would be so gentle with others, and she couldn't help but think of Saul. Bakura village doesn't seem to be too far from here, Admiral Moda, Lafitte said after browsing the map. Moda looked at the location pointed out by Lafitte, and it was indeed not far from here. Robin's range of activities was still relatively limited when he was a child. Looking at the direction, Moda controls the direction and drives quickly. In just one day, the ship arrived at its destination. This is not a place like a kingdom. Moda simply approached with the boat flying in the air. It seems that because of the ghost incident, the aborigines of this island have moved away, and in the villages and towns below, Moda can't feel the breath of anyone's life. It looks really spooky. Maria looked down and couldn't help but tighten her grip on Moda's arm. Now it happens that the sun is covered by clouds and fog, and it is still daytime, but the island is extremely dark. Combined with the rumors of ghosts, it will only make people feel full of weird and gloomy aura. Of course, this is the case only for the chef geisha brought by Maria and Wanokuni. Yamato and Robin were leaning against the rail of the boat, looking around with an inquiring and curious look on their faces. However, after staying for a while and crossing the village, he did not see the so-called ghost. Until reaching the village cemetery that looked like a cemetery, Moda noticed a small figure with pink hair. I really want to find the culprit of the ghost incident. After patting Maria, Moda jumped off the boat. Under the shade of the sun, Perona, who was eating the sacrificial food, naturally did not notice the figure suddenly descending behind her. Is this kind of food delicious? It wasn't until the voice came from behind that Perona turned her head away. She realized that at some point, a tall figure appeared behind her. Turning over, with the unswallowed food in his mouth, he fainted like this. Moda didn't expect this to be the case. He looked at the surrounding environment and the food used for worship in his hands with disgust, and finally looked at Perona. Well, it's the same appearance in memory. Although she is still a petite and cute little girl, she looks the same as Maria once, and she is a little gray because of life. It just happened to pass out, so I better take it back and let the maid clean it up. After reading this, Moda went directly to Perona, picked her up by the waist, and returned to the boat. In a daze, Perona felt that she had sunk into a warm village, just like the embrace of her mother when she was a child, which was very reassuring. It's as if nothing has changed. I haven't eaten the fruit, my friends haven't left me, my parents haven't abandoned me, every day is a happy day. Moda said that this guy is the maker of the ghost event, so she appeared in the cemetery? Probably not. Yamato, don't forget. I was like this when I was a child. After eating devil fruit, I was treated as unknown. I guess I went there to find food because I was hungry. Speaking of which, I was also rejected by others because of my ability, so I embarked on the path of archaeology. Sorry. Stop talking about bad experiences. The chirping sound broke into Perona's dream, and all the good things were broken. Hey, you guys, do you know that I'm still sleeping? Under the sound that seemed to be getting louder and louder, Perona completely woke up from the dream, and the breath of getting up made her open her eyes at once, shouting and sitting up. Immediately afterwards, the entry was 3 girls whose discussion had stopped. The other party looked at himself, and Perona also looked at the other party. Okay, so tall. They looked like children, but when they saw Maria, Perona couldn't help being amazed. Later, she noticed the difference in the surrounding environment. It was originally a quiet and deep cemetery, but it was changed into an exquisite room at some point. And I was lying on a soft bed, covered with a comfortable quilt on my lap, which brought me the very warm feeling in my dream. You, who are you, and why am I here? Perona couldn't help but grabbed the quilt and said the vigilant words, but feeling the softness under the quilt, showing a relatively comfortable expression, looking like a cat showing off its power. What a cute little girl. Perona's expression and movements hit Maria's bull's eye, and she couldn't help jumping onto the bed, hugging her with both hands and embracing her in her arms. You. What are you doing? Let me go. After Perona struggled to no avail, he waved his hand violently, and a little white ghost flew out of his palm, passing through Maria's body. Bullying a little girl, I'm so bad. I really want to find a crack in the ground. Maria knelt down on the bed and said depressedly. Ha ha ha, Maria, you are so funny when you talk. Yamato laughed, then noticed the magical ghost, and reached out to touch it with great interest. Calling other people funny, I'm actually a single-minded idiot. Suddenly, 2 kneeling figures appeared in the room. Seeing this, Robin hurriedly avoided the ghosts, fearing that they would say something embarrassing if they touched them. Looking at the girl who was younger than him, he explained, don't be nervous, we have no ill intentions towards you. It was a big man who brought you back and planned to take you in. Take me in? Perona's eyes lit up, her heart fluttered, but she hesitated again. Aren't you afraid of me? I'm the one who can summon such weird ghosts. Bah. Bah. Like the sound of ghosts laughing, several white ghosts appeared around Perona. What's the matter? It's just devil fruit's ability. Master Moda said that we are born lucky people. Those who fear you because of this are only caused by their own ignorance. After the negative buff passed, Maria instead he comforted him with a smile. Are you like me too? Perona noticed the message and asked hastily. That's right. Yamato jumped on the bed, and then said, Maria can turn into a spider, and Robin can give birth to many hands. They are all very interesting abilities, just like your ghost. Spider. And hands. Perona looked at the 2 in horror, and felt a little terrified and frightened for a moment. After realizing it, she snorted proudly. It seems that my ghost is better. The heart of a child, after realizing that the other party is not a bad child who usually bullies her, Perona's heart is gradually opened to several people. I don't think my abilities are worse than yours. Maria stretched out her hand and gently squeezed Perona, then took her hand and lifted her from the bed. Since you're awake, it's time to take you to see Master Moda. In the practice room, Moda, who is sitting cross-legged, is using fluttering ability to control the movement of drops of water in the air, so as to exercise the precision type of daily ability. Now, in the case that his strength can be greatly improved, in addition to the further development of Conqueror's Haki, there are only a few levels left. Kendo Breakthrough to Great Swordsman, and Fruit Awakening. Let's not mention Conqueror's Haki for the time being, after all, more needs to be transformed in actual combat. In the development of daily situations, naturally, the priority is to focus on fruits and swordsmanship. Needless to say, swordsmanship, in addition to daily practice, is only a kind of perception in the realm. So Moda's main focus now is the awakening of Devil Fruit. As Kaido said, the so-called Devil Fruit awakening is a state in which the body and mind and abilities are matched. It is not easy to achieve this condition. There are very few people in the sea who can awaken the fruit ability, just like conquerors. Even though Kaido has obtained the Yu fruit for so many years, he has not shown his awakening ability when fighting him, although it is not known whether the opponent is hiding his clumsiness. As for the so-called matching of body shape and ability, he still doesn't know what kind of state it is. He can only continue to train himself, and gradually refine his understanding, development, and control of abilities. Condensing a drop of water on the index finger, the Moda Momo fruit immediately adds a high concentration of kinetic energy. With a flick of a finger, there was a sound of a swoosh, and the wall was directly blasted into a crater several meters deep by this drop of water. This kind of power was no less than the violent blow of a 100 Jhin sledgehammer. Spreading out the palm, thousands of water droplets of the same size in the air all condensed on Moda's hand account, forming a huge water mass at the beginning. With a wave of Moda's hand, the water ball returned directly to the sink without any splash. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the practice room, and Maria's voice came from outside. Master Moda, Perona is awake, and she has promised to follow you. Hearing this, Moda got up and opened the door, and the little Lolita girl who twisted her body appeared in front of Moda. Master Moda, can I really stay? Perona said nervously. It was the first time for her to see Moda in her heart, and she didn't know what the status of the flying admiral and general was that Maria mentioned on the way here. She only knew that it was the big man in front of her who took her away from the lonely place, and wanted to keep herself by his side, give her a warm environment, and by following him, she could have a good friend again. Of course, you will stay with me in the future and become my retainer. Moda touched Perona's small head. Perona, who didn't know the meaning of retainer, just heard home, and immediately became very close and dependent on Moda, and responded excitedly, yeah. After turning to the village of Bakura on the way, the ship sailed back to the direction of the destination where Hobak was located. There are geisha who are responsible for observing the situation outside the flight, and Moda leads several people in the gang to teach in the large training room. Ba. Ba. Perona's ghostly voice kept ringing in the practice room. In contrast, Maria and Yamato fell to the ground several times in dismay. After Perona joined, Moda organized a training on observation haki in consideration of his ability. Although they have been blindfolded and dodged detection for more than half a year, the two women have been repeatedly tricked in the face of ghosts. Okay. Let's rest first. Moda clapped his hands, and then stepped forward. Next, I will show you a step-by-step method of knowledge and color. Huh. Master Moda wants to do it in person. Seeing Moda who stood up, Perona, who had no burden on the two girls' abilities, immediately hesitated. It's okay, this is part of teaching, Moda said. Seeing this, Perona took a deep breath, then activated her ability, and three ghosts sprang out at once, attacking Moda from different angles. Listen. The so-called observation haki is a haki that sharpens the five senses and can detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures, so as to predict and avoid danger. Listening to Moda's explanation, Lafitte and Robin, who were training blindfolded, quietly pulled off the bandages, and Maria and Yamato also watched seriously. Under Wanokuna's training, you can already feel the breath of creatures by closing your eyes. The reason for repeated failures is because Perona's ghost does not have the concept of breath. Facing the attacking ghost, Moda still said with ease, "So, instead of feeling the breath, you should go further to observe the changes in emotions. The ghost is initiated by Perona's ability. You should observe her and predict the changes. How she would lead the ghosts to attack." Moda didn't move his feet, just bent over and tilted his head to avoid the negative ghosts coming from 3 different directions. Master Moda is amazing. Obviously her move was dodged, but Perona shook her little hand excitedly. "So that's it, I seem to have some clues." Yamato clapped his palms together, with a look of enlightenment, and then pulled the reluctant Perona to practice again. After a few rounds, although they couldn't avoid them all as easily as Moda, the two had changed somewhat, especially Yamato, whose effect was that he could visibly predict the movement of a ghost. Moda nodded. It seems that his teaching ability may also be able to become a qualified teacher. Of course, if this is the case, he will choose people with exceptional talents to teach, and he will never teach mediocre people. West Blue, Al Island. The huge ship, flying in the air, blocked the sunlight that shone down, forming a large shadow that shrouded the streets and towns on the island. This unique ability in the sea immediately reminded those who have experience of newspapers, and shouted in panic, "It's the Flying Admiral Moda, that 480 million Bailey bounty criminal." There were exclamations from the crowd, and the streets were full of people who were frightened and fled in all directions. Everyone put down their work and ran home in panic. The originally lively neighborhood suddenly fell into dead silence. Wanokuna's information is still in the closed country period. Just like in the original book, the Whitebeard group learned of Kozuki Oden's death a few years later. Of course, the battle with Kaido has not spread to the sea, and the amount is still the reward offered more than half a year ago. It seems that this appearance is indeed the appearance that the Flying Admiral should have. Looking at the crowd fleeing like ants below, Lafitte felt so emotional. This should be regarded as the last stop of West Blue. "I usually go out, and I rarely show up in towns and islands in this way," Moda said. "Is it because of trouble?" Lafitte asked after hearing the words. "It's just a simple purpose. I don't like to create any ostentation to affect other things. Traveling is also about enjoying. My pleasure is not only the feeling that the crowd sees me fleeing." Moda explained, and at the same time he thought of something and smiled maliciously. "But if it is for other purposes, I would like to float the island to show my abilities and means." "I see, I can somewhat understand what the Admiral thinks." Robin, who was reading at the side, shook his hands, pretending that he didn't listen to the conversation between the two. This is not New World. Even the 400 million level pirates are Emperor-level existences in the first half of the Grand Line, let alone the 4 seas in Novice Village. The airship didn't land, but just appeared above the town, which was no less than the level of some kind of huge disaster. "You know Hobak's character, so it's up to you to bring him to the boat." Hearing Moda's order, Lafitte nodded in understanding, jumped in the air, immediately spread the huge white wings on his back, and flew towards the clinic in the center below. In the clinic, after Qiwuhai hastily closed the windows and doors, he cursed bad luck. There was supposed to be a big business deal today, but when the Flying Admiral came, it was ruined. At this moment, a faint voice came. "Is this the well-known and famous genius surgeon, Hobak?" Qiwuhai looked for his reputation, and saw a strange man appearing on the desk in the office at some point. The strange man had a slight smile on his face, with an unhealthy waxy complexion, a black top hat on his head, a walking stick in his hand, a slightly thick purple lip gloss, and an evil and weirdness all over his body. "Who are you?" Hobak was startled. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Lafitte." Lafitte saluted very gentlemanly, and said, "I'm here this time to convey the purpose of Admiral Moda." As he said that, Lafitte looked at Hobak solemnly. "Are you interested in serving Lord Moda?" "Service?" Hobak was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. "So the purpose of your appearance here this time is me. My medical skills can actually make that Flying Admiral like it? It's hard for me to judge this point, but there is no doubt that you have outstanding talents to be favored by the Admiral," Lafitte said. Hobak raised his hand exaggeratedly. "It really flatters me to get such an evaluation. But I can also be regarded as a well-known doctor in West Blue, and there are still many patients who need me. This is of course a lie. He doesn't want to work in vain under someone's name, and he also has highly valued medical skills. Hobak feels that he may be able to grasp some conditions. Admiral Moda has already seen through your character. On the surface, you are a respected doctor, but in your heart, you are actually a guy who cherishes money and his duplicity, right? Hearing Lafitte's words, Habak's smile immediately froze. He had always hidden these inner thoughts very well. It seems that you didn't deny it. Lafitte brought a strange smile. As long as you surrender to Admiral Moda, as he said, you will get far more money than a doctor keeps planning. I can also give you a small reminder, Admiral Moda, the actual identity is the ruler of a powerful country. Huobakei's expression flickered slightly. If Moda was here, he would definitely be able to see his heart, and he was already in an extremely excited state. Just like Moda's evaluation of Hobak, after being brought on board by Lafitte, this doctor who valued money more than life, after Moda used his ability to turn a golden bean into the same size as it, originally Hobak, who was already extremely excited, immediately stated that he would bring his talent to Moda. In this way, Moda's journey to West Blue is extremely complete, whether it is for money, safety, home, or fighting. Hobak with superb medical skills, Robin the perfect manager, Lafitte with strong aptitude, and Perona with strong field control ability. Everyone will bring great help to themselves and their territory. It can be said that the so-called future has been slowly grasped by Moda. Although Moda has not met all the famous characters in the original West Blue, such as Capone Beige who will rule the entire West Blue gangster force in the future, and the 8 treasure navy of the Country of Flowers. But the former is a character who is slowly rising with the power of gangsters. In the original book, he did not show his high strength except for the fruit. Moda thinks that it needs to be considered. Anyway, he will go to sea not only this time in the future, but there will be a Gion in a few years. And let him reap. The latter, Moda is not very interested for the time being. Therefore, Hobak is the last target he wants to find in West Blue now. At the last stop of leaving West Blue, the sailing ship was under the control of Moda, and after more than a month of sailing, it once again arrived at the red line towering into the clouds. Crossing the dividing line of this world is the next destination of Moda East Blue. As a symbol of the world, the tall stool is its most famous feature, but at the halfway up the mountain, the clouds are already flowing under it. It's spectacular. Is this the red line? Perona exclaimed as she floated beside Moda. Yes. Moda smiled. In front of them, the blue of the sea can no longer be seen, and all they can see is the white ocean filled with clouds and clouds, misty, vast, and boundless. Although beautiful, but a sense of barrenness. It is said that a long time ago, there was life on the red line. Robin, who was also feeling emotional, said. Will it? At this height, I can't even see any birds. Yamato looked around. In the red line above the clouds, there used to be legends of gods, and it is said that they brought flames to the sea. Robin explained the sources of what she knew. Rumor, ha ha ha. Perona covered her mouth and smiled while floating in the air. Robin, you don't tell fairy tale books as stories, do you? I won't confuse them, and even some fairy tale books are adaptations of real events, Robin said flatly. Although the expression didn't change, if it wasn't for the other party's ghost clone that was only developed by Moda's teaching, she must have punished Perona with the ability to tickle. After getting along for this period of time, although I am still a little restrained towards other people, and most of them are in awe of Moda, but to the girls who usually eat, live and chat together, they can already be regarded as friends who communicate with each other sincerely. This legend, there are really related deeds. In the past, there was a group of gods living here, and it is also a race that is almost extinct now, the Lunaria. They can generate flames on their bodies, and the flames are brought into the sea. Come. The reason why it is almost extinct, not extinct, is because I have seen this group of people. Moda said, looking at Yamato and saying, you have seen Yamato, and you must be familiar with it. I've seen it too. Yamato pointed to himself with a puzzled look on his face, and then began to think about it. I am familiar with it, there will be flames on my body, and I am not unfamiliar with it. It can't be Uncle Jhin. The thought in Yamato's mind blurted out, and when he saw Moda nodding, he put his head in his hands and yelled, looking somewhat unacceptable. That uncle who wears a helmet all day is actually a group of gods. Uncle Jhin. Are you from Wanokuni? Perona and Robin asked suspiciously. Not long after boarding the boat, what they learned was only what Maria and Yamato said about Wanokuni. Yamato shook his head and said, "No, Uncle Jhin is my father's subordinate." Father? Hearing this information, Perona and Robin noticed this at once. They had never heard of Yamato's father, and thought he was in the same situation as them. It now appears that Yamato's father is still alive and seems to be the leader. Ah. It seems that I haven't told you about it, Yamato belatedly said. Yamato's father, but the famous Kaido of the beasts. Maria patted Yamato on the forehead and joined the conversation. Compared to Perona, who was still in a daze, Robin's expression changed. Is that the big pirate who offered a reward of 1.4 billion Baileys? 10. 1.4 billion. Perona exclaimed, her protruding eyes so exaggerated that they could break through their sockets. I seem to have heard some terrible news. At this time, Lafitte, who had been training all morning, came out of the training room and asked with great concern, obviously hearing what he said just now. Hobak is still specializing in medical skills in the allocated room. Isn't that more than 3 times more than Master Moda? Do you have such a terrifying father? Perona was still in shock from the huge reward. Although the reward amount is higher than Lord Moda is not as powerful as Kaido. Wanokuni was saved from Kaido just like that. As Maria said, she took out a videophone bug from her bosom. This is a treasure that I found through many contacts and hard work. It records the battle between Lord Moda and Kaido. Hearing this, everyone immediately surrounded Maria except Moda. Even Moda himself didn't expect that Maria still had the tools he used to increase his fame. Although when he was at Wanokuni, he also learned about such a situation. After collecting this stuff through sales, it has been hyped to a sky-high price. I didn't expect it to be such a shocking battle. The world of the strong is far beyond my imagination. Master Moda is amazing, he is so handsome. Among the people who watched the video, there were exclamations from time to time because of the fierce battle. Moda also did not expect that Maria's unintentional behavior would once again break through the understanding of her status in the hearts of the newcomers and form a new height. Of course, Robin watched the battle, and his understanding of top-level combat power increased in his heart, and his awe of Moda also deepened a lot. It took half a while for everyone to watch the video before the boat finally crossed the mountains and passed through the clouds, and an incomparably vast sea area appeared in front of everyone. Is this East Blue? Yamato looked around curiously. It feels no different from West Blue. Isn't it natural? Maria said. Most of the seas in the 4 seas are the same. Special sea areas are generally gathered on the Grand Line. Although the difference is not big, this sea area can be said to be the most memorable area in the 4 seas for Moda. Rogtown, Kokoyashi Village, Windmill Village, etc., can be said to be the beginning of everything in the original book. Because the entrance of Upside Down Mountain is relatively close to the Red Line, not long after arriving at East Blue, Moda was able to see the guard gate before entering the Grand Line, Rogtown. Although it was the execution place of One Piece, Moda was not very interested. He just replenished resources here and satisfied the curiosity of other people on the ship about the execution platform. He simply stopped for a few hours and then set off again. Holding the map purchased by the town of Rog, Moda sailed towards the kingdom of Oikot. East Blue, the weakest sea, is also known as the symbol of peace. But because of One Piece's execution in Rog Town, there are several times more pirates than in previous years, and they started to operate in East Blue. The Oikot Kingdom is one of the countries affected by this. Because it has not been a member country recently, it has been invaded by pirates year by year, and the country is on the verge of collapse. Especially this year, due to the unbearable situation, a fierce conflict broke out with the pirates, and the whole country suddenly fell into a very tense battle situation. This is the news that Moda learned from Newsbird not long ago. Knowing the plot of the original work, he naturally rushed to this war-torn country after coming to East Blue. The world government deliberately took this country as a symbol because it did not pay the heavenly gold, and Marines' aid did not arrive in time, within a few weeks. On the contrary, when Moda had come to East Blue and arrived in this country, the flames of war had covered a large area of the entire country, and there were ruins under the bombardment in sight. Even if we wait for Marines' complete rescue afterwards, it is estimated that at least half of the country will be paralyzed, which is no different from destroying the country, and will only be reduced to villages and islands in the future. Under the ruins, there are countless orphans in the field. Moda doesn't care about these things, but maximizes his gaze and perception, scanning the orphans in battle one by one. Finally, in the third ruined town, Moda saw a little girl with blue hair and an orange-haired child in her arms. Moda looked at the girl among them and confirmed that this was the Nami he was looking for. And this blue-haired girl with a cautious face is Nuoqigao. Therefore, the children who lived alone under the flames of war were easily harvested by Moda. Docked on the fleet of the kingdom of Oikot, the waiting crowd did not expect that Moda would bring back two young children who were obviously orphaned by the war. Although they had only been together for a few months, Lafitte naturally knew what Moda was like. Admiral Moda seems to have a hobby of nurturing children, but only on the premise of being favored. Whether it is Maria and Yamato brought out by Wanokuni, or Perona and Robin from West Blue, they all have relatively high qualifications in their respective abilities that were spotted by Moda when they were young. Obviously, the two women brought here must be the same. But that Nami is unlikely, that is to say, the little girl from Nuoqigao. Moda didn't specifically perceive the broken thoughts in Lafitte's heart, so he didn't know. In fact, when he came to East Blue at the beginning, Moda didn't intend to use it as a destination. The reason why he went to this kingdom was because he happened to read the newspaper on the news, and thought of Nami's birthplace, combined with the approximate time. Improvised. For Nami, Moda had an idea from the beginning, and of course his greedy desire to collect was at work. The twin goddesses of the protagonist group, top-level navigation talent, good at changing combat skills. These are the reasons Moda values, especially the second item, which is the ability to judge the upcoming weather just by changing the gas. This is the ability that Golden Lion has been fascinated by for many years, and Moda is naturally like this. This kind of ability plays a big role on the battlefield, and the Edvor naval battle is enough to reflect it. With Nami's perception of this aspect, coupled with his understanding and application of the weather, if he can get a fruit related to this, there may be a good response. Of course, Moda would be happy to make such a trip if he is both talented and eye-catching. It was an episode outside the original destination of East Blue. After picking up Nami and, incidentally, Nuoqigao, the ship continued sailing, and within a few days, it arrived at the next destination, Shimotsuki village. The ship docked on the shore of the island, and after Moda landed with everyone, he went straight to the Ishin Gymnasium on the island. The gym based on the village island, although it is not considered popular in East Blue, is naturally more famous in Shimotsuki village, and Moda quickly found its location. Under the door plaque marked, Ishin Gymnasium, a little girl about 4 or 5 years old was holding a wooden sword in her forehand, and repeatedly slashed at the invisible air in front of her. After hearing the footsteps, the little girl glanced at Moda, stopped, and then shouted into the house, "Father, there are guests here." Not long after, a man with round glasses and a gentle face came out of the house. Moda looked at the man in front of him, and explained his intention first. "Shimotsuki Koshiro, right, I am Moda, the current general of Wanokuni, you should be familiar with this logo." As he said that, Moda took out a silver medal, which was carved with Shimotsuki's family crest through various exquisite craftsmanship, and the words, "Honorary Swordsman," and "Shimotsuki Kozaburo," were engraved on the front and back respectively.